couldn't provide anything.
By the way, we can get to Denver in a minute. They may have a little trouble brewing. But
didn't he put his John Hancock to the contract?
Who?
Valanciunas.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to be there. He wants to go back to Lithuania.
But isn't there a penalty? Like, isn't there a provision to where, you could want to go do that? You're ours.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing where if he can walk away from the money, then it behooves the Nuggets to try to do something.
That was strange. Where he wants to start.
What about, one of your favorite players is available. Alex Len.
Oh, man, yeah, he kind of, I took one to the teeth, this past year, Steiny with Lynn, but.
Oh, boy, thank you, 408. I hadn't been following it.
What happened?
Jeff Green re-signed with the Rockets.
Oh, God.
He
got my hopes up.
You know what? Apparently they re-signed Jeff Green for one game against the Warriors right before the All-Star break.
Look at you.
Trey Lyles.
I ain't mad at that. But look what you're talking about, D-listers.
That's right. But
Gary Payton II, bring him back.
But
that's what I'm saying, Steiny. Come on now.
But with all due respect,
all right,
Gary Payton II was a D-lister when they got him. He was.
Oh, right.
So,
right. But then what did he end up being?
That's right.
Integral part of what they were doing.
You're making my point. That's my point.
A bird in the hand is better than umpteen in the bush.
You might not have the bird in the hand, I'm saying, if you're moving Kaminga. I'm just saying, Landry Shamet. Okay, we all know who Landry Shamet is.
Yeah.
I mean,
a gunner.
He might come here if you get him and shoot the highest 3-point percentage of his career. It's possible. So, look, like JaVale McGee. They signed with JaVale McGee, doesn't make a ripple. He's got a reputation. And then 2 or 3 years later, like, wow, this guy really contributed. Like, those are the kind of guys they're down to at this point. One of my favorites. You know what? I'll continue with this on the other side. But 888-957-9570 is the number. I just threw some free agent names at you. Of course, they're not big names because we're 10 days into free agency. I got another couple, 6 or 8 I'm going to throw at you. But do any of those names ring a bell, or do they make you think, wouldn't mind having that guy? 888-957-9570. Somebody mentioned Tyus Jones. He signed with the Magic. Really, really good backup point guard. But he signed with the Magic. Next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. We got Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4 day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merchandise store, along with Laughing Monk Brewing. Listen at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 next week for your chance to win every single day. Every show, every day. It all starts Monday. Give you some good news.
Give me some good news, damn it.
How about Giannis looks like he's staying in Milwaukee?
Nah, that's not good news. What makes you say that?
He put out some post that he loves Milwaukee.
Oh gosh.
Word around the league is he's staying. And he wants to stay.
It's kind of like Pat Mahomes being body shamed. We just looked at his body. Now, is he fat?
No.
Well, Kansas City radio people think he is. Radio hosts think he is.
I don't.
As you get older, you need to get in better shape, though. This longevity.
30?
P. Mahomes.
I think he's a little older than that.
Is he really? Huh. Okay.
Hey, what about your boy Ben Simmons?
I just sent to the chat.
All right.
I just sent it to the chat. Go out and get Ben Simmons.
Just kidding. He's 29, Mahomes.
Okay.
Well, when you get there, Risotto, you're not there. You're 30 at 29.
Couple other names. They're not huge. Would you want Lindy Waters back? Shoot it.
Yeah, I'm not mad at any of that. I want Gary Payton the second back too, Steiny.
And then the name of names.
Oh boy,
because he's still out there. Would you want Russell Westbrook?
In the Texas second.
Would you really?
Yeah, seriously.
He's
Texas
out there.
Second.
He's out there.
Man, would you want him?
No.
Now, can you elaborate a little bit?
No.
You came in here all last year, and Evan and I
respect him.
But you don't want him.
No, not really.
Because?
I think he hurts you now as much as he helps you.
You don't like the shooting.
That's one thing.
He plays his ass off, man.
It wouldn't shock the hell out of me, though, Russell Westbrook. But before we get to some calls, I got to talk about something, and it's this. Why do teams do this? Why do they do this? So, Devin Booker just signed an extension for $145 million over 2 years. That is the highest annual extension salary in the history of the NBA. He's going to be paid $72.5 million over the next 2 years, over the last 2 years of his deal. This is why teams don't win. Because they pay a guy more than everybody else in the league, but he's not the best player in the league. In fact, he's not among the top 15. So Devin Booker in 2023-24, not this past year, the year before, he was a third-team All-NBA player. Yeah. Third team. Back in 21-22, he made a first-team All-NBA team one time in 21-22. 23-24, he was third team. Last year, he was nothing. I know he's good. I know he's good. But what are you doing? What are you doing?
Only the Lord knows that when I saw that news and the situation Phoenix is in, I said to myself, Steiny, this is like they're paying a tribute to themselves just to say the stink that we're in, the stench of what's not going on here in Phoenix. What sense does that make to pay Devin Booker, one guy, all that bread, and you got all those other problems? Steiny, I'm brushing my teeth. I caught myself. I go, Goo, are you hating? I'm not, because I love Booker, but it didn't make fiscal sense. Like, why are you doing that? Call the dogs off, dangle them, and get umpteen pieces to try to hit the rebuild. What are you doing? And then I thought to myself, driving in, Steiny, I swear to you, I used the P word, is there some prestige in the announcement that we're paying one of our own, Devin Booker? Forget where we end up and what we're not going to do. We got one guy. He's been here. He's our Steph. Yep. And we'll just send the press release out, give him the bread. But they're as effed up as ever. Well, and I'm surprised Booker was like, All about the Benjamin. Shout out Ice Cube. But I was thinking, man, is Booker going to get frisky and say, get me out of here because I want to win, or I want to win at the bank teller?
You're going to hate this, but he's Steph Curry without the 4 rings.
That's a big deal when you say without the 4 rings, though.
The Warriors are still have Steph Curry as their centerpiece, period, end of story, and they're doing everything for Steph Curry.
Because of those 4 rings, though. Best believe that, too, Steiny.
The Suns are doing the same with Devin Booker. They are saying we want to build around Devin Booker.
But without the winning component. I know they got to a final.
Not every team can re-sign or max out a champion. Man. I get that, but Devin Booker.
I saw that, man. I know you don't believe me, Sonny. It was on my what are we doing?
You know who else was a third team All NBA one year? John Wall.
I got to put some respect on it because he was one of
stunk.
But Steiny,
he always stunk.
I loved him.
You know who else was a third team All NBA? Ben Simmons.
Life comes at you fast.
You know who else was a third time on the third team All NBA? Kemba Walker.
Oh, man.
Okay. Trae Young. Okay. Go ahead. Make him the highest paid player of all time. Let's go to D-Dubs in Rincon Valley. Hey,
I got to say something.
D-Dubs, what's going on, man?
Steiny and Guru. Steiny, I think you and I are aligned where we don't have a bromance with Jonathan, but Guru, dude, that bromance, that's shining through. And the reason why I think it's shining through is we're looking at him being the next gen. But the reality is that last playoff series, when he was playing more,
right,
he had a lot of balls blocked in his face. And when he was on defense, he had his back to where the offense was completely out of the play. So I'm not sure why the bromance, but that spoke volumes to me.
Man, I hear you. Let me say this to you. It's not a bromance. Let's just put Curry and the OGs aside. Who are we to get excited about a young player for the Warriors if there is no Kaminga? If I'm holding on, and I admit I'm holding on to the potential part of this, what is there to look forward to?
You know, you bring up a good point, and the sad truth, Bay Area sports loves to fill warm bodies in seats. And so you saw it with the Giants, you saw it with the 49ers, you're seeing it with the Warriors. I think we would all three agree, Draymond, Steph, and even Jimmy Buckets, they're at their end of the careers, but they're getting bodies in there to pay bills. It's just corporate America, right? The sad reality is one of those three going down, which you can guarantee it's probably going to be more of a percentage of having 2 of those 3 out on injury this coming year. And that's the sad reality, is they're holding on because it's getting bodies in the seats. Who can we trade for this late? I call it slack tide. This is where we're at right now. And it's kind of funny. Steiny was throwing all these different names out, but that's the reality.
Right, I hated
what are we
everyone.
going to do that's going to be... At the end of the day, it's the reality is sitting before us, we have to cut ties wherever we can and have to go through the bumps and bruises of just being the cellar dwellers. We've seen the peaks and valleys. And it's sad, but man, dude, the last 10, 12, 13 years, we've got 4 titles. We changed the dynamic of the game, but Father Time is nipping on everybody's heels. We have an older team, and just like we saw in the finals, I watched every one of those games. I have no ties to those organizations, but I loved the intensity. It reminded me of what it was 10 years ago.
Thanks, D-Dubs.
Wow. Well,
appreciate the call.
Yeah, I stumped him a little bit. Not that I wanted to be happy, Steiny, just about, okay, I get it. It's not me telling you guys Kaminga's Dominique Wilkins right now. It's just, I mean, we've gotten to this point, and he's 22 years old. I could take another chapter in the book or two to see if he finally gets it. But as far as my question to the caller, and I'll throw it to you, what right now, Steiny, young player, do we have to look forward to?
Not every team's got a young player that is a star in the making. Like, some teams and fan bases don't have a young player to get excited about. They just don't.
So you understand why they keep everything to Curry.
Yes, I understand why. Doesn't mean I agree with it. But look, when Curry, to me, the Warriors have one goal. And it's not winning a championship, even though that's what they continue to tell you.
What should it be, man? I'm all ears.
I believe the Warriors' goal right now is to remain competitive with Curry. And then when Curry leaves, somehow not go into a 3 or 4 year tailspin, like most teams coming out of a dynasty.
So where do you get those assets to prevent that from happening?
You're going to have to get a free agent. You're going to have to draft well. You're going to have to make savvy moves. And you know what? Sorry, but you can do all that, and it still might not work. And that's the price of having one of the greatest players and one of the greatest, trios of all time.
Yeah,
you can't replace them. Man. They are irreplaceable.
And if I'm being real right now, and if you're right, your ear to the street, Horford's coming here, and it's out there that he can't play back-to-backs. He's 39, 40, along with what you're already hoping and probably got to do with the big three, even though I'm in denial. Wow, Steiny, that's a lot. That's a lot to be handled by guys not named Butler, Steph, Al, and Dre.
Yep.
Who
it is.
We got to admit, are still effective and good, but they're getting old.
Getting? I mean, it's not like we didn't see it coming. It's not like they are superheroes and they can stop time. I mean, this did not sneak up on the Warriors.
But we were all in denial.
Well, speak for yourself, with all due respect.
If you put me through a basketball CT scan, my body, Steiny, I really have not recovered from Steph's hamstring. Oh. Like, that can never happen again.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you right now, it's going to.
In November and December, we're fine. But it can't happen in April like it did when I thought we had the ingredients to still stand on it had he remained healthy. But I'm at the mercy of Father Time.
How many games has he lost?
He's undefeated.
Thank you.
Well, he's lost one. LeBron.
He'll eventually win.
Right.
He may go 0 for the next 3-4 years, but he's going to win.
Yeah.
By the way, you almost said it. I don't know why this crossed my mind this morning, but I was just thinking about some of the worst phrases of all time.
Let's do it.
Like, just the worst, like when you hear it, you just want to commit a felony. Here's mine. Stand on business.
Stop.
I want to take an axe to somebody when I hear that. Because it's dumb.
10 toes
I hate it.
Baby.
I can't stand it.
Prison yard.
Stand on business. Shut up.
You know what? Stand on your word.
Shut up.
It's like what you do when Willard, when he's not here, and then when he comes in here. Stand on business.
Then say, stick by your word.
That's what we're saying.
Then say, stick to your guns.
That's what we're saying.
Well, I don't like it, and I don't want it used around me.
What was the one last year you didn't like, or a couple years ago?
I can't stand tomorrow's not promised just because it's overused.
This was a different one. You hated it. I'm in my bag. He's in his bag.
I can't stand that.
Oh, man. He's in his bag. Oh, I get it, though, Steiny.
We're telling guys, they're in their bag. They don't even have a bag.
What about this one? You got to be in it to win it.
Oh, that's fine. It's, you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
No, you better look at, man, Steiny, everybody cheating nowadays.
Let's go to Sean in Petaluma. Let me tell you who's not cheating. Derek Carr. He walked away from millions.
After he robbed him for how many years?
Played hard. What's up, Sean?
He's a Saint, a New Orleans Saint. You know what I'm saying? And you know what,
gotcha.
Scotty, you know why you can't stand it? Because you don't stand on business. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, I was saying, listen, you know what? As far as Kaminga goes, it's over. Just, get rid of him. We're done with this. We're talking about Lindy Waters and all that. We need, he's not that good. Just let him go. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to just let him go. Because obviously they can't get anything for him, and it's over. And let me switch it up to the Devers thing. thing because I called yesterday about it. I got kind of an issue about that, and Guru, I kind of want your opinion about this.
All right.
So it's like, first of all, if they can't, if there's a communication issue, then I can't play baseball, but I can make sure that people are like where they're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody should be fired. You know what I'm saying? Like, and second of all, I don't like the wring your neck thing. That's where I'm like, damn, you might like get some backlash for it. You know what I mean? It just seems kind of like rude. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got. Thank you. Shout out, Doug.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Yeah, no, I mean, look,
we're very sensitive in this society right now. And, Steiny, do I think Will meant any? No, but I just know where we live and what goes down and the backgrounds of both that didn't hit well. And I had somebody accused me, that was AI. Guru get better. I wish it was AI. And then he recorded another platinum album today song, Will did. But yeah, you don't say it like that. But he softened up, Steiny, when he said, maybe we'll get around to it. As opposed to he was on the first.
You know what he did?
I know. He knows.
You know what he did?
Called him.
No, you know what he did? He stepped in it. Will Clark stepped in it like Jeff Garcia.
Yeah.
Good luck, Jeff, though, and congratulations
for
being honored tomorrow at Cinnabar Golf Course.
You know where that's at?
Yeah, San Jose. A little below.
Are you nervous for your
like
tournament?
Morgan Hill.
Willard
Nervous?
Dibs?
Oh, boy.
Well, I would hope you're nervous. I get nervous every time I shoot hoop. I like it.
Well, that's one of the reasons you're probably not that good. Because when you get nervous.
Okay, who said I'm not that good?
When you get nervous, it means you're not prepared.
No, they say when you get nervous, you're ready.
Those are butterflies. There's a difference. When
they
you're
make you go to the bathroom?
No, butterflies are good. Being nervous is bad. The great ones have butterflies.
That's nervous.
I used to get them.
Yeah,
it's in your
get them.
No, you don't know the difference, clearly.
I get nervous. I go to the bathroom number 2 before I play.
But what I'm saying is, the ones who get nervous, and I'm just, you use the term nervous, right? You said, I get nervous.
And like excited, like anxiety.
That tells me you're just not, you're not ready to compete.
I'm enjoying the moment.
You're afraid.
No, Steiny.
What are you afraid of?
They say whatever you do, if you don't have butterflies before you do it, you need to stop.
Well, now it's butterflies. And I'm here to tell you, as an athlete, and a former college basketball Division III player, there's a difference between butterflies and nervous.
And I hate to do this to you. No part of what you just mentioned is pro. So we're the same.
I know. And that's what I mean.
Nervous and butterfly, same thing. Risotto, nervous and butterflies, cousins.
I hate
cousins,
to agree.
Perhaps.
I hate to agree with Steiny on this one, but I mean, if you're going into a physical competition or anything for that matter, nervous, then chances are, and Goo, in your case, if you're nervous going to play basketball. But if you're going to play basketball nervous, then something probably bad is going to happen.
Now, we didn't say I go out and perform. Carter, where's Carter? Nervous and butterflies in athletics. Cousins, right?
Yeah, 100%.
No
cousins.
Doubt. I got you.
That's right.
I didn't say to Risotto's ball, I go out there and play nervous.
There's a fine line, and you're not on the right side.
What if I say this to you three? I like the feeling that I get before I go perform.
So you like nerves.
Or good butterflies.
No, you said nerves.
No, you are just...
I have a cousin, but that doesn't mean that we're the same person.
Yeah.
Oh, God. You know what? I can't.
You know what?
I like that. I just can't with you.
Is adrenaline related to any of this, too?
All of it. I'm driving up.
That's a different feeling entirely. You only know that if you're playing a game in crunch time. So a lot of...
Oh, man. See, this is when you get jealous that I'm still playing.
No, I don't.
You thought the knee gave out. I'm back.
I mean, what's become obvious today is you've never had butterflies. You've only had nervousness, which means...
Anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, boy.
I love you, Goo.
I love you, too.
Oh, by the way, here's the last thing. Not last thing, for now. Cooper Flag. Go ahead. This is the great thing about Guru.
No
Ready?
Giants.
Ready?
I'm still going to watch baseball. Today is dedicated to his debut. $3,000 ticket for Summer League, they're saying. And I just wanted to ask you three and the listeners some of the most memorable debuts you've seen in your life. Mine one, since I brought it up, Steven Strasburg struck out 14 Pirates his first time on a bump. and he had a cup of coffee, but we know he was electric. Anyone come to mind for you? And second, before you guys go, motor mouth, LeBron James at Sacramento. I'll never forget it.
I'm going to ask you for one more because I'm trying to prove a point here.
Troy Aikman.
What did he do?
Coming out of UCLA, first start for the Dallas Cowboys.
What he did? How was
against the Cardinals? They lost. They won at 15. Well, but I thought
you said great debuts.
Oh no, just debuts in general.
Like
Bad
nobody.
Ones too.
No. Okay. This is what. First of all, we're just messing around.
Okay. Right.
I think this is when people think I'm really being a jerk.
And I was like, no, you're being regular.
And I can be a jerk, but this isn't
Steve
one of those.
Martin.
This isn't one of those times. What were we talking about?
Debuts. Like, do you remember Steph's?
No, that's my point. Nobody does. Nobody remembers Steph's debut. Nobody remembers Bird's debut. Well, there's one thing about Bird's debut
Give it to me.
that people remember. And actually, there's one thing about Magic's debut that people remember.
And I'm blank on both of them. Right.
So, but Tim Duncan, nobody knows. Who's the best player in the NBA right now? Jokic? Nobody knows. Doncic? Nobody remembers. So it's hard to have a monster debut.
Okay.
But what were we talking about?
Ones that you remember. I remember LeBron at Sacramento.
I just remember the numbers. Like he had big numbers in that game.
Yeah. All across the board. Like assists, rebounds.
Here's where I'm at. It's not his debut.
I was waiting for that.
It's not his debut.
Yeah. But
I mean, it's
I'm counted. I'm with you guys, but you know what I mean. Technically, it is, Steiny. We get to watch him play.
Okay. So let me reference myself because I know everybody loves that. Okay, so you're telling me this. So I'm graduating high school, and I'm going to go to Franklin and Marshall College.
Diplomats.
And I'm going to play Division III basketball, right?
Okay.
You know, I graduate high school, and I know I'm going to Franklin and Marshall to play basketball. Okay, well, that summer, I'm playing in the West Reading Summer League. That's not my debut.
No, I'm with you. But in today's society, it's a party in Vegas right now, and we get to watch this guy perform. You're right. It's not, but wink, wink, it is, Steiny, because we get to watch him. That thing wasn't going to be filmed.
Okay, how about this? You know who had an unbelievable debut, apparently? Marco Bellinelli. I want to say he had 37
Come
in
on.
his first Summer League game.
Oh, Summer League.
Yes. Well,
yeah. I remember Bazemore and the Warriors winning the championship in Summer League.
Remember when they were so proud of that?
Yeah.
They've come a long way, those little thumpers.
I saw something on Curry owes Bazemore a lot for that shoe deal he has.
All right, I'm going to ask you to explain it on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody remember a great debut from somebody? They tend to be forgotten, except for the unbelievable ones. So if anybody's got any great debuts out there, we'll hear from you. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Sticky. The Snoop and Dre still dipping. Sticky icky. Just relax, deep breath, pause. You're out of here. It's your last day.
I'd love to knock off early today. Whatever happened? Like, that's the one. We can't knock off early.
Nah. We work for, remember Mayor Brown told us, we only work 4 hours. Remember that?
It was a great line.
Like Steiny and Goo.
It was a great line by the mayor.
4 hours, boy, you work long. I was like, he's right.
Yeah.
For now.
Sometimes it feels longer.
Yeah.
For sure. We're just having some fun talking about Cooper Flagg plays in the Summer League tonight.
Will Clark?
I think against Bronny, right?
That's
against the Lakers.
I hope.
Yeah, against Bronny, and those tickets are averaged at $223.
I mean,
oh my God.
Going as high as 3 racks. What are we doing, Steiny? Like, seriously. Just sticking it to the common man and woman.
Listen.
Talk to me, man.
I know you're going to think I'm a prude. Las Vegas Summer League's a joke.
It's a vibe, though.
It's not a vibe. It is gluttony.
Yeah.
Gluttony is what it is.
But it's all eyes are on Vegas tonight, Steiny.
No, they're not. All eyes in the NBA are about where the party is at. That's all that matters.
But Bronny and Flagg tonight.
Great.
And Carter just told us he was there last year for Wemby's debut in Summer League.
The quality of Summer League basketball is quite poor. Okay? And then what happens is a lot of the NBA players go down there.
No, that's what I love.
What do?
Party.
Yeah.
Or
great.
hang out.
Yeah.
How many? Curry's
gluttony.
in Tahoe tonight, so he'll probably get there before it's over next week.
It's gluttony.
But
and then
what's your point? People go to enjoy gluttony.
No, they don't. People go to be parasites and to hang on and to be obsequious with their celebrities. And it is maybe
you sound jealous.
I can be a tagger on. I can be a tagger along, and maybe I could get to do a shot with Kevin Garnett. Oh my God! Could you imagine? It's sick. It's everything that's wrong with our society. I'm serious.
Well, it's happening in high volume tonight. Hey, we forgot Will Clark homered off Nolan Ryan, his first at bat.
Okay,
that's big.
Let's go to Brandon. He's got a debut he wants to talk about. Hey, Brandon, what's up? Brandon Orinda.
Hey, thank you guys for having me on. And yeah, I think, MLB debuts, there's something very special about that, and especially first at bats. And looking up, the first at bats, Willie McCovey had an unbelievable debut. He went 4 for 4 in 1959 on July 30th with 2 singles and 2 triples. And that's pretty unique. I mean, I don't know if there was a lot of hype around Willie's debut back in 1959. Maybe, Steiny, you remember, you can clue in on that. But I appreciate the call.
Yeah, that's your guy. Wow.
How about this? I'm going to go to the game log.
All right.
1959. To verify.
Yeah, tell me.
Oh, they don't even have game-by-games.
Are you kidding?
I don't think so. Oh, no, they do. He's right. Willie McCovey, 4 for 4, 3 runs scored, 2 triples, 2 singles, 2 RBIs. And
there's no video of that anywhere. YouTube, you can't get it.
Probably not.
Yeah.
And you said it was off Robin Roberts.
Yeah, Robin Roberts, the Hall of Famer, was pitching that game.
Dude, that's a great Willie McCovey, Steiny. How many would he have hit in the Cove?
Yeah. Not any more than Bonds.
And how many would Mays have if he didn't play at the stick? I'm just saying, that's real. Yeah, Kent. Aurelia used to pop him out too, though.
Who?
Rich Aurelia.
Had one good year.
Steiny, stop.
37. That number sticks in my head.
Dude, but
37
think about that's a whole lot of jacks.
Yeah, 1 year. No, I like Rich Aurelia.
I like
cool.
it too.
Also, I cannot get over him saying 1959. Maybe Steiny remembers that.
Yeah, that was a low blow.
Is that something that'll stick with you?
Not really. Dude, you got to be able to laugh at yourself.
I taught you that.
I mean, how about this? I'm gonna go further. Willie McCovey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He opened up with 7-game hitting streak. 4 for 4, 1 for 4, 3 for 5, 1 for 5, 1 for 4, 2 for 4, 2 for 4. First 7 games, he was hitting 467.
Let's have a draft right now, real quick. 70 and 80 baseball players. The first base, I got Willie Stargell.
Oh, God. I'll take Eddie Murray.
Second base, I got Joe Morgan.
I'll take Ryan Sandberg.
Dude, Sandberg, Rhino, Steiny, they called him. Shortstop.
I'll take.
Go ahead, you get first.
Take Jeter.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, he's not really in that category.
Nope.
I'll take. Go ahead.
Ozzie Smith.
I'll take. I'll take Larry Boa.
Stop. But what? All right, stop. Do you mean that?
He was a great fielder. I think he was just as good as
All
Ozzie
right, third
Smith.
base. I'll let you go.
Mike Schmidt.
I'm taking George Brett. Center field. And this is going to shock you.
Mickey Rivers.
George Foster.
Okay.
Hit 52 one year, Snotty.
Yeah.
Right field.
Oh, Dave Parker.
Roberto Clemente.
Okay.
And then left field.
Greg Luzinski.
Ricky Henderson.
Okay.
That kind of jumped eras a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure did. You couldn't you couldn't think of another left fielder?
Oh, I got like 9,000.
Okay, give me number 2 then.
Left
Who actually
fielder.
played in the era that you're talking about. Yeah.
No, I can give you so many. I just
give me one.
I wanted to. This is about.
Just give me one.
See, this you're ruining the game. You're ruining the game. We had such a good time. Who's your catcher?
Thurman Munson.
Tony Pena.
You're not taking Johnny Bench.
Oh, he was a bad man. I missed that era.
By the way, we were talking. You know what? We can talk about that now.
Yeah.
We were talking about the. Let me get the name right. The American Century Championship. In other words, the celebrity golf tournament up at Tahoe. I remember going up there 20 years ago, and Johnny Bench played in it. And
did you talk to him?
Yes, I did.
So I've
told these stories.
not there?
I've told these stories a lot on the radio, but it was unbelievable. They would come off the course, and there were 2 big, like, ballrooms.
Yeah.
And in the one ballroom, the first ballroom, like, the media was there, and they had their computers and stuff. You had to walk through that room to get to the players' lounge, which had a bar and a bunch of stuff. So the players would come off the course, and they'd have to walk through the media room. And it was a celebrity golf tournament. Like, they all knew that they were going to be asked to do interviews, and they were cool with it. And it was the middle of the summer, and, you know, the basketball players weren't in season, the football players weren't in season. A lot of those guys are retired. They would just kind of shoot the bull with these media guys for 10, 15, 20 minutes at a time. And
this is pre-phones and video, all that stuff.
Yes. And I remember, you know, it was just me and another guy with Johnny Bench.
Yeah.
And then the one I remember, like, the back of my hand is talking to Yvonne Lendl for about 20 minutes alone.
He's a bad dude.
Yeah,
Him and Boris Becker used to go at it, man.
Yeah. So here's some of the other names, and help me here. Okay, so Charles Woodson, we know who he is.
Bang.
Who's this? Hallie Ledbetter. Hallie Ledbetter.
There's one Hallie I know, and I don't know her.
But this is spelled differently.
Okay.
This is Hally.
Risotto, I know
Hallie
you know.
Ledbetter.
I have no idea.
Okay, 888-957-9570.
That's what I said, Halle Berry.
Now, this one's spelled a little differently, but we'll see.
Well, hopefully she's never been in charge because her boss could say, Hallie, you should have led better. That's a one.
Nah, that's better than...
I'm like, wow, led better,
huh? Listen to some of these names, though. Kevin Millar, Rich Eisen.
All personalities.
Matt Ryan.
Come on.
Derek Lowe. Former pitcher for the Red Sox. Joe Mauer. Adam Thielen. Now we got to wait for the next guy we haven't heard of.
Yeah, I'm all in.
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, is this Kaminga?
We've got some interesting breaking news. The Oklahoma City Thunder continue their run as they have just signed Jalen Williams now to a 5-year, $287 million deal.
Wow, man. No.
That's a tease. That's not.
They're paying
That was
everybody.
expected.
You thought it was Kaminga?
Well, I'm just talking about the breaking news. Yeah. Oh, like it.
Carter, I'm mad at you. But they're again, just real quick. Did he get paid too soon?
Who?
What?
I don't know. He's a tight.
He just had a cup of coffee. They want a chip, but damn, 5 for $287.
Wait, was it that much?
This
Yeah, a lot of people were speculating that they wouldn't be able to keep all three of them. That's why it's kind of a big deal that they signed him.
Watch his body look like Mahomes now. He didn't got paid. Dude, that's a nice come up for him, man. Shout out Santa Clara, man.
Yeah. Okay. I got from my buddy Big Kurt.
Yeah.
Said that Hallie Ledbetter is the daughter of David Ledbetter, who's a famous golf coach. And she works for CBS Sports.
Okay, because I was like, how did she get in?
Good one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kurt. Love you, buddy.
Where's he from?
He lives in the peninsula.
We ain't heard from your boy.
Who?
From the Golden Bear, JD. What happened?
We're beefing. Yeah.
Money?
No.
Oh. As long as it ain't money, you'll
He's mad at me
fix
because I haven't gotten back to him. And I'm like, dude, my daughter just got married. I'm kind of busy. Who's Miles Teller? Miles Teller.
The actor from War Dogs.
Cousin of
What's War Dogs?
It's a movie.
You see Ken's hat? Teams in turmoil. Comes in with
So he's at Dodgers, Reds,
I love you, buddy.
Marlins.
Look at
and
it.
I've only been here 3 days, so I only know he's got 3 different ones.
Oh,
You know what? When you wear a different hat each day, you know what that means?
I can't relate.
It means you don't stand on business.
Wow.
We're also talking about the worst phrases.
I got a
of all
collective.
time.
I'm going to keep displaying them as we go along.
No, but if that's your thing, like, what do you collect? Mine's debt, but what do you do? What's yours? Like, if hats are his thing, I'm mad. I'm going to give him a pass.
You know what I like to collect? Golf scorecards. I'm sorry, golf scorecard, golf scorecard holders. Like they're usually leather.
So do you get one every time you go?
Not every time, but I got about 6 of them. I really like them.
Well.
But I got to have something better than that.
But you don't, so don't force it or lie. It's okay. That's what makes what I just said, debt. Pretty good at it.
Miles Teller played Boom Boom Mancini.
So don't look at me so evil.
Miles Teller. Miles Teller.
Boom Boom is the boxer.
Right, he passed.
R.I.P.
You know, I'll tell you what, I am so good. There was also a song written about Boom Boom Mancini by the late Warren Zevon.
I would love to hear it.
That's our man. He'll kill. Risotto will get it.
That was my way of saying I know I don't have to tell him. He's going to do it.
Gotcha.
Telepathy, Steiny.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Valkyries 10-9. Dude, if they get in, that place it's already.
How many
a
teams
zoo.
make the playoffs in the WNBA?
I want to say 6. Like, do you know for sure?
Why don't you want to say, I'm not sure?
I thought I was being set up.
You are. We don't.
They're going to be, well.
I don't know how many make it. I'll be honest with you. I
may have some tickets coming up to a game in a week. Would you want to go?
I'm actually taking taking my daughter to a game in late July.
When?
Late July. I'm not giving you the number. You imagine if I say the exact date when I'm going to be at Chase Center? You know what what'll happen? They'll have a full house at the Valkyries game.
Just stop, dude.
If people know I'm going to be at the Valkyries game, they'll sell out.
The guy that's throwing shade at Summer League and Cooper Flagg's debut.
All right, let's go down some more of these.
Okay.
Matthew Tkachuk. It's got to be a hockey player. Matthew Tkachuk.
It's Tkachuk.
And he's a hockey player, right?
For the Florida Panthers.
Yes, sir.
So, wow.
Hey, Carter. That's the important thing, that he's a hockey player.
Go ahead.
All right, Zach LaVine. I heard an interview with Zach LaVine with Monty Poole of NBC Sports Bay Area.
Oh, Monty's up there.
Monty's up there.
Oh,
Matt Mayoko's up there.
Oh, come on.
Yep.
Matty.
Kyle Lowry. He just signed with Philly? Austin Reeves.
Look at Chewy. All the heavyweights are in there, man.
Ray
Look at
Allen.
Chewy.
Ray
Yeah.
Allen. Vince Carter. Grant Hill. Marcus Allen. Jerome Bettis. Of course, this guy never misses a function he shouldn't be invited
Quit
to.
hating.
Kyle Juszczyk has no business playing in the... I love you, Kyle. Larry Fitzgerald. Dwight Freeney, former Colt.
Kittle's got to be there.
George Kittle.
Look at him.
And here's the next one I don't know. Brian Baumgartner.
Brian Baumgartner is the actor from The Office. I don't know if you guys have seen The Office.
Which Kevin?
He's Kevin.
Classic.
He's the accountant. Kevin. The bigger guy, balding at the top. Brian Baumgartner.
Really?
Yes.
One of the greatest memes ever.
The guy who's kind of bald?
Yeah, who's also
said it.
the character he plays is kind of like portrayed as like not the smartest.
Right.
Yeah. The brother.
I know who. No, it wasn't the brother.
That's what. Yeah, the brother.
No, that's a different
It's
actor.
the old white guy who's balding and
With
he's
the glasses.
really understated and he's like under. Okay.
Oh.
Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in Los Altos.
Our man.
We're mixing and matching today.
Bobby.
What's up, Bobby?
Hey, guys. Hey, can I start with two guru gripes? I live on the peninsula, so today I'm driving all around the East Bay. I don't understand why there's so many highways with 80. Today, literally, I've been on 880, 580, 680, and I'm pretty sure I've been on another 80. It's very confusing out here. And then number two, it really bothers me that Clayton Kershaw is just having such a great year, and then Verlander is not. I just don't like it that the Dodgers got another thing on us in terms of, veteran, all-time great pitchers. But as it relates to debuts, I'm sure you all remember, but Jake Layman, shout out University of Maryland, played for the Portland Trailblazers, his debut against the Warriors. And I'm driving, but I'll go by memory. I believe he scored 18 points in about 7 or 8 minutes in his debut. Kevin Durant even gave him a shout-out after the game. But after that first game, record for the highest points per minute of any player in NBA history. So we remember you, Jake.
Man.
University of Maryland. And then shout-out Chloe Bibby on the Valkyries, University of Maryland. You guys have a good afternoon.
Look at Bobby.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
By the way, somebody mentioned Anthony Morrow.
Oh, that was Carter.
Yeah, close. He had 37 points in his fourth game.
That boy could shoot it, man.
I'll tell you who had a great debut. Guy named Flip Murray.
From Murray State.
No.
Ronald Flip Murray, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Where'd he go to school?
He went to, watch this.
Tennessee, Chattanooga.
I know he went to Strawberry Mansion High School, I believe.
And that's where?
What was his first name again?
Ronald
Flip
Murray.
There he is.
Where's Strawberry
Well,
at?
he came out of nowhere. I think he was undrafted. He went to Meridian Community College.
That's Mississippi.
Okay. He went to high school in Philly. Oh, he was a second-round pick of the Bucks. And now I'm looking at his. Actually, he had
a little game to him.
Hold on. Okay, it wasn't his debut. Actually, it was like his second year. But he came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Steiny, you're incorrect, actually. It was in his first game that he had 37 points,
Oh,
according
boy.
to Basketball Reference.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, you really
I
do.
love it. You hate to
I'm
see
looking
it.
at Anthony Morrow's game log.
Relax. Take your tone down.
Hey,
just because he caught you.
2008, 2009.
November 9th.
See it.
I got that game happening on
moment. I love
November 15th.
Against the Clippers.
Correct. 15 for 20. I got him playing 3 games before that.
Guess we'll never know.
No, we will know. I'm looking right at it.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Carter, you get on this mic before the segment's over and you tell people that I'm right.
I got my money on Carter.
Pardon me?
I said we'll look into it.
Yeah. It was a great thought. And I'm not even hating on it.
Yeah.
It's actually was a great one.
So you see the 3 games played before.
Yeah, he had 7, 8, and 8. And then he burst onto the scene with a 37-point night against the Los Angeles Clippers.
15 of 20. He was hitting.
Yes, he was. In case you're
shooting.
In case you're just joining us, Cooper Flagg is making his Summer League debut.
Yeah.
And Guru was starting to think about, well, who had unbelievable or great debuts? Now, we understand that it's just a Summer League game, but Guru brought up LeBron James' first game.
Man.
Okay, this makes sense. The Clipper game was his first start. First start. You know what? I'll give you half the,
I'll take a full point.
Yeah. No, you'll take a half and like it. Rob Riggle.
Wow.
He's a comedian.
Okay.
I actually think he's pretty funny.
That's the guy a lot of people say looks like you a little bit. Remember he used to do the Fox shows in the morning. He would come on at the end. They'd have a little bit for him.
Yes.
Yeah.
He also, I think he was on Holy Moly, that thing with Curry.
That thing. It was a show.
Ray Romano.
All right, come on now.
So what's he doing there?
He just had a great movie. Just remember I told you.
Not the guy who gave up the bomb to Patrick Bailey?
Oh, no, stop.
I thought Ray Romano gave up the home run to Bailey.
He's an actor, Steiny.
There was another Romano? Okay. Jerry Rice, Tony Romo,
TR,
Brian Urlacher, and here's one I don't know. TJ O'Shea? TJ Oshie?
Hockey player.
Justin Reed.
Golfer.
No. These are
That's Patrick, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, look at you.
Justin Reed. No clue.
Probably a safety.
Is it R-E-I-D?
Correct.
He is a safety for the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah. That's good. Good.
Well,
okay. Jimmy Rollins, AJ Hawk. I don't know this guy.
Those are heavies.
We're almost done, by the way. For this segment, we got plenty more participants. Rob Mack. M-A-C. No clue.
That's got to be a rapper.
And then the next 4 I know, Aaron Rodgers, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Mike Vrabel, and DeMarcus Ware.
Uh-oh. D. Ware.
So, and there's plenty more.
Rob Mack, an actor and screenwriter.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
okay.
Hey, why you, man? How'd you get the invite?
Exactly.
No, I'm telling you, somebody.
He wrote the script.
That is
That's
great.
not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Hey, Verlander looked good last night.
Did he? It's like we're begging. He's not the reason they lost. He got no support. But do you trust him,
That kind of coming out of my glove a little earlier. Yeah. I mean, I think one of the things that I've just kind of really been harping on is, I feel like hitters have been seeing the ball a little early on me. So I think my arm's a little late and dragging. So just kind of had this thought a couple days ago, just to kind of force the issue a little bit, just get it out and get it kind of down where it used to be. Felt good in catch play and carried it into the game today. And I think immediately the results were great. So, quite optimistic.
There you go.
All right.
Let me tell you something. Mechanics are very important.
Yeah, right now, Steiny, he's the biggest concern in the rotation. Would you say that over Roop and Young Birdsong?
Well, I mean,
because Ray and Webb got it going.
If you really want to be honest, Verlander's pitched better than Birdsong the last few starts. Would Risotto agree with that? Verlander's pitched a little better than Birdsong recently.
I think so. They just haven't scored for him. Birdsong's been a little wild recently.
And yesterday was nothing for him. Couple errors, too, that led to some runs. But when you start doing that, Steiny, it's like, oh, boy. Oh, the interceptions hit Steiny's hands. They're not on Goo. You know that all day. That's how I feel like. But we'll see what Buster feels like this team needs moving forward.
All right, 888-957-9570. Anybody out there, can you remember just a spectacular debut from a professional, any kind of athlete? Any athlete. 888-957-9570. We're having fun today. If you don't like it, how about this phrase I used to hate? If you don't like it, lump it. Have you ever heard that?
I've never, and I don't want to hear it again.
1977.
Yeah, lump
hey,
it.
next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merchandise store, as well as Laughing Monk Brewery. Here's what you got to do. You got to listen at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 next week for your chance to win every single day. Every show, every day. It starts Monday. Mm-hmm.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wait, I thought there was a song you mentioned that Risotto was going to play, but he didn't. And I forget
It's coming.
What?
It's coming.
It wasn't station to station. What was the song he wanted?
It was the Warren Boom.
Oh,
Boom.
Warren Zevon.
Yes.
But this will do right here.
Hey, you want to just
Lean back. That's a lean back. What you got, Steiner?
We have, I like to say this, we're having fun today. And Cooper Flagg is making his debut in the Summer League. We know. But Guru started thinking about, well, who's had great debuts? And here's the way I usually...
Steven Strasburg, 14 Pirates he struck out for the Nationals.
No doubt. And you'll find some. But my overall thought on this is that most players, they don't have spectacular debuts. They have good ones. They're fine. Like, for example.
What about LeBron? 25, 6, and 9.
Okay, nice little game.
But that ended up being the staple of who he was as you know what I mean? Like, he did it all, and he's done it all.
I've had this name come in a few times. 888-957-9570. We're having some fun on anybody remember a great debut by a pro athlete? This is one that has come up a lot.
Give it to me.
And I'd forgotten. Michael Carter Williams.
Man, he was somebody before.
For the Philadelphia 76ers. I think he won Rookie of the Year, but then just didn't play very long.
So that was what, 2012, 13?
13. Michael Carter Williams' first game as a Sixer, he had 22 points, 12 assists, 9 steals, and 7 rebounds.
Who were they playing?
Wow.
9 steals.
They were playing the Miami Heat, and they won 114-110. That is a great debut.
Man.
You guys are right about that.
No, that was. Let me give you one more, Steiny.
All right.
RG3 opened up against the Saints September 9, 2012. Went on to make the playoffs and win Rookie of the Year, but how is this? 19 of 26. So they trusted him, the Shanahans, for 320 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and 42 yards on the ground.
That's
for
pretty
a
good
rookie.
debut.
I'm just saying.
Carter looked back at Wilt Chamberlain.
37 and 20. Well, he averaged that on the year.
No, he struggled in the opener. He had 43 and 28.
Look at you. But he averaged 38 and 26 on the year. Who was he? Yeah. That's that
Bill Russell.
No, J.J. Redick.
You ready to say who did he go up against? Went up against Bill Russell.
All right, that's one game.
Okay.
But the rest of the guys, what did J.J. Redick say? Plumbers?
What a tool.
That was the worst thing he ever said.
You want a couple?
Give it to me.
Anybody remember Steph Curry's debut? Do you remember anything about it?
I remember he didn't make a shot.
That's wrong. Who... Do you even remember the opponent? Who was Steph Curry's first game against?
This is not Summer League. This is the actual.
Oh, yeah, this is real.
I want to say his first game was against Phoenix Suns.
Houston Rockets. Steph Curry had 14 points, 7 assists, and 4 rebounds in his debut.
My bad.
And I think I saw he went 6 for 12.
Okay.
How about this? How about your hero? How'd your hero do in his first NBA game?
Michael Jordan.
Kobe Bryant.
Well,
what'd he do?
He was a kid.
Do you know what happened?
No, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he didn't play.
Oh, right.
He had a DNP.
Shout out Dale Harris. Yeah.
CD. Yeah, okay. I got your boy Jordans here.
This is sad. I should know the team.
No, I don't even know the team.
Okay.
I just looked at the numbers.
Give it to me. Mike!
16 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 5 turnovers. 5 for 16 from the floor. Michael Jordan. Now.
How'd that work out?
The next 2 guys, very interesting, but for different reasons. Magic Johnson.
They used to call him Tragic.
That was after he committed 35 turnovers in the 1984 NBA Finals.
That's how Houston
so they didn't call
Boston.
him that when he first came into the okay.
Yeah.
Magic and Bird, their two debuts, both of them had something notable happen. And you're going to remember one.
I'm going to say, this is crazy, I'm guessing now. Magic fouled out.
Nope. Magic Johnson's first game, and I'll tell you his stats in a minute, but Magic Johnson's first game was against the San Diego Clippers, and in that game,
I remember. I know what
Kareem
happened.
Abdul-Jabbar made a game-winning hook shot at the buzzer. Magic Johnson went absolutely crazy, jumped into Kareem's arms,
never forget
jumping up and down. And Kareem goes, easy, young fella. We got 81 more of these.
That was a road game, too.
Magic had 26, 4, and 4 in that game.
Magic.
Now, Larry Bird. Larry Bird's first game, well, you know what? This
you got
might
the
not be
opponent?
his first. Well, I got to make sure I'm right on it.
Because I got one more
because maybe
glamorous
I'm not thinking of his first game maybe I'm only thinking of his first game at Boston Garden, and then I'd be wrong. Yes, it is right. Okay, so Bird's rookie year, his first game, somebody brought a bird into the arena, a white dove.
Come on, man.
I swear to Cedric Maxwell tells this story. It was the first game before Bird ever played. Somebody just released this white dove, and the dove just was flying around Boston Garden just during Bird's debut. He had 14, 10, and 5. Tim Duncan, 15 and 10, 6 for 9 from the field.
Look at Timmy.
So, some good stuff.
Yeah, and I'm going to read you one.
Yeah.
Cam Newton.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. We have a couple
against the
Cams.
Cardinals. Steiny, 422 yards for 2 touchdowns and rush for 1. They lost, but man, that was a
How many yards did he throw through?
422.
Wow.
2 touchdowns and ran for 1, and I guess that was just a sign of what was to come. Unfortunately, played in the Super Bowl here, didn't fall on the fumble. But man, that's a hell of a debut. I wonder what's harder, a football, it's a quarter, or is that just a crazy question? At the plate?
Yeah, it's not one I would think of.
Football or basketball? That pressure on LeBron had to be something
They both
else.
have their challenges.
Yeah.
Unique to
All
their
of 'em.
sport.
Hey, guys, I found one here.
Give it to us.
Did you guys say Juan Marichal?
Did
No, we
not.
did not.
Okay, so July 19th, 1960, he pitched against the Phillies. He was carrying a perfect game into the 7th inning and then a no-hitter into the 8th. He eventually tossed a one-hit shutout, striking 12 while walking just 1. Juan Marichal.
In his major league debut.
Damn.
Yep. Wow. I'm surprised that didn't come over one of the text lines. Here's one you should remember. Maybe, Ken.
Uh-oh.
Matt Harvey? He was a Met, right?
That was one of the most electric debuts, and it's funny you mention that because another Mets pitcher made his debut. He had scored 4 RBIs in his major league debut, and Steven Matz. I don't know if you're aware of that name, but those two guys definitely remember
The
their
lefty.
debuts. Yeah.
I'm surprised you haven't said Allen Iverson.
Because I don't know what it was.
1996, November 1st against the Milwaukee Bucks.
I can't check everybody during the break.
Stepped on the floor. Steiny had 30 and dished out 9.
What would he shoot? What did he shoot from the field? This is going to be great.
Now, why would you ruin
how do
his
you not
moment?
have it?
Because it just says Allen Iverson took the NBA by storm as soon as he stepped on
I'll
the floor.
be the judge of that.
The recent Hall of Famer inductee scored 30 and dished out 9 against the Milwaukee Bucks.
Let's
and
go.
you want to go see what he shot. He's a rookie. Lay off. He got 30. First look at it. Dude, that's sinister, man.
See, this is why you shouldn't rush to conclusions.
Dude, he made the list.
He was 12 for 19.
Oh, you're talking to yourself.
No, talking to you. Like you assumed I was going to.
Oh, yeah. Well, you were looking for the bad.
You assumed I thought it was going to be one of his normal 9 for 26s.
I think I have the greatest pitcher debut before we get out of here. Nolan Richard, September 5th, 1971 for the Houston Astros.
Who?
Nolan Richards.
Who's he?
J.R. Richard. Help me out. Struck out 17 Giants.
That's a good one.
You know who J.R. Richard is, right?
James Rodney Richard.
All right. I got him and Nolan mixed up.
I don't know what Nolan was.
Yeah, I
thought
him.
J.R. was for James Rodney. So there's who? Just tell me who Nolan Richards is.
Nolan Ryan.
Oh, so how was his debut?
So I saw the uniform and was trying to say J.R. and Nolan came out.
How about probably one of the most influential and impactful
hold on, Risotto.
Okay.
Let's just let it chill. Okay. The dude had 17 strikeouts in his debut. Let's just let that marinate.
Well, you know who else did?
17 gigantes he struck out, man. I did not know. That's a hell of a debut.
Giants had a lot of guys who didn't make contact.
14, but 17 Risotto. Go ahead, baby. We got to let that breathe.
That is pretty incredible. Nobody strikes out 17, let alone in their debut. I was going to say the most impactful one, Jackie Robinson, April 15th, 1947.
That's a good.
I mean, from an impact standpoint.
What did he go?
I have no idea. He.
Here you go, Steiny Risotto.
Somebody saying,
here, take it. My black card. How did I not come up with Jack?
So,
damn.
According to the text line, the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, Bob Feller's major league debut was amazing. At 17 years old, he made his first major league start on August 23rd for the Indians. Pitched a complete game, struck out 15.
Damn.
Now, he had apparently relieved earlier in the season, but that was his first start. And here's where our staff is beautiful. You can double check that. All right, let's go we got calls now.
Yeah, all right, I got
Let's go to Marvin in San Francisco. Hey, Marvin, how you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I kind of stole my thunder with your guy doing the research, but the Juan Marichal opening night, I was 12 years old or 11 years old, and I went to bed, and I had my transistor radio with the thing stuck in my ear and my head on the pillow so my mom wouldn't know I was listening to the ball game and not sleeping.
Wow.
And as that game went on and on and on, it was kind of like this with Willie Mays hitting the home run in the 15th, too, later on in Juan's career. But Juan's my favorite Giant, by the way, of all time. I know we had a lot of great other players, but this night they talked about him before this game. And then they kept talking about his windup and how unusual he was, and he had 12 pitches and all this kind of stuff, and no one else they would talk like that about. So I listened to the game, and as it went through the game and we got into the seventh inning, and the guy shortstop, I think, made an error. And then the eighth inning, Clay Dalrymple.
Yes,
squeegee ball
Philly.
up the middle through everything, and all these guys trying to get it, and that was the base hit that stopped his one hitter on his opening night, and he struck out over 10. The other thing was, you were talking about Curry's opening night. We were season ticket holders from 75 till the year they left Oakland, and I went to Steph Curry's first game, and all I can say is it looked like somebody let a little kid onto the court. That's what it looked like. When he came out, I knew he was the scoring champion or whatever in the NCAA, but he looked like he was 10 years old.
Wow, he did.
Playing with all these nets.
Wow. Hey, Marvin.
That was the biggest thing I remember from that. Jim Ray Hart, too, who got up against Bob Gibson in his first game at Candlestick, hit a home run in his first at-bat, then comes up in 2 or 3 innings later, and Gibson drills him right in the back of the head, just below his neck.
Yeah.
And knocked him out of the game.
Let me ask you this, Marvin. What you remember of Marichal and his first game? Was he like highly touted? Was it anticipated? Do you remember, a buzz before the game?
Yeah, the buzz, that's what I was saying. The buzz before I heard this game, and it was on the radio. I didn't see it, although I saw one many times. But in this game, before that game, the reason I listened to it was everybody was talking about the windup. This guy has this crazy windup. And I'm not sure how much time he spent in the minor leagues where they did any reporting at all, because I think he started playing when he was very young, way before most players started to play, because he was really good. But anyway, they kept talking about his windup and how many pitches. So that's why I listened to the game. There was nothing like the hype you have today. Willie McCovey came up, and nobody knew who he was until he stepped to the plate and got his first triple. So it was like, you know, it was kind of like that in rock and roll too. You used to go to see Jimi Hendrix for $12, you know, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
That's the way it was then.
All right, Marvin, good stuff. Appreciate it. And according to Risotto, he's saying that Juan Marichal was the – go ahead.
Juan Marichal was the second, at the time of his debut, the second pitcher from the Dominican Republic ever.
Do you know who the first one was?
I'm working on that.
Thank you.
Do you? Oh.
I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. I mean,
look.
I could try to guess.
I'm rooting for you, but I don't think you get it. 10.
I'll tell you what.
No.
Don't. No. If he gives me a clue.
All right.
Like if he goes,
because Philmo might just hit me with one that's the greatest, and I didn't know, and I feel shamed. Mike Tyson.
He fought a tomato can.
Dude, stop. 1985, March 6th.
Who'd he fight?
He was 18 years old in a first-round TKO, a Hector Mercedes at the Empire State Plaza Convention Center. So that night, you probably would have been like, okay, nice. Nobody, but he ended up being Iron Mike. That's a good one.
Will is in Walnut Creek, and he says he's got an obvious one. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
So, 27 years ago? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. You guys talked about Nolan Ryan, but who made him look like a chump 27 years ago at his first at-bat?
Oh, Will Clark.
Yeah,
we said that one earlier, though. We said that one. Yeah, he hit a homer.
Yo, what? Come on. I've been listening all day. Stop it, Guru.
Hey, hold on. Hey, relax. Risotto, did we not say on this show that Will Clark homered against Nolan Ryan in his first at-bat?
That was brought up.
Yeah,
yes.
we brought it up.
What?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with Will. I'm going to be honest with Will in Walnut Creek.
Yeah.
I actually don't remember it being said, but we did talk about it maybe off the air and it came in.
No, we said it on air, too.
He's spinning. He's in the spin zone. He's spinning it right now. I get it, Steiny. I know what he's doing.
Hey, hold on.
I don't want to do this.
Steiny's old. Risotto is producing our show. I love you, man, but we brought it up on the show.
You were probably in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Well, it's fine.
Yeah. Go ahead, baby.
No, he's done.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate it, man.
I appreciate you guys having me on, guys.
No
Absolutely.
doubt.
Thank you.
I want to try to steal a thunder. And look at you not backing me up. Risotto, thank you, buddy.
I did not back you up. I said I don't remember it. It may have been.
That's not backing me up.
Well, because I didn't know.
But you heard me say it.
No, I didn't. Well, I probably heard you say it, but I didn't remember.
All right. Thank God for Risotto.
We're talking about great debuts.
How about Will Clark off Nolan Ryan? Wow. Well, there you go.
Way to think of that one.
Dude.
That was one of the good
Said
ones.
it like 8 times, but that's my guy.
How about Mike in Michigan? Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How you doing? Long time no talk.
Yeah, doing well, thank you.
Yeah, good. Steiny, congratulations on your daughter.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Getting her nuptials.
Yeah.
So, guys, I have something. It's a little out of the box, as I was telling the gentleman who screens the calls. I have an athlete who had 3 great debuts for 3 different professional teams.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so I'm going to go one, Mr. Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
Anquan, in his debut as a rookie with the Arizona Cardinals, had 10 catches, 217 yards, and 2 TDs. I remember watching that game randomly because it was like a 10 a.m. game against the Detroit Lions in which they lost. But he had 10 for 217, 2 tutties. Then he goes to Baltimore, and he has 7 for 110, which is not as good, but still very good, with no TDs. And then, of course, he comes to the Niners and has that all-time game against Green Bay in which he had 13 for 208 and 1 touchdown with Cap. Because if you remember right, Green Bay got beat by the Niners in that playoffs the year before, and they said, Cap's not going to run all over us. And then we get bolted in the offseason, and he goes off, and they ask Cap in the postgame, like, how did you feel about your performance? And he said, I forgot Green Bay thought I couldn't throw. And so that was my debut, or my guy, for 3 different debuts for 3 different teams, and he had great debuts for all of them. All right, guys, have a good one.
Mike, that's a great one.
That is.
I mean, that's let me tell you what that is.
Dude.
Let me tell you what that is. That's when you're asked to do something, and you do more than you're asked.
Yeah, 3 of them.
Is he in the Hall of Fame? He should be. Anquan Bolden was great. He was great. He was so tough. They don't make him like that anymore. Anquan Bolden. Like, he was a legitimate tough guy. And he didn't need to talk about it. He just was.
So not a Hall of Famer and was not even named to the NFL 2000s All-Decade team. But I believe he's been on the ballot a few times.
You have his numbers in front of you?
He's got a few. Yeah, he's got most receiving yards in the first career game. So that's what the last caller said. Most receptions in first 26 games of an NFL career. Fastest to record 400 career receptions. Fastest to record 500 receptions. Yep. And he's got a bunch of franchise records for the Cardinals.
How many
most receiving
1,000-yard seasons? I'm going to say 10.
Wow, that's hefty. I'm going to say 7.
He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Look at Goo.
Hey! Hold on.
Like, I'm really offended. Like, I would know we were going there. Hey, real quick, guys.
Yes, sir.
Tiger Woods finished 60th in the...
That's a good one to bring up.
In the, what Open, Steiny, do you remember it off the top?
No, I don't.
Was the Milwaukee Open.
Okay.
He finished his first pro tourney.
All right.
So 60th, that's like, way to get him?
He got better. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about great debuts. And I'll tell you who may have a great debut for the Sacramento Kings, Jonathan Kaminga. I'm just kidding. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, this is it. Now, of course, there are lyrics. But, this is Warren Zevon. Boom Boom Mancini. They will.
What does he say about him?
I want to say Boom Boom Mancini killed a guy in the ring. That was the story. And then I think he passed.
Hey, I got a good one for you, Steiny.
Okay.
Caitlin Clark. Tell me if this is a good one. It was a loss. She had 20. We like that. 3 and 2. But 10 turnovers in her debut. You can't have that.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Angel Reese 12-7 and 1. Both losses.
I'm trying to keep up with the Jonathan Kaminga stuff if there's anything going on.
Yeah, I can tell you nothing.
Yeah. Apparently the Kings right now are the most interested team in Jonathan Kaminga. And I got to believe they're more interested in Kaminga than the Warriors are. Otherwise, the Warriors would have signed him. So we'll keep an eye on that. But
so at this point, there's not a bad return, you believe?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay,
I wouldn't say that.
Man, I was like, Steiny, I appreciate that because to me there is. But some just want this over with and, addition by subtraction.
Listen, if it takes 3 more months, but the decision in 3 months is the best one they may, is the one that they think's right, I don't care how long this drags out. I'd rather it drag out and they feel good about something they've done rather than feel like their arm was twisted in some way or the other. Hey, we're talking about the American Century Classic, Goo, going on right now up in Lake Tahoe at the Edgewood Country Club. And we're going down the celebrity list. And it is very, very impressive. But every once in a while, a name will come up, and I have no idea who they are. So here, we'll listen to this. Listen to these names, and then stop me when you don't know who they are.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real.
Josh Allen, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Joe Buck, Chase Utley, Shane Victorino, Mark Mulder, John Smoltz, Annika Sorenstam, Vinny Del Negro.
Come on now.
So we've heard of all those guys.
NC State.
All right, the next one, I don't know who it is.
Uh-oh.
Kathy Engelbert. Kathy Engelbert. I don't know.
It looks like Risotto knows because I don't. I wanted to say a tennis player.
I don't know who she is.
Engelbert.
We'll figure that one out. In the meantime, we'll go to Gil in Marin.
She's the commissioner of the WNBA.
Yikes.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
all right.
Yeah, that's
won't
right.
Forget it. We know now.
That name should have rung a bell.
Sounded important. Engelbert.
Let's go to Gil. Gil's in Marin. He's got a great debut. We're talking about an NBA debut. Hey, Gil, what's going on, man?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, when Kareem as Lou Alcindor, right? He enrolled at UCLA.
Yep.
And at that time, freshmen couldn't play, so he played on the freshman team. And they had the preseason scrimmage, and the freshman team with Lou Alcindor beat the 2-time defending champion varsity team.
I had heard that
game at UCLA. Before.
Yeah, I'd heard that story.
That is the truth, and it was the first game ever at Pauley Pavilion.
Really,
man?
So it was like a blue-white scrimmage, kind of. That was the first game, like an inter-squad
scrimmage. Yeah, but it was like their annual thing. The freshman team would scrimmage against the varsity team, and they had won the 2 previous years, and they won 3 straight with Kareem. But that year, they beat them.
Good stuff. Thanks, Gil. Appreciate the call, man.
By the way, guys, we messed up.
Of course.
Uh-oh.
We messed up. Miles Teller was not Ray Mancini. He did not play Ray Mancini in a movie.
I didn't. That wasn't my fault.
He played a guy named Vinny Pazienza. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, a boxer.
Yeah. He played him who fought Roger Mayweather for the World Light Welterweight
Really?
title. It was in a vicious head-on car accident after a fight and told he would never walk again, but eventually he got back on his feet. So, yeah.
Wow.
Hey, can one of you guys check on something? I just saw something that said Gilbert Arenas shreds the Warriors. Shreds the Warriors' dirty move on Kaminga.
Well, he stirs it up every day.
He does. You know what? Honestly,
I don't like what he did with the Kobe thing. He got hell for that.
What did he do?
Talking bad on Kobe or trying to dismiss how great he was after he passed and didn't do it.
So let me ask you a question.
He was here.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. And I like
if somebody dies, how long do you give it before you may say, you know what? Kobe did shoot a lot.
No, but my
is it okay
it's
now?
Not that. It's
okay.
Don't we'll use me for example.
Sure.
Knock on wood. Hopefully I don't go anywhere. Goo, I love you while I'm here, and then I'm out. I pass, and then you just go on this tour about how you didn't like me. It's like, how gutless is that? Tell me that while I'm here, or shut your mouth, Gil.
I think it's a fine line.
And he was trying to make the point that Kobe wasn't, and then everybody, Marcellus Wiley jumped in on all the top 10 NBA list of all time while Kobe was alive, and he wasn't on any of them. And then after he passed, I'm just like, that bothers me, Steiny. But I'm like, Marcellus, you didn't have to go do the research. But, man.
I mean, that's one where I would say,
yeah.
Something to
it. God
it.
bless the dead. Don't talk about them. That's all.
So, right, but when is what's it called? The statute of limitations. When will it be okay to criticize?
Right.
Like, is it okay to criticize Wilt Chamberlain now?
Yeah.
Couple more names. You want to go through?
Let's do it.
Why
are we not there? All right, go ahead. I just had to get that up.
They're budget issues. Joe Theismann.
Theismann, yeah.
Here we go. Del Curry, Seth Curry, Steph Curry. I don't know why this guy. I like this guy, but I'm a little jealous that he gets to play in the tournament, even though he deserves. Jay Billis.
Oh, Steiny, he's in the business. Come
No,
on.
he's great.
I like
He's
him.
great.
Doing
but it's
NBA games.
It's like, damn, Jay Billis has it all going on.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got a couple that
Well, you
not
know how
really
the lettuce
sure
you
about.
have. Yeah.
What?
You don't have the hair.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Catherine. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Chris Harrison. Chris Harrison. No clue.
Chris Harrison was the host of The Bachelor and The Bachelorette.
Okay.
But how does that get you here? I ain't hating.
It would be like
hating Rosado. He knew it.
It would be like Alex Trebek or Wink Martindale.
Steiny, there's a phenomenon going on, and we're not. Are you watching this Love Island thing?
No.
It's taken off.
What's it about?
Love?
I think
relationships?
It's not about love.
But it's about.
It's not.
It's
about fornication, clearly.
I'm locked in.
Oh,
are you
Risotto.
really?
Yeah, I'm locked in.
So it is about love.
It's not about love.
It's about lust is what it is.
Well, I'm in. No. This is a mic on. But anyway, go ahead. Give us some more.
I don't know the next. Okay, Catherine Tappen. Catherine Tappen. Tappen. I don't know who that is.
She works on NBC Sports coverage of Notre Dame football, Football Night in America, NHL Network, and some golf coverage, too.
Okay.
In the business.
I think I know this guy, but I'm not sure. Marty Fish. I feel like I should know that. Marty Fish.
Sound like somebody in Back to the Future.
Mardy Fish.
Former tennis player.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. We're doing it all today, by the way. And I know you guys have noticed. We're having a great show. What's going on, Christian?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, Goo, I know you're going to like this one because Steiny probably liked playing in those little shorts. But the debut of the Fab Five with the baggy shorts and the black socks, I was a freshman at San Francisco State. That didn't just change my life. That changed basketball forever.
Man.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's culture right there. So that's my thing. And Gilbert's a troll. Don't listen to him.
Yeah,
he's out here talking about Kobe Bryant changed his life with his work ethic, and now he's no good. Man, Gil's
I got you.
Sponsorship.
All right.
You said you had something to do, or let me guess, you're going to change it now. I've done radio with you for 7 years. You said you had something to do with that. You were wearing the shorts that long or black.
I was.
I said you just so
I was.
Look at him as just saying.
When did the Fab Five emerge?
Steiny, stop.
When did the Fab Five emerge?
He just told you.
It was the 1991 University of Michigan men's basketball team recruiting class.
Exactly. And a couple things here. You go back to the archives in 1986. I can prove it. I can prove that I actually started the long shorts, baggy shorts phase. I did. Two things. One, there's a picture in the Franklin and Marshall yearbook that has me playing, and there's a caption that refers to the shorts as being baggy.
Okay.
I had a story written about me between junior and senior year. Now, I don't want to get into it, but I got into really good shape my senior year. Junior year, a little shaky. And a guy wrote a story on me, and he said that that I always wear my shorts long. And then there was a line about, and his belly got close to those, or something like that. So he was saying basically my waistline was.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But I don't want to disappoint
I also
you.
brought.
I believe all that, but Steiny, the hood, the streets never knew who you were for the trend to start.
Yeah, we played Millersville. They had a lot of black guys on the team, so they got to see it. I also started.
Stop it, man.
I'm not going to stop it. Here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that was mine. The oversized white T-shirt that you see a lot of kids wearing.
Yeah, I always
years
hated
back.
that. Yeah.
No, that was me.
That was the Hot Boys, Lil Wayne, him.
What year?
I'd say about 2000.
Exactly. I was doing it in the mid '80s.
Risotto, what do I do
it?
with your uncle, man? Stop it, don't you get it?
You think I'm kidding?
No, I believe you wore them. But to start a trend, you got to be a name. You got to be somebody.
Yeah, you're answering your own questions.
You were in Reading, PA.
You're listening where basketball is beautiful. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city.
I got one for you.
All right.
Your first show here on the station. With who and how did it go?
No clue. I have no clue.
Now that hurts.
Why?
You don't remember your first time here?
Do you remember anything about your first show?
Yeah.
Other than that, it was at 1 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 11 at night. Steiny, you don't remember it with who? Like Dibs could write
I did some
a novel
fill-in.
on
That's
it.
why, I can't remember.
But the first time you did it with somebody, you hosted with.
I can't remember. I mean, I know it was probably Townie.
Oh, man, my man Townie.
The great Townie.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Some more names. Because now we're getting into some Jay Billis, Chris Harrison, Catherine Tappan, Marty Fish, Jake Owen. Jake Owen.
Isn't that a shark?
I would say
San Jose Shark.
I would say a wrestler.
Singer, country music singer.
Oh, Lord, goo.
All right. Joe Pavelski, we know him.
Yeah. Now there goes a shark.
Jay DeMarcus. Jay DeMarcus. Jay DeMarcus.
Yeah.
And I do not know him.
I'm not your guy either.
He played bass and piano for the Rascal Flatts.
I think you mean bass.
Bass.
But he might have played the
Bob
fish.
used to catch bass, though.
All right, so he's a musician. All right. Jim McMahon, he's still alive.
Dude, he's still hanging.
Oh, my God. He's got to be limping around the course by now.
So I could leave Friday's show and go up there.
Yes, all weekend it's going on.
But how would I get in? Like, whose name could I drop?
Well, you have to pay for the ticket. But
I'm out.
But here's the thing. It's like the older version of the Las Vegas Summer League. In other words, it's exactly. It's gluttonous too. Because like all these middle-aged hangers-on, they go up to Tahoe this weekend,
man.
and all they do is like lurk around the Caesars.
You never get too old for that.
Lurk around the Caesars Casino, and hey, look, there's Barkley over there gambling. Oh my God! Like, get away,
Steiny. There's jealousy in that. But dude,
just
let
get
people
alive.
live. Hey, what's that ticket go for? If I went up there Saturday,
I'm sure we could find an answer. I don't think it's
Less than 200?
crazy. I gotta believe it's under 200 for one day all access. But you know what? This is the great thing about radio. We will get an answer. We will absolutely get an answer. Okay, couple more. Jim McMahon.
Those are humongous.
Here's one I have no idea. Jason Scheff. Scheff.
Curry's cousin.
Jason Scheff.
I hadn't heard of him.
I don't know who he is.
He's a bassinet and singer-songwriter.
All right.
So they're getting into
he used to be the front man of Chicago.
Now we got action.
Dude, let me bring it up.
Have you ever heard of Chicago?
I've heard of Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've cried after I've got broken up with and played a song from Chicago on loop, man. So much so I can't recall the title. They got some.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Oh boy. The leaderboard. Is there one out for that tournament now? Like, is Romo or Kirk? Like, I want to know.
Thank you for bringing this
the
up.
leaderboard. I'm into that.
Thank you for bringing this up. He did it. He did it. Mr. Perfect can never be criticized. And I've become friends with him, and I tease him about how he's got to be so perfect. But I'm talking about Steph Curry. And I saw a video that he did of himself. And he said, I'm going to defend my title. No, you're not. You didn't play last year.
Oh, boy.
Because you were in the Olympics. You won it 2 years ago, Steph. Actually, he did say, kind of defending my title. I wasn't here.
All right.
But you're not the defending champ, Steph. Sorry. You got to climb that mountain again, my friend.
You are so right, but the fact that he said kind of, he would laugh at that.
I tell you what, man.
Who won it last year, you know?
I have no idea. I always guess Mark Rippon.
What about Romo?
He's good. He's a great golfer.
But I think he fell off from being remember they were like, he's on to something.
Yeah.
Steph
the Kelsey brothers. Andrew Whitworth. I just figured out who he was earlier this year. He's
offensive lineman.
Football commentator, too.
On Prime.
All right. Here's one I haven't heard of. Dylan Dreyer.
Yeah.
Goo?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
I'm going to say musician.
Dylan Dreyer. Dreyer.
She is a yeah. This surprised me too. Meteorologist for NBC News.
Wait a minute,
dude. See now
I'm a DJ for Odyssey.
She's a meteorologist. She also appears on the Weather Channel and the nightly news on NBC.
I could make a joke, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you be careful.
Okay. Alfonso Ribeiro.
Come on.
I have no idea. Do you know?
From Fresh Prince?
Yep, he's a actor, dancer, comedian.
He's got the dance.
Fresh Prince.
Who is he?
Carlton.
Oh, the
nerd.
butler?
Yeah, no. He was
Urkel?
No, he's like that. Come on, Steiny.
What was his name on the show?
Carlton. And he did the dance like this. Look, and they got the meme, and he was corny.
He's the cousin, apparently.
Yeah.
So Wikipedia describes him as the politically conservative cousin,
Carlton.
main foil, and close friend to Will Smith.
You losing points with the man.
That one hurts.
Now, have you seen him?
I know who you mean, but I don't
you.
think I could pick him out. I probably could pick him out of a police lineup. Timothy Simons. I don't know.
I know
who
Anthony Simons.
No, it's Anthony.
Anthony.
All right. What about Anthony Simon?
I thought it was Timothy.
Timothy, yes.
Timothy Simons is an actor and comedian, and he was on the HBO show Veep.
Oh, really? Wait a minute. I got to look at him because that's one of the greatest shows of all time.
Jonah. He was Jonah.
Oh, my God. Jonah plays golf?
Also hosts Dancing with the Stars. That's Otis Bird III. That nuggy nug.
I'll tell you what. You ever see Veep?
No.
Oh, it's a great show. Julia Louis-Dreyfus for the Seinfeld. You know, Elaine on Seinfeld.
It's a like the Jeffersons.
Yeah, kind of. It's like on Netflix or something. And they've had 7 or 8 seasons. She plays She plays the first woman president, but it's a satire, and it's so funny.
I got to check it out.
And I don't know if you like this or not, but in this particular show, Veep, she is so profane that it is incredible.
Donnie, I'm defending you.
Oh.
Somebody called you Will Clark. You said pick him out the police.
What do you mean?
When you said pick him out, I couldn't pick him out the police.
Well, I couldn't have. But
the fact that you said the police, why the brother got to be in the police?
Oh, I use that for white people too. That's an all-purpose.
But that went through my mind when I heard you say it.
Well,
oh boy!
See, that's where I got to rely on. I got to rely on the video.
Ever, that was great. Yeah,
I mean,
that's right. Risotto, I heard it. I was like, damn.
By the way, Steiny, I have access now to the Franklin and Marshall College yearbooks from the 80s, and I'm loving just looking at these team pictures that you're in.
I'm
trying to find the shorts article.
Wow. It's not an article. It should be just a caption.
Wow. I'm running in there. Well, I seen your man cave.
Nate Bargatze. He's a comedian.
I'm going to say chef.
No, he's a comedian. I'm pretty sure. He's kind of funny, I think.
Well, how are you going to go from I don't know who he is?
I think I'm right on Nate Bargatze.
Yep, comedian.
Thank you.
Why did that bother me?
Charles Barkley.
The man.
Comedian.
Terrible. Yeah, look at you.
Larry the Cable Guy. Okay.
Yeah. Get her done.
Brett Baer. You know who he is? I do.
No. Who is he?
Works for Fox News.
Why is he?
He's
there.
A Fox News guy. But he's considered like the most even-handed of those people.
Oh, that was great, man.
2 more. Taylor Twellman. Taylor Twellman. Twellman. No clue.
Soccer.
Okay. And then the last one, I'm going to bet you guys don't know, but I do. Jack Wagner. Jack Wagner.
Actor.
Correct.
I want to say played on The Young and the Restless.
One of them. I think it was General Hospital. But he was a soap opera star. And by the way, he is a great golfer. Like, I'll bet you his handicap's right around 0.
That's not Victor Newman from Young and the Restless, is it? The Jack Wagner.
I'm pretty sure it was from the General Hospital.
Also in The Bold and the Beautiful. And has a handicap, Steiny was right, of 0.
Yeah.
Man.
The guy's really good. And he's really good looking, too. So he's one of those guys that you just,
I can relate.
You're a little bit. Thank you, Goo. Saying I'm good looking? I appreciate that.
Oh,
all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. I have no idea where we're going next segment.
They're saying Larry the Cable Guy's real name is Dan.
All right.
If that's true, that bothers me.
All right.
His accent's fake, too, by the way.
You hate to see it.
What are we doing?
Well, why do local radio people change their names?
Dude, I hadn't gotten over it.
Okay.
What would your new radio name be on the other side?
I'm going to think about it.
All right,
I'm going to think about it. Next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4-day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and Laughing Monk Brewery. Listen at 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30, Monday through Friday, for your chance to win every single day next week, every show, every day, and it starts Monday.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. We're getting there, Goo.
It's going down, baby.
Hey,
I had a question for you. You can share with the people. Go ahead. I'm just interrupting.
No, go ahead.
The WNBA.
All right.
I got the package. I'm a
We know-
P1.
Oh.
And I thought to myself, Risotto, driving home yesterday, I know all the nicknames of all the WNBA teams, and I know you love trivia.
I love it.
And I said, I wonder if Matt Steinmetz knows every nickname for the WNBA. And
I think I do.
Okay.
But
let's try it.
Okay.
The Atlanta
Dream.
Oh, boy. Chicago
Sky.
You don't have it up, do you?
No, it's good.
Okay.
This is it's no fun if I'm just reading down the list.
Well, depending on, yeah. Connecticut.
Sun.
Indiana.
Fever.
New York.
Liberty.
Washington.
Mystics.
Damn it.
I think I'm going to know them all.
Seattle.
Storm.
Phoenix.
Mercury.
Minnesota.
Lynx.
Los Angeles. Oh, my God.
Sparks.
Las Vegas.
Aces.
Golden State.
Valkyries.
And you got this one, Dallas. Oh, my God. I gave up Risotto.
Is it the Wings?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Evan and Grandy, when they come in filling in for Willard Dibs, they're going to know, right?
They will know.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
They will know.
If you gamble, you know.
Yeah, they'll know.
I got to say something. I'm watching we got the Vicen Network on one of the TVs in here, right, Steiny?
Okay.
We know our guy Derek Stevens, who hosted us when we went out for the Super Bowl.
Right.
And Summer League. And I see something on the TV that reads, and it kind of hit me, if you're betting on NBA Summer League, you need help. I didn't like that at all.
No, you don't.
I'm like, what are they talking? Wow.
I'm going to just be honest with you. And I was down in Vegas. Actually, I wasn't in Vegas. I was up in Reno.
Okay.
When the Summer League started, I don't know, years back. And I just started betting on the Summer League games, and I got hot.
Did you clean up?
I did.
That's all it's about.
I did. Because, the other thing that happens with Summer League is...
I love it.
Like, for example, Cooper Flagg will play tonight. And then their next game will be, Friday or Saturday. And, he won't play Saturday. They'll give him 3 or 4 days just to get him used to it. And then,
what if I walked you through the Guru computer of my intel? The dudes and the nobodies he's going to play are going to play the hardest they've
that's
ever
true.
played.
No, I think you're right about that.
Cooper going to be on cruise control. Shout out Tom. But I'm just thinking those other guys are going to try to make it difficult. It's all outdoors. But I'll be watching. You're not going to turn it on, huh? And Bronny, they're playing Bronny.
I didn't say that. I might turn it on. What was I coming out with?
Not bad. Risotto brought up your high school.
College.
Oh, college.
If you pull up my high school, they would be far more laudatory. What do you, Risotto, what'd you find?
Looked like he didn't like something.
I found that it said that senior Matt Steinmetz led the team in leadership and reliability. So I guess.
What about points?
Some things never change.
I was a leading scorer my senior year. 12.6.
Look how boy.
I told you numbers stick with me.
Yeah, I bet.
Why don't you look at the all-time assist leaders?
Dude, we should send this show to Nahegan. What do you think?
No.
He'd be proud.
So, Risotto brought this up. And I will get Michael Jordan. He's got an estate in Chicago or outside of Chicago.
Okay.
7 bedrooms, 17 and a half bath.
Explain that to me.
Basketball court.
Tennis court.
Movie room. Tennis court. Pool. What else?
Cigar lounge.
And tell people.
This is crazy.
First of all, what I didn't tell you, Risotto and Guru, is I know why he's doing this. He can't sell it. Like this house apparently has been on the market for a while.
But this is smart. This is what other regular people do too.
We'll see.
Don't hate, Steiny. Go ahead, Risotto. What you got?
Well, it sold last December and it was on the market for 12 years, so it did take a while. And now it's an Airbnb.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So it's an Airbnb in Illinois, and it's a little bit over 7 acres. Steiny mentioned 7 bedrooms, 17 and a half baths, movie theater, gym, cigar lounge, pool tables, aquarium, swimming pool, fishing pond, putting green, basketball court. And here's the catch. You have to sign an NDA or non-disclosure agreement, liability waiver, and pay a $25,000 security deposit, and you cannot host parties on the property.
Is there a line of people ready to pay that much bread on a security deposit? Now, you can go buy a belt, Steiny, for thousands of dollars.
What's it cost? You got to drop $25 for the security deposit.
So the minimum stay is 7 nights. So reservation, the minimum is 7 nights, and that's going to cost you about $120,000.
So you can have Love Island at Mike's. Sound about right?
Yeah, that's a no thank you to me. And I think it's...
To say I stayed at Jordan's?
No, let me tell you what's going to happen.
I bet there's a line around the corner, man.
I'll bet you there's not.
Why?
I'll tell you why. Is because anybody who can afford $120,000 to stay at that place for a week is rich enough to not want to stay at that house for a week.
But there's some that love Mike that much.
But they don't have the $120,000.
No, but some do.
No.
Don't put now you're profiling. If you like Mike, you ain't got the bread. I'm talking about, dude, entities. Steiny, they're probably, I bet they are going to be sold out to it if we follow up with this.
Well, that would be unbelievably pathetic.
Well, that's what we're in America.
And you know what?
We're in America.
I appreciate you saying that, because a theme of today's show has been all these hanger-ons.
Nope.
And parasites and obsequious people who worship normal people like Michael Jordan, and it's kind of sickening.
We just got asked to go up to the 11th floor to talk to Goofy. I mean, come on, man. That's where we're at. Like, he really was going to talk back.
So apparently Goofy, the Disney, this was so weird.
And Lucas actually got mad.
Lucas comes in and goes, you guys want to go up to the 11th floor during the next break? And I was like, why? And he said, Goofy's up there. I'm like, dude, Nahigin's not here today. And then I said, what do you mean Goofy? Like he's like the Disney character. It's like the 70th anniversary, and they're upstairs.
And he's excited.
And you guys should go up and take a picture. And I'm like, well, bring him down here. And
Goofy
Lucas
don't
goes,
travel.
Lucas goes, he cannot come into studio. It's barred by Disney. He's like, I need you to guys go up. I'm not going up to see Goofy.
Like, come on. Look like I'm 8 years old.
Look.
Come on, man.
Here's the other thing. Is he out of the building, Goofy?
I still think
he's the worst Disney character out there.
No, he's
he
not.
Stinks. He's dumb.
The dwarfs. Come on. Hit a gym.
The dwarfs are good because people identify with them. Steiny,
you know
did you know that? Do you know what animal Goofy is, Steiny?
A dog.
It's a duck.
A duck?
What is it?
A dog.
Goofy's a dog.
No chance. Is it really?
Donald is a duck.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
Daffy is a duck, too.
Hello.
Goofy, though, I thought he was a mouse. I thought he was like a cousin of Mickey, but he's a dog.
He's like a Wiener Schnitzel dog.
Apparently so.
Steiny, don't get mad. Austin in San Jose with the line of the day, talking about what they wrote about you in your article.
Yeah.
Reminds me of when Don Nelson talked about a Donald Foyle. Said he's a nice guy when they asked him what type of player. He's a nice guy. No, we want to know player. Wow.
That's fine.
Dude, I text Devon. Somehow Dan Devon's name came up today.
Huh?
I texted him this morning. I said, because he's our guy, Steiny. I said, hey, if you're ever around, Steiny, I'd like to catch up with you and grab a pop. He just hit back. He said anytime.
Okay, today at 2:30.
Well,
Well, what?
That's short. No, he might think we have a problem with you. That's like scary.
We don't
Risotto, you have somebody to go out. You're like, okay, all right, what about now?
Like
no.
a drinking problem?
No.
Like, we don't have a drinking problem. We can get drinks anytime we want. No problem. What the hell are you talking about?
You're pretty funny.
Yes, I have seen this 510. I think Klay Thompson's got a new girlfriend.
Oh, yeah, I saw it. And, man, Megan Thee Stallion.
I like her a lot. I do.
So do a lot of other people, Steiny. But, boy, Klay, he's doing his thing. Hey, how hard is it, though, if you're a pro athlete, good looking, all that money to.
Not hard.
You know what I mean?
It's not hard.
I don't want to take away from
Trust
the
me,
feat.
you don't even have to play in the NBA.
Yeah, she's very talented, though.
No, she is.
Yeah.
She's absolutely terrific.
I'll never forget.
Kaminga's still a warrior. I mean, seriously, can we lose this guy? He's like an anchor at this point.
No, it's not his fault. It's Player Association. They got to fix. This can never happen
here we
again.
go. Okay, yeah, never.
You said
It's happening
September 1st. We got to do July.
Okay,
like
so
4th of July.
Okay, what do we do with DeAnthony Melton, Malcolm Brogdon, Alec Burks, Markelle Fultz, Taj Gibson,
My
Jeff?
point. All that would be done.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah. All that would be rectified, Steiny.
You do realize they can still make moves to create more money.
Yeah.
So things could shake out.
So what was Shams talking about? This is going to be the biggest offseason ever. Need to get him on.
Well, Windhorst said most of this stuff was going to happen around the draft this year as opposed to free agency.
Had me to where I couldn't even sleep thinking things were going to go down and nothing.
I know what I wanted to bring up. Two things that one was incredible. So, did you see the Shaq video?
No.
Okay. I love when he goes no because
and
if
that's
you
my
had,
guy. I'm
if
mad.
you had,
right.
you'd start. You take my story. So Shaq is in Staten Island, New York, filming some commercial or movie.
Shocker.
And he has to go to the bathroom.
Oh, not.
So he walks into a wedding shop store that sells wedding dresses. He walks in, starts talking to the people, and asks to use the bathroom, and they're like, sure. And you see him go into this bathroom, and he's got a duck. He comes out. He's talking to the women more. He ends up buying some women their wedding dresses.
Oh, he's the man, dude.
You know how expensive some of those are?
Well,
he is.
Seriously, he gives it away, Steiny.
He does.
He gives it away.
And
some would say, why was there a camera? But I'm not into that.
There's a camera because when he came in, everybody in the store started to video him.
Dude gives back. How many?
I don't know. But
you were moved. That's
like,
what I would do if I had it.
Shaq, from what I understand, is somebody that does something like that every day. We just don't see most of it.
They were at the finals, and I mean what I'm about to say. You can Google it, Steiny. They were at the finals doing the pregame, guys. He took the Rolex off his wrist and it might even been here in Oracle, and gave a random fan the Rolex watch.
Are you serious?
And I said to myself, this is how I remember it. Damn, I wish I was there. But
let me ask you a question.
I'm serious, man. Dude is legit.
If Shaquille O'Neal took off his Rolex watch and said, Goo, here, or he wouldn't say Goo because he doesn't know you.
Yeah.
He just thinks, I don't know, and he gives you his Rolex. Would you take it?
Oh, my God. Then I take a picture, put it on the gram and Facebook and say where it came from. And
I wouldn't.
Put some Windex on the little, oh, my goodness.
I would not take a Rolex.
But that's why?
I would tell Shaquille O'Neal, dude, I really appreciate it, but I don't need a Rolex. There are many more people out there that need a Rolex more than me.
Well,
I just would. I mean,
you or something else. But if
probably wouldn't even fit your arm.
Yeah, well,
that's
that
true.
Too. But if Tiger Woods, if you ran into him and he said, hey, Steiny, here are my clubs, you would take them bad boys in a millisecond.
But why would he do that?
Well, it's the same reason Shaq gave the dude his watch, the kindness of his heart.
Well, Golf clubs are a little different.
They're not. You would take
Isn't a
them.
Rolex like $50,000?
Because some could be 100, 200.
Exactly.
Dude, I said, but that tells you the genesis of it.
I'm not lying through my teeth.
No, I didn't want to read it.
Absolutely not. Yeah. I swear to God.
No, a lot of people are happy for Clay, Steiny.
I am too. You think I'm kidding?
You would take the golf clubs.
The golf clubs, yes. But I don't know why he'd give them to me, but I'd be like, yeah, I'll take this.
Same reason Shaq gave the guy the watch.
Well, I feel like Shaq...
And it was a brother, too, and he took it. Here's
what I think. I think Shaq does that out of the kindness of his heart and charity. I don't...
So you're saying...
I'm not a charity case. I don't need a Rolex. I would say, hey, Shaq, there's other people out there that need this more than me.
Right.
I swear to God I would.
And I don't think the guy that got the Rolex is a charity case. Shaq just said, here, take it. That's what he does.
Look at the camera and say it again. If Shaquille O'Neal offered me his Rolex, I wouldn't take it. I would tell Shaq there's other people that need it more.
See, that's where you're lying a little bit and you don't know you are. You don't have a need because it's too, you don't like to floss like that. So if Shaq offered you his golf clubs, you would take them.
That's different. Golf clubs are like $2,000. His Rolex is $100,000. Like, if he gave that Rolex to the right person, it could change their life. A Rolex is not going to change my life. So,
I'd wear it. I wouldn't even sell it.
And I don't think you're a bad person.
Right. That's why I'm like...
I wouldn't.
Well, Risotto, if you saw Madison Bumgarner somewhere and he said, hey,
that's
here, kid.
That's not Shaq.
Well,
but go ahead.
To him, it is.
Go ahead.
That's your guy. Would you take something from somebody famous like that if they offered?
Well, if he gave it to me, I mean, I would. I mean, would I wear it? No. Would I keep it? I mean, maybe I'll just flip it somewhere and. I mean, that sounds bad, doesn't it? I would sell it somewhere.
I'm not mad at you. And Ken, let us know if you saw Keith Hernandez and he offered you his Rolex, would you take it?
Well, first of all, Keith Hernandez would never offer me a Rolex or anybody else for that matter. But I would not take it, no.
Wow. You guys understand you didn't ask for it.
What if it was a car? How about that?
Well, hand it over.
Listen.
If Steiny, keep it real.
I will. If I knew Shaq and he said, here's a gift, yes. But
if we're at the old ship and run into him and he says, I like you.
If I happen to be at the same store as him.
Yeah, the old ship.
And he's doing his thing where he's not the old ship like Macy's. Do they even exist anymore? J.C. Penney. And here comes Shaq.
They don't exist either.
And he's paying for everything. And, he's paying with cash, and he's walking around with $5,000. He's peeling off hundreds and hundreds. And he gets to me, and he's out of money. He's like, here, take my Rolex. I would say no. No, thank you. Give it to him. Give it to her. Give it to them. I can't believe people think I'm lying.
Well, you admitted you take the golf clubs.
Golf clubs are different.
To you.
But
the reason they're giving it to you is a gesture because they got it like that. Like your rich friend. But obviously you know him.
Exactly. I would not let a stranger pay for my golf trip.
But Shaq's not really a stranger. We know him.
I've never met him. Steiny, give your Curry jersey back. That was a gift. It was. And then I returned the favor.
Oh, right. The diplomat. Oh, boy.
I have a question for the both of you about this Shaq thing. So what if Shaq had two Rolexes and he's offering one to Steiny and one to you, Guru? Steiny, would you still accept it then? Then Guru's in a tough spot. Then he would have to make a decision on the fly. What would happen then?
You have to ask Guru. I would
taking
still
it.
not
Thank
take
you,
it.
Shaq. You were awesome against the Kings. And come on, Steiny.
The problem is this. Shaq would, if it were to ever happen, Shaq would, hey, you want this watch? The problem is Guru would actually ask for it.
No, see, hey,
Shaq.
No, please stop. That's where you lose this. But Shaq, it was Oracle. Might have been Cleveland. Steiny, he took his watch off. The guy didn't ask and just gave it to him. Well, that's what you call giving the shirt off someone's back.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm not saying if you take it, you're a bad person. I'm just saying I wouldn't take it.
Mm.
The other thing is, and this guy's right, it's hard to get past why would Shaquille O'Neal give you a Rolex?
I'm just telling you what I saw. And he's like that. We've talked about it. He does stuff for the people, man.
No, he's great. And then the last thing, I'm starting to think our guy is getting a little bit mean-spirited. Steph Curry.
How so?
Now, we saw his son leave a grown man hanging.
Classic.
And Curry laughed.
I loved it.
Which I didn't like. Did you see what he did yesterday?
Cannon or Steph?
Steph.
No.
He you see the LeBron James video of him hitting a golf ball?
No, I didn't.
LeBron James posted a picture of himself hitting a golf ball.
Give me a letter grade real quick.
Put it this way. It wasn't great.
Okay.
Steph Curry yesterday comes up he's either at the driving range or, whatever. And he goes, check this out. This is my LeBron impression.
Oh, boy.
And he swung the club like LeBron did.
It's all in fun,
Of course
Steiny.
it is, of course.
But I got to imagine, I don't need a letter grade.
It was pretty funny.
And that's a big dude trying to swing that thing. I'm going to look at it now.
I mean,
it sounded like it wasn't too pretty, Steiny.
He's got that U in him, LeBron.
The forearm
it's hard to explain, but when you see Steph Curry swing a golf club, you're like, he swings like a professional golfer.
As opposed,
he's not quite as good as them, but his swing is a pro swing.
I'm fighting myself.
Exactly. And so's LeBron. LeBron can't get the club.
Dude.
He just can't. So he gives that
strength.
He gives that, the alligator arm thing.
But you don't feel like you're alligating it.
Well, he's 6'8" and 250 pounds, so he can still hit an alligator ball, 290 yards probably. But
I wonder what he thought of Curry doing that.
He better have laughed. He absolutely better have laughed.
Or get him to come to the Golden State.
It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
All right, crossover coming up next. In the meantime, if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip the mental switch, time to unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with New Vodka, N-U-E. New Vodka, American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled. It's smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar at your favorite spot. You're getting real quality with New. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka, and it doesn't make your wallet hurt. No velvet rope needed. So hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes and make sure to try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus, absolute game changers. Remember the name, New Vodka. That's N-U-E. Not just my pick, it can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to relax, make the right call, grab New Vodka. It's in stores now, or go to newvodka.com to find it near you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time, so we welcome in Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy
The young
today.
guns. Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Not much. We've been all over the place today, including...
Sounds about right.
People don't believe me that... did you see the video of Shaquille O'Neal at the wedding store?
Okay.
No, I did not.
That was not the video I was expecting to start with, but no.
So he's filming...
You going Clay and Megan.
Megan Good?
No, Megan Thee Stallion, they're dating.
Oh.
Clay
Thompson?
Yeah, Clay Thompson.
He's a shooter.
That's a 9.
But we're talking about Shaq's video.
She's from Houston.
I'm sorry.
So,
Texas connection.
He's doing some movie or commercial in New York, Staten Island. He had to go to the bathroom. He walks into a wedding dress store and asks to use the bathroom, and they're like, sure. And he ducks into the bathroom. He comes out, and he ends up buying some women their wedding dresses.
That's what he
cool.
does.
Totally cool.
Tell him to come by the ship.
Well,
I just brought that up.
Guru tells this story.
There's one right next door.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying.
Guru said that he thinks he saw Shaq at a Warrior game as either a fan or work, whatever.
Yeah.
And that Shaq took a Rolex off his wrist and gave it to somebody.
To just a random fan who didn't ask for the Rolex. This was on TNT.
Was it? Can I be honest? Was it a boy or man?
A man.
Okay.
Yeah. And Shaq just told him, come here. And TNT's filming it. I go, Shaq is just, the guy didn't ask, gave him his watch.
I actually believe that. Shaq's a pretty giving individual. And I know he's like he's a philanthropist and donates a lot of money, but I feel like he would do that just to say that he did that. Like, oh yeah, I don't need this Rolex.
And I told Steiny I would take it. He goes, I wouldn't take it.
I would not take it.
If Shaq gives you something, you got to take it.
Why wouldn't you take it?
Thank you, youngsters, man.
I wouldn't take it because I'm going to assume that it would be one of his gestures that he does all the time.
Well, you know what assuming is.
Thank you.
Well, okay.
Make an ass out of you and me.
Under this hypothetical, I'm going to go on the assumption I don't know him. Okay?
You don't know Shaq.
Right. Like I don't know him personally.
Well, who does?
Okay, well, that's my point. So, if for whatever reason I'm like, hey, here, take this Rolex, I'd be like, I would say, hey, Shaq, give it to somebody else.
Now, I'm going to be honest.
I don't need, I appreciate it, but give it to somebody who needs it more than me.
Well, I don't know if anybody needs a Rolex.
There you go. A $100,000 Rolex could change somebody's fortunes.
Sure. Let me ask you all this. Has anybody here worn a Rolex?
No.
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
If Shaq gave you a Rolex, my biggest concern is that it wouldn't fit my wrist. Is that...
I think you can get those.
Yeah, we got to take a link or two out.
Oh, okay.
But this is how I caught Steiny. So I said, if you saw Tiger Woods, you ran into Tiger and he gave you some golf clubs, would you keep them? He goes, yes. I said, now this is all predicated on you're not flashy. You don't want the Rolex, but you would keep the clubs. Make it make sense.
Well, no, it's a price difference.
It's Randy.
But you don't know Tiger Woods.
No, but a set of golf clubs I know is about $3,000-$4,000.
What if it's a real nice set of clubs?
I'm assuming the Rolex is...
He gives you his driver. It's like 10 G's.
That's so different.
Why?
It's not 10 G's.
He would take it, though.
It's not 10 G's.
Okay, what if it's, I don't know, $25K Rolex?
Well, first of all, if he gave me a Rolex, I wouldn't know what kind it is. I would just assume it's $50,000 to $100,000. That's too much money.
He might be giving you a fake one if you don't know what it is.
Well, then I'm all the better for not taking it.
It sounds like you're having the issue's the item as opposed to...
No.
That
okay.
Evan, you know our guy.
Okay. Apparently pays for tuitions and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So I bump into Shaq.
You don't take tuition?
I bump into Shaq with my youngest daughter. She goes to Tulane.
Whoop.
And he goes, let me pay the... What, do you got 3 more years at Tulane? I got you. I'd be like, what do you mean? I got you. Okay, well, I know how much that's going to... I'm sorry. I know you're going to say I'm lying, but I'd be like, Shaq, give a scholarship to an underprivileged kid.
Is it emasculating for you or something?
No, it's just...
Yeah, he thinks that you don't have it.
No, he went, man, dude.
I am not being an ass, and I am not filthy rich. There are more, like, give it to somebody who needs it more.
Wow, man.
Well, he probably does that too, but,
Now, okay,
you bump into each other, say you're a nice guy, and here's a check for 75 G's.
If he would, okay, this is how it would have to go, and it's the way it would go from my side. Let me pay for that. Let me get that.
One.
I'll pay for the rest of the tuition. I'm like, Shaq, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he'd be like, so? And I'd be like, Shaq, just why don't you take that money and give it to a kid who needs it and deserves it and doesn't have the means that I have?
Oh, now you're just going to piss him off.
If he says to me, dude, don't worry, like, I give it to everybody. You're just the latest. I give it to rich people, I give it to poor people, I give it to people in the middle. Just take it. Then I probably would.
Now, what if he says something like this? So your favorite quarterback in college was this kid named Mensah, right?
Darian Mensah.
Yeah, gone. He's at Duke. What if he says, I'm not doing this for you, but I'm going to sponsor him to keep him at Tulane. Would you have a problem with that?
No.
Really? Because that would cost about $8 million a year. That's a far more lucrative investment than him offering to sponsor.
But I'm not Darian Mensah.
No, but my point is,
people call Steiny amazing.
Well, pride cometh before the fall, but Steiny, you gotta accept the gift.
Yeah, that's all, Evan. I think he's persuaded you.
All right.
At first, I thought you were coming from like a journalistic integrity point of view.
Hell no, I'm not. I'm neither a journalist nor have integrity. It would feel weird. Man. I'm a grown man.
But it is. It's like a lunar eclipse. It's something crazy. Like, oh my gosh.
You'd forget about it in 48 hours. Nick Nolte. Like, you'd be done with it after the day after tomorrow.
So I told your business earlier. I talked about the F1 movie, which you saw yesterday.
Sure did.
You're going to do a review on the show?
Well, if Granny lets me. We got time.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah,
got 4 hours. I haven't seen it yet, but
I'm excited. I'm all over. Just bear with me. Cooper Flag debuts tonight. It's not his actual NBA debut, but Summer League's a thing. And Steiny's like, goo, it ain't his debut, but it is. Any debuts you youngsters remember from any athlete? Mine, Steven Strasburg struck out 14 Pirates in his first time on the bump in the nation's capital. Not Sacramento.
Like you seen live, you just remember the
just watching?
Ohtani's debut. Because I think he debuted against the A's, and he struck out 10 in 6 innings. It might have been more than 10.
He didn't get one Ohtani today. Yeah.
But he was playing for the Angels, so it was a little more of a niche
that's
debut.
True.
But still.
We had a couple great ones. Juan Marichal. Have you heard anything about his first?
Well, I didn't see it.
Steiny was there.
This guy.
I'm playing now. I'm jumping on because
what did Juan do on his debut? I don't know the details.
Look it up.
Look at
no, he apparently had a no-hitter through 7.
Damn.
I'm sorry, a perfect game through 7, a no-hitter through 8, and he struck out 17.
Jeez.
So he didn't finish.
No, I think he did finish.
Probably got a complete game, but didn't get the perfect game.
Yeah,
right.
No hitter.
What about you, Grandy?
I don't remember his actual debut, but I remember when Buster Posey got called back up in 2010 and then just took the world by storm.
Man.
I remember that. But he debuted the year prior, like in September or whatever that was. I don't remember that, but came up in 2010, took Benji Molina's spot, and got off to like, what, a 20-game hit streak or whatever it was? I remember that.
Now, I remember a debut that was supposed to be a big one that wasn't.
Uh-oh.
There was this Giants left-hander who was highly touted. He was supposed to be next up. His name was Noah Lowry. And this guy...
I love Noah.
Yeah. What a man.
Yeah, and no one should remember him because he didn't end up being very good. But I remember when they called him up, it was this big deal. Like, this lefty's going to come in and be the next, I don't know, probably late 2000s. Mid or late 2000s.
Yeah, I would have guessed like 08 or something like that.
Yeah, and then he ended up fizzling out and wasn't very good.
Man.
But that one I remember reading about.
I remember him being pretty decent, but injuries, he just couldn't stay healthy.
Man.
And his career was cut super short.
You hate to see that, man.
What about Todd Van Poppel?
That sounds like someone from...
I thought you were an A's fan.
The Funnies.
I thought you knew all about the A's.
That's a good call.
Van Poppel?
Yeah. We ever heard of him?
Mm-mm.
Well, it happened before 2015, so
Tell us about Van Poppel,
What did it happen?
He was
Steiny?
highly touted.
1972.
I bet you Risotto knows. Yes or no, Todd Van Poppel.
Oh, he wanted to yes.
Well, you
When
going to
did he
tell us about it,
debut?
or are you going to...
No, he
was like your guy. He
like a
he
bust.
didn't pan out. Yeah.
Yeah, he
No,
didn't
I
pan
got
out.
you.
Although Noah Lowry was better than Van Poppel. Like Noah Lowry, I'll bet. Okay. Noah Lowry, look him up. Career wins, 47.
Oh, it's way less than that.
I'll take
You
the
think?
under.
It's
I'll
way,
take the
way.
under.
Okay, look.
I think it's way less.
Damn.
Way less. I
think
could have
so.
sworn he won 13 one year or something like that.
Well, that's not close to 40.
No,
whatever
but
you
that's
said.
1 year.
Yeah, he won 40.
Oh.
That's,
Damn, all
So,
right.
so I was right.
It was less, but I was
Yeah.
wrong saying way less.
No, this is the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, and the spirit of the law
I'll take
counts
the L
my
on that
win.
one for me.
Thank you, Grandy.
You're welcome.
No,
See,
no, no.
that's sportsmanship.
No, don't give him that.
Yeah.
We're not here for sportsmanship.
At all.
You were right, Evan, and I was wrong. Steiny beat me. That's fair.
No, I was a little over.
Steiny probably liked him because he had a good record and he likes guys who win games.
Evan, in fairness, was playing The Price is Right, that if you go over, you lose automatically, and I did. So.
Vontae just texted me, he said, great pool, Steiny, with the Van Poppel.
See, Vontae knows.
When was
Thank you,
Van
B.
Poppel? When did he debut?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, right before.
I would
He
say.
debuted in 91.
Oh,
There you
good
go.
God,
I wasn't
Evan.
even born yet. You're going to throw that at me? This guy played with John Jaha. Like, how am I supposed to know who that is?
Oh, 91.
He had an
also-
11-year career.
Check
Okay.
out. I also remember a guy who had a
11
lot of
teams.
hype around him from the A's. I think his name was Jason Dukeshire.
He started an all-star game. So,
remember that name.
Yeah.
He was not very good.
Duke Schurer. What do you mean he wasn't very good? He started an all-star game.
Dukeshire.
Yeah.
Right. I said it right.
Sure.
Okay.
But you're
This
saying...
guy,
you-
what's
That's you and him. He miss you.
No, I'm actually just angry because
I'll
I'm
bet
used to
you
getting
Duke-
off
how
right
about
now.
this?
I got you.
How about this?
You walked in,
I'll
I'm
bet
like,
you.
oh,
I'll
ease.
bet you right now.
What?
Dukeshire
Duke Schurer.
won fewer games than Noah Lowry in his career.
I'll take that bet.
Have you spelled this guy's name?
Yeah, exactly.
Duch is how it starts. Then
Justin?
Then there'll be nobody.
Damn it!
Yeah, he won 33 games.
And he made 2 all-star games. Damn it. That one
Dukeshire
hurts.
made 2 All-Star games.
He started one. I've told you.
No. You're talking about the other guy.
No.
You're talking about Van.
Justin Duke Schurer started the 2005 All-Star game
Wow.
for the American League.
Imagine that. And he was worse than Noah Lowry. What? Give me his All-Star year.
Wins are not everything. We know this about football. We know this about baseball.
Grandy, I hate this,
and we know
man.
this about Justin Verlander because he currently has 0.
But his stuff was better last night.
Sure. It was in the
Are you
afternoon.
going to be one of these guys?
It's in the afternoon.
Which means the ball's jumping more, right?
But you said last night. Let's do the legal.
Do the legal, Steiny. I got something for you, but do the legal.
I don't want to.
Dude, do the legal.
You want me to do
No,
it?
I won't.
We got one already in the bed. Time for the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And speaking of the Warriors, Anthony Slater talking with Steph Curry up at Edgewood. Steph Curry was asked how long he plans to keep playing in the NBA, and he said, quote, "I don't know. I'm just taking it 2 years at a time. That's what I have left on my contract right now."
Man.
All right.
That's one. Before you guys walked in.
What
I
Isn't
said
that
to you
what we
about an
understood?
hour ago that was so provocative. One of the things I said, I got about 12. But honestly, guys, as I look you in the face, I am so sick to my stomach, and I have not gotten over the hamstring that was pulled.
Oh, my God.
By Steph Curry.
Give it a rest,
because
Q.
we do not know where that team was on its way and what they could have accomplished. It happened, but I hadn't gotten over it, man. And I'm just wondering when I hear Curry say 2 years at a time, I get it. But damn it, I'm keeping it real. They could have gave the Thunder the business. Like, we got robbed of that. So as we yearn for the Warriors to do stuff in free agency, they might have had stuff already intact to where they could have had a good chance of making some noise. Yeah. So hearing that brought back those feelings.
I can't do anything with
Evan's
that.
right there. Don't take it out on me.
I'm not.
All right.
But you notice Evans.
And you got a debt
Evans
to
not
pay.
follow it up
You
either.
got a debt to pay.
Uh-oh. No, that's
You're out
true.
of town. You got a debt to pay, and we'll do it today, Jack.
You said you were buying me to one today.
No, why would I? You lost the bet. I got Giants got 3 pitchers in.
No, you know what?
Grandy, we
By
had a
the
bet.
way,
They might get 4 because Robbie Ray's not going to make it, and they're trying to get Tyler Rogers in.
All right, that's not going to happen.
Hey, look.
They might.
That's not going to
Tyler,
happen.
hey, come on,
Because they're
Grandy.
skipping Birdsong this weekend, which means Robbie Ray's going to pitch, making him
Dude,
ineligible to throw in the
haven't looked
All-Star
at every
game.
Mitch
reliever in
Keller
the
on
NL,
line
but-
one. There's some other worthy.
There's got to be some other guy we can get in
Bob
there.
Melvin said
whoa.
pregame, we're trying to get Tyler there.
I don't like that, Steiny. Oh,
what don't you like?
politicking to get your guy in.
Well,
By the
they
way,
do it in the NBA all the time.
There were, and I didn't even bring this up because it's not who I am. It's like the same reason I wouldn't take a Rolex.
Evan, why you doing
here
like
you are
this?
bringing it up.
O'Neal.
Well, it kind of ruffled his feathers.
We had about 3 or 4 people text in yesterday that were like, "No, Steiny, you are right." He said 4 pitchers. And I just let it go.
Can I call?
I'll
okay.
buy you a beer today if you
no.
shut up.
You stupid asses. It was 4. That was the genesis of the bet. Then that was
Right.
too much, and you said they won't have 3 pitchers.
No.
Yeah, that's how it started. It was 4, and then it manifested into
what
3
Ernie-
pitchers.
not
And
what
you go,
Ernie
they're not
said.
going to get 3 pitchers in.
Not what
I'm
Ernie
actually-
said.
I'm kind of with you on this one.
I know for a fact, and I love
So you
Ernie.
say
Happy
Ernie's back?
birthday! But we got to fact check Ernie because here lately he's been off.
Ernie
It
doesn't
was
make
3
mistakes.
pitchers, and you know it. Rodriguez is not going to get it. And then the great Willard came in, and he looked at me. He said, "Goo, 3." He said, "Sometimes Major League Baseball, the middle relief, they don't get love." And I go, "You know what? You're right. But you know what I do for the betterment of the show? I take the bet." And I won it, Evan.
You
And I
actually
won it
didn't,
today.
because you said
I'm following you.
You said you actually named the 4 pitchers. You
Steiny
named
Strong.
them.
The
And I
fourth
said,
one was a
hey,
player. It was
tone down.
Ramos.
Watch your tone.
Stop.
Watch
Because
your
now
tone.
you're lying.
Watch your
and
tone.
get me in a bad mood.
There's
it
3
wasn't 4 pitchers.
They won-
It was 3 pitchers and 1 player.
You had said,
Quit lying and pay up.
You had said
No, I'm turning my mic
you
off.
had said 2 starters,
Turn my
Robbie
mic off.
Ray and Logan Webb, and I was like, okay,
Who was
yeah.
the 2 position player then? Who were the 2 position players?
And then
2
you
seconds,
said
turn the mic off.
Camilo Duvall and Rodriguez. Now, in fairness, I said
The guy lied but won't take
I
a
said-
Rolex from Shaq.
I
Go
said
figure.
I said
Go
Rodriguez
figure. Wow,
Rodriguez
man.
ain't making the All-Star game.
Yeah.
And I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
But
And
the
you were
number
wrong about
4
the bet. It was 3 pitchers.
No.
Yep.
Ernie.
I'm with Goo on this one because you were.
Thank you, Evan.
Well, that's fine.
I don't care.
That's
Dude,
it.
that's not. I'm disappointed. I know I'm gonna get paid. I know.
We don't have to run the 2-on-1 fast break on you.
You actually
Grandy,
got
I'm gonna send a picture of it. Yeah.
Please do.
No, you were sipping the Willard cocktail of Randy
No
Rodriguez
doubt.
can't be an All-Star because he pitched the 7th inning. Which, if you look at the last 3 All-Star games, there's been a middle reliever in all of them, so
Exactly,
it's really
that's
not
why
that out of place.
No, but I knew he wasn't going to make it.
Well,
One
he
of
did.
those.
And
Right.
that's the genesis of the bet, and he made it.
I just said 4 weren't going to make it. I didn't care what the names
No,
were.
it was 3 pitchers.
Yeah.
Jack.
As revised.
Duvall didn't make it.
Oh, God.
Duvall's not an All-Star?
He should be
Ray
more of an
and
All-Star
Webb
than-
made it
than,
because we didn't think Ray was going to make it at the time we made the bet. He was off to a good
Rogers,
start, but
yeah.
he was kind of shaky.
Roger, I'll tell you what, they pick Rogers, you win the bet.
No, I won the bet. I'll take it. I'll take my drink.
All right, that's what you think.
What else did you guys talk about today?
What did we?
Yeah, a lot.
Oh, my God.
We went down the roster of the
been
Tahoe
7
Golf Tournament.
minutes.
Yeah, we went
the
down
roster?
Look at
Yeah,
the 408. All the
408.
famous people there.
Thank you,
We should have been
408.
out there, E.
Thank you, 408.
Grandy, we should have been
Boxer
out
Gerson,
there.
work injury attorneys text line. Thank you very much, 408.
Yeah. Who Harry text in?
No.
Your guy?
Yeah.
There are Steiny stands, you know.
It was 4.
And I
not
got
3.
some.
Okay.
4
yeah,
pitchers.
Yeah,
Outta
who would have
here.
thought that?
Get out of here. Who would make? Come on.
Oh, I was wrong too. It wasn't Dukeshire, my bad. That was Dan Heron. Started an All-Star game.
Guru is right. I remember. Thank you. God,
We've all taken L's in this segment.
I don't see that text.
it's right there.
I see code blue.
Hayward, Guru is right. I remember it.
You guys are probably looking
Now
at
he no.
Is it on
Now he's
YouTube?
saying he don't see it. It's on the text line.
It's not up on my computer.
Calgon,
remember.
take me away.
Oh, somebody's saying Guru asked Jim Bowden if he thought the Giants would have 4 pitchers in the All-Star game. I think that's when Bowden started laughing.
No. He actually said that was plausible.
Guy. It was.
Evan, that was material.
It was plausible. That's why it was a very fair bet. It's a great bet.
Yeah, it was 3 pitchers, and I got it. Pay up.
All right, what else?
What
are
else?
you guys talking about today?
Yeah.
You guys concerned about Will Clark and Rafy Devers or what?
I'm not.
We talked about that today. I'm worried about the health of Rafy, and I don't know what Will Clark. He did part 2. Hit him up again.
And he did not hold back against
Battle
Will
of the
Fleming.
Wills, Tupac and Biggie, East versus West Coast. Who said what?
Risotto brought up a good point in that
you can turn your mic off when you do that.
Will Fleming was simply repeating the story that he heard Will Clark say on the podcast, right? Because Will Fleming had a tweet that Risotto read that said, I just relayed.
Yeah.
See, Will Clark thinks Will Fleming broke a code. It was supposed to be off the record. Then it felt like Will Clark did his thing, and then Will Fleming said what he said. And I think Will Clark doesn't realize that what he said on his podcast was what resonated mostly.
So if Will Fleming only shared to WEEI in Boston what he heard Will Clark say on Will Clark's podcast, why did Will Clark say that he had a conversation with Will Fleming?
Because I think both things happened. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. Will Clark said to Will Fleming, he's supposed to meet me out here. He's kind of been blowing me off. I think I know why, but he's supposed to work with me. And then Will Fleming, time passes. He doesn't do anything with it. And then Will Clark does his thing. And it seemed to me like Will Fleming then said, I only tweeted. Yeah, exactly. I only tweeted about it after Will brought it up. So I don't know what the timing of it all.
Well, it's interesting. So Devers sat down with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle and said that he was eager to work with Will Clark and JT Snow, obviously Gold Glove first baseman.
Was this today or yesterday?
Well, the article came out today, but I have to imagine she spoke with him probably sometime during the Phillies series.
Okay.
And then he said it doesn't really matter, basically. He's trying to deflate everything. There's just something that doesn't add up about this. And I actually have a solution that I'm going to present in about 4 minutes when you guys are off that I think is just going to, we can wipe our hands clean with all of this.
Okay.
Because yesterday he was grabbing Rafy by the neck, and when I get out there and you're going to first base with me,
your ass you'll be there.
And today it was like, well, if I get around to it, we'll get some work in. So I'm like, somebody made a call like you got
on Will Fleming.
He did.
And that's not just any other broadcaster. It's the brother of the voice of the Giants.
I can't wait to hear how you remedied it.
Well, to me, it's less about Fleming and Clark than it is about Devers.
I agree.
That's the subject. That's the guy who's.
Steiny said some Jimmy. I don't want to speak for you.
In the middle of all of
Jimmy
this.
Butler,
dude.
Devers is Jimmy Butler.
Well, you stole that from me, but sure.
Oh boy.
All right.
Hasn't played like Jimmy Butler yet.
In the Minnesota series.
All right. I'm going to a golf tournament.
What?
No, you're not.
You're going to see Steph?
We're going to see the bartender.
I thought you were buying you a
We're
drink.
going to see the bartender. Then you're off. We got plans. I'm going to put it on social. That's my guy. He'll take it.
Wait,
Come on,
I thought you were taking a break from social media.
Evan,
no chance.
We'll start it tomorrow, baby.
Oh, my God.
Hey, did that heat wave start yet outside?
Oh, boy.
It's supposed to be hot today.
It's San Francisco, dude.
All right.
I love it. Where heat waves come to die.
Hit him straight, Steiny.
San Francisco in July. It's about 65.
I'm not going to hit him
windy.
straight till tomorrow, but all right, Goo, I'll see you there. All right.
Yeah.
95.7 The Game. Have a great show, guys.
What else you guys talk about today?
What did we?
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, it is Willard and Dibs, except there's no Willard or Dibs today. It's Grandy and Evan with you here on Willard and Dibs from 2 to 6 on this Thursday here on 95.7 The Game. Welcome in. We got a ton to get to. Giants have an off day. Welcome in the Dodgers beginning tomorrow. We'll talk a lot about the Giants here, especially early on. The biggest piece of drama, I think, in the Bay right now that is actively happening and playing out as we speak is what we were just talking about, Evan. It is the Rafy Devers, Will Clark, Will Fleming, lovers scorn trio that's going on right now. And we have an update in that whole conversation. I think, though, the best way to attack this, Ev, is we got to run everybody through the timeline. Because this has been like a weird, like who said what, when, and what order did things happen. And we're getting to a point where there's there's F-bombs, there's MF bombs being thrown around.
Well, it's Will Clark, so a few are going to be tossed around.
It is classic Will Clark, you're right. But the timeline that this all played out in, as far as I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Will Clark on his podcast with Eric Burns, Deuces Wild via the No Filter Network. This was last week. We're talking about over a week ago now. He shares this story on his podcast about Rafy Devers not wanting to work with him, or at least just not showing up to work with him at first base during the series versus the Boston Red Sox, Devers' former team. This is what Will Clark said over a week ago on his podcast via the No Filter Network.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. Throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston. And now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bullshit through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
Okay, so that is entry number one into this whole saga, if you want to call it that. Will Clark was asked to work with Devers at first base ahead of every game in that Boston series, and apparently Devers didn't just decline, but apparently there was some lack of communication, and Will Clark was out there kind of waiting for Devers to show up, and Devers didn't show up. Will Clark shares that on his podcast, openly shares it, but also says, I get it. I mean, his former team, where there was a ton of drama about him not playing first base, was waiting just 20 feet away from where he would have been working out, so Will Clark got it. Okay, that's part one. And then Will Fleming, Dave Fleming's brother and the voice of the Red Sox, goes on WEEI in Boston and essentially repeats this story that Will Clark just shared.
Trying to get big hitters, and they think he's going to win them divisions and hit a bunch. He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafy didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time. And
okay, there's what Will Fleming says. And then Will Clark catches wind of that, and on his most recent episode of his podcast, Deuces Wild, via the No Filter Network, which came out this week, he says this.
Rafy and I are fine. I'm going to work with him, whenever I get around to first base and all that. And Will Fleming, you can go off, motherfucker. All right? You want to fucking take a conversation that we're having and then blow it out of proportion because you're a fucking East Coast piece of reporter? Off. All right? And so other than that, I'm cool. But, today's one of them days where, blown out of proportion.
Other than that, he's cool. Other than the fact that he just absolutely unloaded onto Will Fleming. He called a reporter, but voice of the Red Sox for WEEI out there in Boston, who essentially just shared what Will Clark shared publicly, although I think he left out some context, Evan. But it's pretty clear that this thing has ruffled some feathers, at least the feathers of Will Clark.
I think that this is much to do about nothing from the standpoint of Will Fleming and Will Clark. Like, they're speaking, there's some miscommunication there. People are blowing it out of proportion. And I think the reason why is because this is about Rafael Devers. And the reason why we're talking about it is because Devers isn't hitting. And people are worried about the early returns of a player that had a past that's been marred and spoken about in a way that is maybe true and maybe not. Like, I think the whole Devers saga this season between Boston and now San Francisco, which this is a part of it, something isn't adding up. And I don't know if it's Devers' fault. I don't know if it's the Red Sox fault. I don't know if some of this lies with Will Clark. Probably all of them play a role in it. But to me, we wouldn't be having this conversation if Devers wasn't hitting 225 and didn't have an OPS of 700. I just think that these guys are looking for a reason, whether it's on the Boston side or the San Francisco side, to talk about a player that people aren't seeing a whole lot from. And in Boston, he was hitting, but apparently he was bad off the field. I don't think that was the case, but that's what Boston was saying. And here, I think he has been great off the field. He seems like a great teammate, but he's not hitting. And people are keeping this guy's name in the news cycle just because we haven't seen the results. And so, like, what I make of all of that is just Devers has got to start hitting. That's what I make of it. I guarantee you the moment that he starts to produce and doing the things that we are accustomed to seeing from Rafy Devers, I think a lot of this stuff gets brushed to the side. I don't know how you read it.
Well, obviously him hitting the ball, good would make everything else kind of mean a little less. But I mean, the question of where he's going to play and when eventually he's going to be ready to play first base, that's still a big deal. Like, I know you are of the opinion that maybe he doesn't even play first base all year. That's a possibility. I think JT Snow said this week something similar. I don't see him playing first base this year, and maybe not ever as a Giant. Like, that is a possibility, but I think still where he plays is still a really big deal, whether or not he's hitting 300 or hitting 225, because the Giants are in a situation where they kind of need him to play first base because you kind of have a log jam that gets created elsewhere if he's your everyday DH. Now, is he going to be the long-term solution at first? You hope not, because you have Bryce Eldridge, but that's still maybe more than a year away, potentially. I think they need him playing first, and I think even if he's hitting, this is still a story.
Yeah, I don't. I don't think the position matters for him at all because of what you mentioned. Like, Devers in a perfect world is a stopgap at that position for someone you hope can come up and be your everyday first baseman for a decade, who's Bryce Eldridge. Like, this is my suggestion, honestly. After hearing all of this stuff, whether it's fair or foul written about Devers, what Will Fleming has said, whether you believe him, whether you don't, whether Will Clark is coming off as a red ass, or maybe people give his words some credence, that doesn't really matter to me. What I think the Giants should do, or what I would do, I wouldn't have him play first base a single inning this year, because this is already a distraction for a player who I don't think needs to be distracted any more than he already is from having dealt with everything that he's gone through this season. And he also doesn't seem like somebody who wants to be a distraction. I know that the Red Sox made him out to be one, but from everything I've heard through his translator, from everything his teammates, both in Boston and San Francisco, have said about him, I don't think that Devers is a look-at-me kind of guy. And this entire week has been about playing first base, something that Bob Melvin has already said he's going to probably do after the break. I wouldn't play him at first base at all this year. If you're going to make a position change, you do it in the offseason. And I just think that this is going to be a story if he plays first base, good, bad, or somewhere in the middle, the entire season. And I don't think that the story about Rafael Devers should be about how he plays or doesn't play first base. Like, seriously, I just would not have him play the position at all this season.
I think him outwardly stating at his intro presser, I'm willing to play anywhere and do anything that they ask of me, and then him never play first base his whole, the rest of the season, that to me feels like a distraction. Because then to me, you get the rumors swirling again, whether there's any credence to him or not. Oh, he doesn't want to play first base. He declined again. Now what are the Giants going to? That feels like a distraction to me. That feels like a continuation of what happened in Boston.
That seems completely logical for me. Like him saying that I'm willing to do everything, I don't read that as like that's him being a good teammate. That's what you say, which again was something that he was trying to debunk about this image that had been constructed by Boston media members and really just by the front office, yeah. I think he is a good teammate. And that's why when I hear him say, I'm willing to do anything, that's what a good teammate does. But putting him in a position to potentially fail and have this thing just blow out of proportion, which it already has, to me is, I don't want to deal with it. I also don't know if he can play the position. Like, he's never played first base for a single inning in about 10 major league seasons. So why would I have him all of a sudden do that in the middle of the year? That's also, to me, a little unfair to ask the player to do. I know it's just first base, and it's just a position we don't care much about, but we saw, what was it, yesterday? There's a lot of balls that could have been scooped up by somebody, and it might have even been 2 nights ago, too. Like, playing first base is not just a given. Like, you need someone over there. I think Dom Smith has been an awesome first baseman defensively, and until he shows me that he literally can't hit, I think that the platoon of him and Flores is probably what they're going to have to work with.
But then you run into you run into the issue of you can't get what you feel like is your best lineup or bats in the lineup every night. Because if Devers is going to have to be DH by default, then Flores can only play, every other game at first? Because he can't play every single game, every 2 of every 3 games at first. But then you want a good defensive first baseman, so you want Dom Smith out there. As the Giants are getting closer and trying to win baseball games, and maybe their pitching still proves to be their strength, and they need every at-bat from their best hitters possible, I think they might get to a point where they feel like whatever they might be losing defensively at first by having Devers there is worth having Flores' bat in the lineup as the DH every day, alongside Devers.
Yeah, but not if Devers is not hitting well, and that's another part of this, too. I
feel like he's going to come around, though, right? He's got it.
Well, you would hope. He's literally a below-average hitter in the 22 games that he's played with the Giants, and I don't think that's who he is. But I think that for right now, the idea of playing first base needs to be put on hold. I would do it for the entire season, but certainly until he starts to hit, because I think that he's trying to get his bearings. I think he's trying to acclimate to a new place. I think he's under a lot of pressure as someone who's expected to be this messiah of the Giants offense. And he hasn't yet. He hasn't hit well at all. But to me, throwing another variable into the equation, especially something that it'd be different if he was going to play third, which we know is not going to happen. But it's something that he's never done before. And to me, that's unfair to ask him to do, on top of already having to have the pressure of carry this Giants offense, which he hasn't done yet.
We got more to get into on this, and if you want to weigh in, feel free. 888-957-9570. I mean, this whole situation, Will Clark versus Will Fleming, with Rafy Devers stiffing Will Clark. What is the issue here? Who's to blame for this issue? What do you see Rafael Devers doing the rest of the season in terms of defense? We can get into all that. 888-957-9570. It's Evan and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs. And next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4 day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and Laughing Monk Brewing. Listen at 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the afternoon, and 4:30 in the afternoon for your chance to win every single day next week. Every show, every day, and it all starts on Monday right here on 95.7 The Game. Back with more after this on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Yeah, Willard and Dibs until 6 here on this Thursday, but Willard and Dibs both out today. Willard back tomorrow for a Friday. Dibs off until Monday. So today holding it down, it's Grandy and Evan with you here on the afternoon show, 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game. Talking some Giants on their day off because there's been a war of words, mostly one-sided war of words, Will Clark to Will Fleming, relating to Rafy Devers during that Boston Red Sox series, apparently declining to go work out at first base with Will Clark. I think the one thing, Evan, that I want to make sure is clear, I don't view Rafy Devers as the bad guy in this situation at all. It does seem like there was maybe a mix-up of communication between Devers and Will Clark specifically, because the way that Will Clark shared the story made it seem like he was out there waiting for him all 3 days of that series, and Devers never showed up. But I don't think this is a Devers, I'm refusing to play first. I never want to work out at first. I don't want to play first. I do not see it this way at all. And I know we have some fresh comments from Rafy Devers, courtesy of Susan Slusser in the San Francisco Chronicle in an article that came out earlier today that kind of back that up. It does seem, regardless of what decision the Giants and Devers in some combination make, it does seem like he is willing to do whatever the Giants ask. Maybe the Giants, they'll just delay the ask until the offseason.
Yeah, but what's best for the player versus what's best for the team? That's what we're trying to figure out. And right now, I do think it's best for both just to ice this entire issue. And whether Will Clark was saying he's going to be out there or not, clearly, I don't think that Devers is comfortable playing first base right now. And I don't think the Giants believe that he's comfortable playing first base right now. Otherwise, it might have happened already. He's hurt. He's trying to get right at the plate. He's trying to acclimate to a new situation. He's in a completely different lineup. He's never played anywhere else but Boston before. I just think that Devers, I wonder how concerned people are with him outside of the position. And that's another reason why I wouldn't lean into this that much. It's like the guy's got to figure out a hit first before he plays first. And he can't do that right now. He hasn't been hitting very well.
Isn't there some truth, and you and I were actually talking about this off air, isn't there some truth to, all right, guys going through struggles, and he's the DH, and every waking second of the game, he's just thinking about his swing and his at-bat. Isn't there potentially some truth to, having him go out there and play in the field? And obviously, if things go terribly wrong, then that probably just spirals everything. But you get his mind off of it, and is that a way to, relax? And maybe you see more success at the plate if you have him getting his mind off of it 24/7?
Yes, and that's a theory that I had about why he stunk at the beginning of the year for Boston. But you're not asking him to play third base. You're not asking him to do something that's familiar to him. You're asking him to do something that's on a different planet. And I know it's only first base. And all that everyone ever sees is a guy just catching the ball and running to first. I'll take a line from Ron Washington. It's extremely hard. Playing a brand new position is not an easy thing. Mookie Betts makes doing that look ridiculously easy, and it's not. Mookie's played second base. He's played right field. He's played shortstop. He's been a Gold Glover or will be a Gold Glover at multiple positions. It's not that easy. If Devers was going to play third base, I would say, yeah, let's have him do that. Even though he hasn't played it this year, let's get him some reps. Let's get him out there because that's absolutely something that's, I think, a part of who he is. And I think a bit the root of the issue with Boston was that he had a piece of his baseball identity stripped from him because they gave his spot to Bregman without talking to him about it. Now, first base is not a part of who he is. It's not a part of his identity. It could be, but to me, that's something that you can't, number one, spring on a guy, and number two, takes a long period of time to get into. And so that's why, I thought that pre-All-Star break when they first acquired him was off the table. Playing first base was not going to happen. And now I'm starting to believe that it would be best for all parties if he just is the full-time DH. Leave first base for the offseason. If it's something that he's interested in legitimately, we can broach it in the winter. We can get you reps in spring training. We can have you enter 2026 as the San Francisco Giants full-time first baseman. But for right now, we acquired Rafy Devers, the Giants did, to hit. That's what they got him for. They didn't get him because they wanted him at first base. They got him because there is a massive void of talent in that order. And ideally, in a perfect world, he should be the guy to fill it.
Okay, so do you think the reason why, and again, this is what we're talking about right now, because Will Clark said that he was scheduled to work with Devers at first base during that Red Sox series. Devers never showed. Will Fleming then shares that story in Boston. Will Clark upset, and MF's Will Fleming for sharing that story and leaving out, I think in Will Clark's opinion, the important context that Devers didn't want to do it because the Red Sox were in town, not because he doesn't want to play first. But in your mind, do you think potentially he didn't work out with Will Clark because he doesn't want to play first? Is that where your head's at?
I think that's a possibility. Yeah, I do.
I think we got a problem if that's the case. I don't feel that way. I think it's what Will Clark said. He just didn't feel comfortable doing it in front of the Red Sox because of that. That's why he and the Red Sox broke up, was because he refused to do that with them.
Yeah, possibly. But I also, look, I don't think that Devers holds any ill will towards his former teammates or his manager. You know, it's, again, a reason why I think there was a bit of a smear campaign about the kind of person that he is in Boston, because Alex Cora never had a problem with him. The guys on his team never had a problem with him. Even Christian Campbell, who was the player that allegedly Devers scoffed at for practicing at first base, came out and said that Devers has never been a bad teammate to him, and that story was overblown. So, to me, practicing first base in front of your old team is not a shot at them. If anything, in fact, I remember the entire week we were talking about how he would practice first base as a middle finger to the Red Sox front office.
When he's taking ground balls at first multiple times, just, I guess, not during the Red Sox series.
Yeah, so why wouldn't he then?
I think, again, not because he doesn't want to play there, but because he just wasn't comfortable doing it in front of Boston.
I think he's doing it very slowly. He's taking incremental steps towards playing first base. And I also think that, again, like, we're talking about this because it's, like, right now it is somewhat of a distraction. Like, this issue, this question of whether he's going to play first, whether he's not going to play first, if it's going to help the lineup, how it's, like, and I hear the 925, $300 million, you do what you're asked to do, don't make excuses, man. That's from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. However, I'm trying to consider what's best for both sides. And I don't think that the Giants are just asking him to play first base. I think they eventually want him to. And to me, the best time to do that is during the offseason. Because it's also like, really, if you're that concerned about first base, and I think Ken Rosenthal floated this the other day, you could just go trade for a first baseman. Like, there are other first basemen out there that you could go and acquire that would help your lineup that you could just put there full time.
I don't think that's an option, because if you're not playing Devers at first and you're getting a different first baseman, how are you getting Wilmer into the lineup with any consistency?
Not a lot.
I don't see that happening. 888-957-9570. I mean, you guys out there feeling like Devers doesn't want to play first? Like, is what happening in Boston happening again here? 888-957-9570. I don't think that at all. He has, what he says and what he does are two different things. Everything he has said has been, I will do whatever they ask of me. And while it does seem like there was some miscommunication between him and Will Clark during that Red Sox series, he has been taking grounders over at first base. Maybe it's taken longer for him to get comfortable than the Giants were expecting or hoping in an ideal world. We also got to add into the equation that he hasn't been 100% healthy physically. Maybe that's having an impact here. But to me, Devers as like the bad guy in this situation, that is the last thing on my mind. I think he is doing everything in his power to get ready to play first base. In my mind, the bad guy in this situation is Will Clark, who said this week.
You know, Rafy and I are fine. I'm going to work with him, whenever I get around to first base and all that. And Will Fleming, you can go off, motherfucker. All right? You want to fucking take a conversation that we're having and then blow it out of proportion because you're a fucking East Coast piece of reporter? Off. All right? And so other than that, I'm cool. But, today's one of them days where, blown out of proportion.
And that's in addition to Will Clark saying last week that next time Will Clark is out there in San Francisco ready to work with him at first base, his ass is going to be out there even if he has to grab Devers by the back of the neck and drag him out there. I think you're spot on that Devers doesn't like the controversy and all the drama around him, so I can't imagine him hearing Will Clark say those two things makes him feel good about heading out there and working at first base next time.
I don't think he will work with Will Clark. Like, seriously, like why?
That's a big deal.
Why would he go now and work with someone that already he, for whatever reason, didn't want to go out and work for before? Whether it's because of the Red Sox or maybe he doesn't want to play the position, I don't know. Now hearing that, this guy, and granted, Will Clark is a special assistant for the Giants.
Yep,
he's a member of the organization.
Giants legend.
Sure, not to Rafy Devers.
No.
Like seriously, if you want to. Like do the measuring game, Devers has more World Series than Will Clark does. Devers is going to be a legend for the Red Sox. Like Rafael Devers might hear that and say, "Who does this guy think he is to talk to me this way?" And I understand Will Clark he's an icon here, and he's well respected, I think, by everyone because it sounds like Bob Melvin and Matt Williams were the two that broached the subject of working with him at first base. But if you're Rafy Devers and you're hearing that, that's not going to encourage me to go and do it.
No. I think Will Clark should just stop talking publicly about the situation.
Well, that's something that's not going to happen.
And that's not who Will Clark is, which is partly why a lot of people around here love him. And I don't blame him for loving him for that, but I don't think he's helping the situation by doing this at all. And that was him attacking Will Fleming, again, who just kind of voiced the same thing Will Clark voiced. But if we're talking about what makes Rafy Devers uncomfortable, it might not even necessarily be that comment, although that brings more eyes and attention to this drama, but it's what Will Clark said last week. And strap in, this is a longer cut, but I got to play it for you. If you haven't heard it yet, Will Clark, over a week ago now, on his podcast, Deuces Wild from the No Filter Network with Eric Burns, here is Will Clark on Rafy Devers and first base.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. And we weren't gonna go through anything physical. We're just gonna walk through and say, hey, look, if throw's coming from over there, stand this way. If throw's coming from over there, stand that way. It wasn't gonna be this big thing, right? And Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Matter of fact, he didn't even hit on the field, right? And everybody's like, oh, my God, I'm so sorry, Will. I'm so sorry. I'm like, hey, don't worry about it. I said, I know what happened. I said, he didn't want to go out and be at first base and be 20 feet in front of their freaking dugout with, what went on in Boston. And now he's working with me at first base. He didn't want to have to go through all that bull through the press and the media. And so, anyway, so I completely understand. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base. Just letting you know that. Just from the
but if he's not going to go out, he's going to tell you.
Hey, look, even if I got to go grab you by the back of the neck and drag your ass out there, you will be at first base.
So Rafy Devers, a guy who was promised third base in Boston, promised that he was going to stay there. Then they sign Alex Bregman. Then they move him to DH. Then Tristan Casas gets hurt, their first baseman, and they asked to move him to first base. And he says, no, you're already moving me around all over the place. I don't want to do it. The situation gets so bad that he eventually gets traded to the Giants. And now before he even has an opportunity to play an inning of first base with the Giants, you have a franchise legend and an employee of the club who is tasked with getting you ready for first base saying, you better be ready next time or else I will drag you out there. Again, I cannot possibly imagine that helps the situation at all. And it's going to be awkward when Will Clark and Rafy Devers meet up next time, whenever that happens.
It may never happen. I don't know. But I do think that there's two ideologies on this, right? There's the old school one, which is, dude, you're a paid athlete. Get out there and do what you need to do. And we got to get this done, which is like the Will Clark side of things. As like verbally aggressive as he is in saying
aggressive.
so. And then there's the other side, which is I actually think the Giants have set a tone for Devers of how they are approaching him and how they're willing to bend to his particular needs. The very first time he was introduced at the press conference, it was clear that the Giants are trying to, for lack of better terms, coddle Rafael Devers. They had the smoke machines going. The entire team came out for the opening press conference. They rolled out the red carpet for this guy, and he's just joined the team. Yes, he's a big trade. He's a big deal, but they treated this guy like King Midas. Like, that's because I think they realized that in order for Devers to perform at his best, he needs to feel comfortable. And some people might call him soft or me soft for saying this, but Devers feels like the kind of guy that you kind of have to placate to. And Will Clark, that ain't it.
He ain't placating to anybody.
No, he's not. And so there's clearly something that is up here, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if Devers doesn't want to play first. I don't know if Devers wants to do it in the offseason, if he wants to start hitting first before he plays first base. I don't know where he's at. But I just feel like the Giants are open to doing whatever Devers needs because they recognize how important he is. And I could also see potentially Buster Posey calling up Will Clark and being like, dude, you're not helping the situation right now. We would love for you to work with him at first base, and I do think that Devers would be open to, in the future, working with you at that position. But you cannot be talking about this guy like he's in the 1980s. We're in 2025. Players are softer, are catered to more. And Devers appears to me to be that kind of guy. And I don't care if he's soft, as long as he's hitting 270 and launching 35 home runs a year. You can be as soft as you want. I don't care. That's, again, why, to me, the easy fix for this situation is just say, dude, we're putting this position on the back burner, focus on the bat, and take as much time as you need.
888-957-9570. What the hell is going on with this situation? Will Clark, Will Fleming, although Will Fleming is less involved in this, and Rafael Devers. Does Devers not want to play first? Is he willing to? Did Will Clark hurt his chances of playing first? Let's figure this thing out. 888-957-9570. We got a number of callers that want to weigh in. Up first is Jan in Mountain View. Jan, what's up? It's Willard and Dibs, but Grandy and Evan with you. How you doing, Jan?
I'm doing fine. How about the two of you?
Doing great. Fantastic.
Well, I think all this comes down to is communication. I mean, you have to be in communication with one another. I mean, they need to, is this all, being told behind Divers' back, or was he made aware of it? I mean, he comes to the press conference. He has to move his family across town. He came to this team injured, as you can well see. He can hardly run. I mean, the guy's plane got an injury in his groin, and then it is now affecting his back. And then this Will Clark, out of nowhere, comes up like, I was there on the field when Boston was in town, if I got the story correct. And I'm thinking, okay, something has to go on where Buster or Melvin have to come in, have to get together and tell Will Clark, okay, I understand, maybe there was some misunderstanding here, but we got to clear this up and we got to move on, and we all got to, do our job and not be so, picky after one another. I mean, let's get this thing on and stop, playing around with this. I mean, he's been here now a little, close to a month, and now the All-Star break is coming. Hopefully he can get better during the All-Star break, and after that we can see where it goes. But I think Melvin and Buster need to put Will Clark maybe in his place and say, look, this is we're doing it this way, and hopefully he'll be around to taking more ground balls when you're in town the next time.
Yeah, Jan, I'm with you. I mean, I think this is a major communication issue. And like Will Clark in his original clip said, once Rafy did not come out before the game to work with him at first base, everyone came up to him and said, Will, I'm sorry, I apologize. So there clearly was a lack of communication there. The Giants were apologetic. But Will also said this happened all 3 days of the series. Now, maybe after the first time, there was some communication that it wasn't going to happen in Game 2 and Game 3 either. But it feels, Evan, like we're missing a part of this story because the awkwardness of the miscommunication just seems too weird to be 100% true. Like, it feels like we're missing something.
Well, and again, it's, I brought it up during the crossover. Like, so Devers sits down, not Devers. That's another part. It's like,
Will, come on, Will.
You got to get the guy's name right. Like, at least do him that much and pronounce the man's name properly, or at least act like you're trying. So he sits down with Susan Slusser of the SF Chronicle, probably sometime during the Phillies series.
Yeah.
And there was a quote from the story about how Devers is, quote, eager to spend time with former Giants Gold Gloving winning first baseman Will Clark and JT Snow whenever possible. And Devers said, whoever wants to help me, I'm willing to listen. I think that's true. But I think it speaks more to, like, Devers doesn't want to be the center of attention. He doesn't want to be a distraction. And I just think this whole thing is becoming too big for him to, like, try and diminish. We're talking about him playing first base and Will Clark demanding that he be out there, and how the Giants are kind of kicking this thing down the road. Like, to me, it's so unnecessary. And the biggest issue that anybody should have with Rafy Devers right now is that he looks lost when there's a breaking ball down the middle of the plate, that he hasn't been able to hit more than a couple home runs and hasn't had a large impact on an offense that has struggled quite a bit. That's the thing about Devers. It's like, if we're thinking about, all right, what am I most concerned about with Rafy? It's not his position. And I guess that's my biggest issue with Will Clark. It's like, you're bringing up something that, number one, doesn't really need to be broached. But number two, it's not even the biggest issue right now with his game. Like, I really don't care if he plays first base this year. I care if he hits. Devers is a silver slugger type talent. He's a guy that can, and I think a lot of people believe that after the All-Star break, he's going to get hot and take off. But until that happens, like, quit talking about what he needs to do or not do. This guy's having trouble hitting fastballs right now, nevertheless putting a first baseman's mitt on.
Yeah, I mean, more important than getting him ready to play first is just making sure that his bat is good for the second half of the season, because I don't think the Giants, they could probably sneak into the playoffs if everybody else plays well, but in terms of them actually doing something of impact in the playoffs, they need Devers' bat to come around. So I'm with you. You do whatever you can to get Devers' bat going, and the first base plan, or whatever the plan is for him defensively, comes second. We got Mike in Walnut Creek on hold, but Mike, we have to hit a quick break. I do really want to hear what you have to say about this, so if you could, just hang out on hold. We'll get to you right when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, although it's Grandy and Evan with you today. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More Willard and Dibs next on 95.7 The Game.
Look. Listen.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Willard and Dibs. Although they're both out, it's Grandy and Evan with you today, and we got behind the glass the vice president of what did Philmo say? Vice president of hate.
The vice president of hate.
Yeah, there it is. The vice president of hate behind the glass. We also got Ken behind the glass. Ken's a happy man right now. You know why, Ev?
He shouldn't be.
You know what we were talking about during the crossover? The Giants were trying to politic Tyler Rogers onto the All-Star roster to replace Robbie Ray.
Let me guess, a Met made it.
A Met made it. David Peterson. Also a Duck.
Oh, well, yeah. All right. You're good.
Although the Mets were gutless today, Petey threw 7 shutout, and they couldn't even get him the win. And they still lost the baseball game.
Sounds like Justin Verlander.
But
Dave Peterson's a very good pitcher and a well-deserving All-Star. Speaking of hate, can I just get something off my chest right now?
Yes. Mike and Walnut Creek, we're getting to you in just a minute.
Sorry, Mike. Thank you. Give me 1 minute. The biggest joke of the day is the average ticket for Cooper Flagg's ostensible debut in Las Vegas being $205.
Well, he's taking on Brawny, Evan. It's Brawny v. Cooper.
I don't care if it's Cooper Flagg versus Ace Bailey. Name whatever other big rookie there is to market. Nobody should be paying $200 to see a Summer League basketball game. That's literally the reason why you go to these kinds of events. It's like one of the things that pisses me off about spring training now is tickets are just as expensive as they are to go to a regular season game. That's why I'm in Arizona. That's why I'm in Las Vegas, is because I get to see these athletes up front and personal while not having to dive into my pocket like I'm going to see Lady Gaga at Chase Center. Lady Gaga costs less than going to see Cooper Flagg play an exhibition game. That's unbelievable. These guys are getting robbed left and right for a product. Cooper Flagg is going to play 15 minutes tonight. He might not even play the entire game. Just because it's a first of all, it's not a debut, but the first time you can see him is worth what? We don't even have a ticket stub to keep to frame.
Yeah, I got a notification 9 minutes ago from ESPN, and it just says Brawny versus Flagg. And then you get the popcorn emoji, big names, bigger buzz.
There is no buzz in that building. And look, we can just watch it on television like most people.
Yeah.
And I just hate that. That really irked me.
Well, that would have been a good What's Bugging You tomorrow, brought to you by ICO Pest Control. You have to think of something else, but that was a good one, and I'm right there with you.
No, you know me, it's not hard.
That is terrible. $200 for a Summer League basketball game. I would not be spending that much money on that. Okay, 888-957-9570. We have been talking a lot about Will Clark and Rafy Devers. Will Clark, very outspoken, as he always is. One said he understood why Rafy did not work out with him at first base while the Red Sox were in town because awkward. And it was a media-fueled split between Rafy Devers and the Boston Red Sox. That perfectly made sense. But he also said next time that he's in town, Rafy better get out there to work with him, and even said that if he's not, he would drag him out there. And then Will Fleming shared the story in Boston, the brother of Dave, but the voice of the Red Sox. Will Clark was upset that he left some context out and MF'd him out, just drawing more attention to this entire situation. So who's the bad guy here? And what is the outcome for Rafy Devers and the Giants? 888-957-9570. Mike in Walnut Creek has been patient. Mike, we appreciate it. What's up? You're on Willard and Dibs with Grandy and Evan. How you doing, Mike?
Oh, I'm doing great. Grandy and Evan holding it down. This is a great show for baseball fans, especially guys who have shook Will Clark's hands a couple of times. You know, he's not that bad of a guy. He's really not. He's kind of nice. Buster is totally opposite. Buster will not shake your hand. He will not look at your face. He doesn't care. He's a little bit more like Bonds. Couldn't care less about the fans. Will is much different. That being said, now Buster's your boss, right? So he could have signed Pete Alonso, but he didn't. He left Lamont Wade at the leadoff position at first base. So that's his move. He's the one. He said, if you got a problem with the Giants, come after me. I'm the one that put the roster together. I'm the one that puts the lineup together. Don't blame Bob Melvin. Don't blame the coaches. So he goes ahead and he signs Devers for 8 years, $270 million. Devers has bad legs. His hamstrings are tight right now. His groin. For human beings, the youth is in the legs. So Rafy is getting older. You signed an older man to a $270 million contract. So when Will Clark says he's going to have to come work out at first base and I'm going to teach you a few things, Rafy Devers is like, please, my man, I'm worth $300 million. I don't need nothing from you. You never earned this much money. Yeah, you were a great player, and if you had played today, you probably would have earned this much money. But you ain't never seen this much money in your life. You're never going to sniff this much cash. And honestly, you're probably jealous of me. Because I'm not as good as you, but I'm getting paid 10 times more than you. And the problem is Buster Posey. Imagine the rest of the coaching staff of the players. You got Pat Burrell and Damon Minor as your hitting coaches. No wonder they're not hitting very well. They can't hit at all. And the other coach they had, Donnie Ecker, just got fired from the Rangers. So we've had a history of bad batting. And Buster is not a communicator. He's just a bootlicker with the owners. So they put him in this, and they gave him this position, and then he gave the GM position to Manassian. His dad was in the locker room. Okay, it doesn't mean you get to be a GM, you and your brother. It's the whole team is like this, man. And Mark Hallberg, another Florida State guy, he's getting ready to jump in for Bob Melvin's job. I don't know why Buster just doesn't go ahead and put him in there. I don't see what you're waiting for.
Wow, Mike, this is a crazy call. I'm not sure I've ever heard a crazier. Buster Posey, not a communicator, and he's to blame for Will Clark exploding on Will Fleming and Rafy Devers?
Mike, you got a flamethrower?
Mike's gone.
Oh.
But I think he did.
It sounds like Posey hit his dog or something.
I mean, okay, Buster did say any issue with the team, like it comes back to me, I put the roster together. Now that's just what a good GM leader does. Now he is right in that, but I don't understand how Will Clark saying what Will Clark does comes back on Buster Posey. That makes no sense to me.
Well, I mean, Posey's the leader, but like to me, it's not really what you think about either of the guys. It's about the player. And I do think that, look, the early returns have not been good on Devers. Can we just say that?
Yeah, no, he has 22 games in, and it's been a disappointment. Yeah,
it's been a failure so far. I mean, he literally has a 0 WAR. He's hitting below average. He's only hit 2 home runs, and he's played not a single inning of defense.
Yeah, that's fair. Failure through 22 games.
Through 22 games, yeah.
That's fair, I think.
So I do think that people are beginning to wonder when this is going to turn around. Like, and baseball is a sport where it could happen tomorrow and Devers starts to go on a streak. But I just think that there's some, like, the trade was sold as being an unequivocal A. Like, no doubt, great trade. Giants fleeced the Red Sox. There's no downside. This was a great move that you had to make. I think that's the theme of most people's synopsis of the deal. And I do think that now, because we haven't seen him hit, and now there's these questions. I don't know about Clark, but like there's something missing. There's something lost in translation here with his position. There's some doubt beginning to creep into people's minds about Devers. And I think it's unfair at this point because it's only been 22 games. But people are starting to wonder if this was just a slam dunk trade. And that does fall on Posey. Like, he's the one who pulled the trigger. And if this doesn't turn out to go well, he's the one that's going to have to bear the brunt.
Okay, well, how about this from the 925 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line? And this is also what Mike on the phone lines was just talking about. And you don't get fitter as you age, writes the 925, loses drive and motivation too, already got the bag. This is what you're talking about, Ev, potentially, but are there Giants fans out there? And you can let us know, 888-957-9570. Giants fans out there that already regretting the trade? Like, are you scared that this is going to turn out to be a disaster for the Giants? Like, we're 22 games in, and you're right, it has been a failure so far, but 22-game sample size over the course of an entire season is still pretty damn small. Like, good hitters go through stretches like this over the course of 22 games. That happens. I am nowhere near calling the Devers trade a failure in its entirety. Through 22 games, it has been bad, but there is so much time for him to prove that he's still he still is, for him to show that he's still one of the 10, 15 best hitters in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I probably wouldn't say that he is at this point. Like, you didn't get Rafy Devers at age 23.
28, he's still in his prime.
You would hope. Is Willie Adames still in his prime?
Yeah.
You hope. He's not hitting very well.
They won't be in their prime by
in a year or two.
By the end of their contract, no doubt. They're in their prime now, and you hope you get 4 good years out of them. But we could talk more about that. And again, we want to hear from you guys. 888-957-9570. Are you already regretting the Rafy Devers trade? And does this Will Clark firestorm just add more fuel to that fire for you? 888-957-9570. Next week is All-Star. It's our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4 day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and the Laughing Monk Brewing merch store as well. Listen at 7:30 in the morning. All right, just the gift card to Laughing Monk Brewing as well. Excuse me. Listen at 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the afternoon, and at 4:30 as well for your chance to win every single day next week, every show, every day, and it all starts on Monday. And we're also sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. More Willard and Dibs with Grandy and Evan with you next on 95.7 The Game.
It's swung high and deep to left and out of here. I don't care what Rafy says after the game. That meant a lot.
Well, who he hit it for and who he hit it against had meaning on both sides of the swing. And that was impressive.
Hit high and deep to center field. Myers back. Out of here. Number 17 for Rafy Devers. Number 2 in a Giants uniform. And that's what they needed. They're back in it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Caruco, NBC Sports Bay Area. The calls of the 2 Rafy Devers home runs wearing a Giants jersey, one against his former team Boston, the other versus the Marlins of Miami. Welcome back. It's Willard and Dibs. Although Willard and Dibs out, it's Grandy and Evan with you today. Willard will be back tomorrow right here on 95.7 The Game. That most recent home run, Evan, his second and to this point last home run hit as a Giant by Rafy Devers, that was all the way back on the 26th of June. It's a long time ago. He has not hit one since, and you look at what his numbers are with the San Francisco Giants in 22 games. He's slashing, batting average 225, on base 344, slugging 363 with an OPS at 706. That is definitely not a great hitter, and that is like a below average hitter to this point as a San Francisco Giant. So what I think we got to ask everybody out there, 888-957-9570, you having concerns or regrets the deal that the Giants made acquiring Rafy Devers? Already just 22 games in.
I mean, you can't regret the deal, but let me ask you, how much has Devers entered into the equation of winning for you so far?
Like impacting winning.
Like, why have the Giants been good this year? And I think they're a good team.
Yeah.
I think you
8
agree.
games over 500.
Yeah. They've been solid this year. Why have they been an above average 8-game above 500 team?
For the most part because of their pitching, starting and bullpen.
Yeah, not because of what Devers has done at the plate.
No.
That's kind of concerning to me.
No, it has only been 22 games. Like, he hasn't had a gigantic chunk to impact winning. But in those 22 games, they've largely kind of struggled. They haven't been as good as they were elsewhere, and he wasn't a reason why they were winning a bunch of games.
Yeah, I mean, it's been roughly, 20 games, 162, like
1/8.
1/8 of the season.
A little more, yeah.
I mean, that's not an insignificant amount of time. Like, it's like watching a shooter not be able to make a three for like a month. You know, that's kind of a big deal, especially when the team is. I think the fact that they've been winning has, pushed him to the side a bit. Adames has been hitting better. Chapman's come back. The pitching has still been pretty solid. Your bullpen's been good. You'd hope that when he finds his bat, that he elevates your team. But so far, he hasn't had much impact at all. Like, I actually feel pretty comfortable saying he hasn't impacted anything to this point.
Not at a major level.
The one home run he hit against Boston, I think they won that game 3-2.
Yep.
So that's huge. But they've been about 500 since he's got here.
Yeah, I could look at the exact record. Give me a sec.
So Devers has not done enough for me yet. And that's also another reason, like, in regards to the position, why I would just completely ice him from playing first base, because I need him to do what he's brought here to do, and that's hit. And he hasn't done that yet. And so, like, I don't regret the trade, but I understand why fans are going to the ballpark or watching on TV and feeling like, God, what am I watching? Why can't this guy hit the baseball? That's all he's supposed to be able to do, and so far he hasn't done it yet.
Finally, we got a power left-handed bat, one of the premier hitters in baseball, and he's just been another so far. It's frustrating. You were talking about earlier how, I don't know if I necessarily agree the Giants are coddling him. I know where you're coming from, but they treated him like he's a superstar. And to be fair, he's been really, really good in his career, and that's excitement, and the Giants fans haven't really had that in a really long time. And then through almost a month of him as a Giant, he's been like Mike Yastrzemski going through a a struggle as well. Like this, the numbers that he has in 22 games, and the Giants, by the way, 10 and 12 in those 22 games, that is what you see from like 6 different dudes that they trot out there every single day. Like he's just another one of those guys right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, he looks like a San Francisco Giant.
True.
He's hitting like one right now. But I think, like the larger concern is that, all right, so when teams spend a lot of money for these albatross contracts, right? What are you paying for? You're paying, let's say, this is an 8-year deal for Devers.
Yeah.
You're paying for him to be good like the first 3 years of the deal. And I know there's a lot of time left between now and then, but early returns are not good. And if Devers has a bad year in one of the years he's supposed to be good, what am I really looking forward to?
Yeah.
And this guy is going to be around for a long time. And so it is very alarming to me that Devers has not been able to have even like a breakout game yet. Like he hasn't had a 3 for 4 with 3 extra base hits. He hasn't had a 4 for 5 night to my knowledge. And he hasn't done damage against a really good team so far. I actually think that this series against the Dodgers, out of any Giant, is the biggest for Rafael Devers because he has an opportunity against perhaps the best team in baseball to really make a statement and put these distractions about position or his hitting struggles at the plate completely behind him. And going into the All-Star break, to me, would be a massive boost for not just this club, but particularly him. And so if you're looking at anybody during this Dodgers series that I want to see something from, it's Rafael Devers. Like, this is a statement series for him, whether he knows it or not.
22 games, 3 multi-hit games. His first game as a Giant versus the Guardians had 2 hits. Had 2 hits, final game versus the A's in Sacramento. And then that game that we just heard a highlight from, his second home run as a Giant, that loss versus the Marlins, he went 3 for 4, including a home run and a double in that game. But that's his only 3-hit game, 2 2-hit games. Everything else is either hitless or 1 hit. That has been his season so far with the San Francisco Giants. So again, 888-957-9570. You concerned about the acquisition of Rafy Devers? You worried that he might not be able to turn this thing around? 888-957-9570. Dave in Daly City is next. Dave, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs, but Grandy and Evan in. How you doing, Dave?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much. I was thinking the trade was an A+ for the Red Sox. They got a young pitcher, Harrison, and they got our first-round draft pick, James Tibbs, and we got a older veteran that cost $270 million. I think Buster Posey and the Giants should get an F on that trade. That is obvious. No, but they did not do their homework.
Dave, let me ask you, Dave, real quick, Dave, did you think that the day the trade went down, or are you reacting to the first 22 games?
Well, when the first trade went down, when I first heard it, I was surprised. And my mind went back to Rafael Devers 5 years ago. And I was thinking, at first I said, oh, that's the 5-year player, the younger Rafael Devers. If he's coming here, yeah, that's great. But it was obvious when he got here that this is the much older version of Rafael Devers. And I remind you, a lot of times when we come from, we lie about our age on the birth certificate sometimes. You know what I mean? He might even be 30. You never know. And that being said, I'm just happy that Matt Williams didn't blow out his knees and his Achilles when he was sending them around third, because I'm sure Rafael Devers is thinking to himself, what in the heck are you doing, dude? Why are you waving me around like I'm your center fielder? And you know I can't run. And that would have been beautiful because he'd have blown out his Achilles right when Buster signed him. I mean, right on the field. I mean, that wouldn't have been any better, could it? I mean, that would have been the funniest thing you ever seen in your life.
I wouldn't have viewed it as funny, Dave. That would have been terrible. A guy tearing his Achilles.
Yeah, all right.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate you tuning in. I mean, Dave seemed pretty clear from the beginning that he didn't like the deal. But again, I'll say he's a 28-year-old DH, hopefully first baseman at some point. You're right that you acquire or you sign a guy to this kind of deal, and the Giants technically didn't sign Devers to it, but they took on the contract after the Red Sox signed him to it. You take on that kind of deal and that long-term money, you're hoping for amazing return through 3 or 4 years in order to make up for him coming nowhere near giving you enough to make up for the money that he's going to be making when he's 34 years old. Like, you hope that he's good enough early that you can swallow those numbers later on in the contract. But in order for that to happen, he's got to produce while he's still in his prime, and to that point, it hasn't happened yet.
No, and to kind of broaden it too, like Posey hasn't just gotten Devers. Like the other guy he's hung his hat on has been Adames.
Yeah.
And maybe there's also, I think, questions about both those players combined. Like, Adames has not been very good. Devers, so far, has not been very good. And I know Willie's starting to hit better, but okay, you don't want to play the small sample size game with Devers. I'll hear that. Adames has played over half the season.
Yep.
He's played 90 games or 91. And he's got a sub 700 OPS. And he's pretty good shortstop, but he's average. Let's say that. That's not someone you pay $180 million to. And it just feels like the Giants' first two big money acquisitions have been flops. You know, I like, seriously, I was running this by you during the break, and I think it's a fair question if people want to get in on it. Like, who are you more concerned with? Willie Adames or Rafael Devers? Because Lucas answered Devers, and I'm actually kind of with him. I don't know, but before I explain, how would you answer that?
I think I have more belief that Devers will get back to like being great as opposed to Adames. But who have I been more surprised is struggling to the point that they're struggling? It's Devers. Like, Adames for the last month, though, has been really good, honestly. Like, you go back to the series that began in Colorado, right? When the Giants were in the middle of that crazy streak of winning every game by a single run. In that stretch, 28 games, Adames is hitting $296, and his OPS is 900. That's amazing, and he's not going to keep that up over the course of an entire season. But we're talking about like a month's worth of baseball games, and he's been really, really, really good. Devers, over the course of a similar stretch, like take out a week, a similar stretch, he's hitting, 200 or whatever it is with the San Francisco Giants, hitting 225. I think Devers has been more surprisingly bad than Adames is how I'd answer it. But I have more faith that Adames or that Devers will finish on a higher note than Adames will.
The reason why Adames I'm not as concerned about is because I feel like I know who Willie is. I think he is someone who's been completely the same dude and even-keeled throughout his highs, throughout his lows, and everything that his teammates have said about him and the way that he's talked has backed that up. Devers, I don't know. And it's partially because we're out here in the Bay Area, but it's also because he seems like just more of a reclusive person. He seems more introverted than Adames, and all the reports from Boston that he's the little brother who just wants to play baseball, and he would let Bogarts go be the face of the Red Sox, or he would let Mookie, when he was there, be the face of Boston. Like, that's not really what he wants to be. And so I don't know about Devers. I think he's going to hit better. His resume says that he's going to hit better, but I don't even know if he's willing to play first base. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that him saying I'm willing to do all these things is the truth, because he's on the team that we're covering, and I would like to believe he's speaking, but I don't know. Willie Adames, I have more trust in because he appears to be someone with less baggage than Rafael Devers. And I also know he's going to be playing shortstop 150 games a year. I know he's going to be in and around the lineup every single day and is going to be able to hit you probably. I know he's not been hitting for average, but he's on pace to hit 20 home runs. Like, there's more, I guess, reasonable expectations surrounding Adames than Devers. And the fact that Devers has been this bad this early, like, that actually has been more surprising than Adames. Like, I didn't think Adames would be, well, he was awful at the beginning of the season, but like, Willie at least is shown some glimpses of life, and so far Devers has just not been that guy.
Well, the expectations are on different levels there, right? Like, Adames is obviously gigantic free agent signing, and you hope that he hits 300 and hits 30 home runs. But like, if we're being realistic, like maybe the fair expectation for Adames was, I don't know, hit 250. Like, if we're being real, like hit 250 and hit 25 bombs. Like, I would have taken that. Like, that's for your shortstop. Like, that's pretty darn good. But you're asking me over the entire course of a season for Rafy Devers at age 28, what would you expect? 275 and above and 30 bombs? Like, that feel like there is a difference in the expectation level, and for that reason, what Devers has been doing has been far more disappointing than what Adames has done so far this year. And I would say that I think even before Adames turned it around in the last month. Because Devers is just on a different plane as a pure hitter than Adames.
Well, but that's all he is, though.
True.
Like, he's a hitter. And even if or when he plays first base this season or in the future, I don't expect him to be a great first baseman.
To be fair, Adames isn't like a Gold Glove winning shortstop either.
No, he's not. But he's going to play there every day.
Yeah.
I mean, Devers is going to fluctuate between first and DH, and he might need days off. Like, Devers, in a perfect world, is Vlad Guerrero Jr. as a first baseman. Like, Guerrero is not a good first baseman, and you're relying purely on his bat for value.
Yes.
Also, the shortstop is just a completely different position. Like, if you're playing average level defense and you're anywhere above a net negative at the plate, that's fine. But if you're a first baseman or if you're just a DH, like, you have to hit. The one thing you cannot be is a DH that doesn't hit.
Or a first baseman that doesn't hit, like Lamont Wade.
Yeah, you're going to get DFA'd.
Yes.
And this is the thing. Like, you're not going to DFA Devers.
No,
you're not going to trade Devers at any point probably in the next 8 years. So people are like, well, when's he going to break out? When is he going to start hitting? Because so far it's been a lot of, like, at first I'm looking at that lineup and I'm like, oh, it's a pretty good lineup. And I'm seeing Devers come to the plate now, 22 games later. I'm like, well, hopefully he gets a hold of one. Like, that should be the expectation, is that he is a threat in the heart of your order every single game. And it feels like he is not only not a threat, but like sometimes he's been kind of beatable.
Yeah, just kind of left hoping and praying that he's going to finally turn it around. That it's, again, only 22 games, but it hasn't happened just yet. 888-957-9570. Who are you more worried about? Rafy Devers or Willy Adames? Who's more concerning? What's more surprising to you? Willy Adames or Rafy Devers? Up next, it's Richie in Queens. Richie, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy and Evan, though, in for Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
Hey, good talking to you guys. I'm more. I got to believe that the numbers are going to come for Devers. I mean, 280 lifetime hitter versus, you mentioned Adames. Yeah, absolutely, we would take 250, 25. That's what he's always been. He led the league last year in 3-run homers. He was always clutch second half of the year. I expect him to pick it up. But I think Adames, at this point, yes, he's been much better. But he's got that long swing. Devers is more of the contact hitter, so I think I'd worry more about Adames. I talked in the beginning of the year, and I am shocked that they're 9 games over 500.
8 games over.
I am worried. Yeah, I'm worried. Second half, looking at the second half, I'm worried about Verlander. I think Roop has shown something. Obviously, Birdsong. We got 2 studs in Ray and Webb. We miss Eric Miller. I do not like our left-handers in the bullpen. I think long-term Alexander Lucchesi will kill us. But other than that, the bullpen is solid. So I think this is a big, it's early, but it's kind of a big series. I don't like going into playing a team that's lost, 8 in a row, 7 in a row, whatever it's been for the Dodgers. I don't want them to wake up against us. But this should be a good selling point, I think, to say, hey, let's go into the second half. We got Webb, we got Roop, and then we got Robbie Ray. And obviously the bullpen, again, is such a weapon. So we get 5 or 6 out of those guys. And, guys, just real quick, too, the top of the lineup, if Devers doesn't hit at this point, we get a lot of strikeouts from Ramos. I love him. But we get a lot of strikeouts, too, from Adames. So got to get on base, for the Chapmans. Flores has been phenomenal. And a real big disappointment has been Matos. I know he's torn the league up, and the minor leagues, but he's been bad for us up here. So I'd like to see him take off. So just booked my trip to go to Milwaukee. I'm looking forward to that when they play in August. I hope we're 5 games up in the wild card at that point, or maybe making a run for the division. But we'll see. They should, with their pitching, if the starting pitching do not fall apart, we should be a contender for a wild card.
Appreciate the
Nice
call,
talking
Richie.
to you guys.
Yep, appreciate the call. Richie just ran through the roster there. I think he's spot on in terms of a lot of the concerns, and he said he's a little more worried about Adames than Devers, which is interesting because, again, over the last month, Adames has been really, really good, hitting near 300 and an OPS of 900, which is absolute, all-star numbers. But, he's right. Without Eric Miller in the bullpen, you've got a major concern there. Who are you going to go to when you need to get a lefty out? You got to get Kyle Schwarber or Bryce Harper out, which they could not do yesterday. Bryce Harper had 4 extra base hits. Who are you going to turn to? Joey Lucchesi, Scott Alexander. And then he brought up something that I know we're going to talk about here in a little bit. Justin Verlander as well, the back half of that rotation, 4 and 5 in the rotation. Big concerns there, and that's even just assuming that Landon Roop's going to be okay, setting a career high in innings pitched. So the Giants are 8 games over, and they're right there for a playoff spot, and the Dodgers keep losing. They're not going to be out of the NL West either, but they do have their fair share of concerns heading into the second half.
Well, and Richie hit on something that's got me thinking about really the root of my concern with Devers. So he said in August when he goes to Milwaukee, odds are Adames is going to like hitting there, that hopefully they'll be 5 games up in the wild card. Right now they're, I think, a game up for the 3rd spot. And that's kind of the problem. Since Devers has got here, they haven't been all that different. They're still a good team. I think they were a wild card team when he got here. In fact, they were a game out of the division. And they're in the same place.
They're under 500 with Devers.
This team has been in a holding pattern without Rafael Devers and with Rafy Devers. And whether you want to talk about him hitting well and doing he has not made an impact. And I think the fact that Richie's, I hope they're 5 games up too, but they haven't been a different team since he's gotten here, and that was something that we all expected to change.
Crazily enough, they've actually been a worse offensive team since he got here, and that isn't just solely on Devers. The big chunk of that is without Matt Chapman as well, but they're scoring fewer runs per game when Rafy Devers is in the lineup than when he's not. And again, that's not all on Rafy, but it is a fact. That is factual in the 22 games that Rafy Devers has played. Okay, it's time for a break. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Who are you more worried about, Rafy Devers or Willy Adames? And maybe you want to go to some other concerns that Richie brought up. You worried about Justin Verlander? We can get into that and a whole lot more. 888-957-9570. Plus, we do got to get into some basketball coming up before we get out of here today. You're going to want to stick around for that. And an update, potentially, on the Warriors in free agency from none other than Steph Curry. We'll get to that in a little bit as well. It's Willard and Dibs, Evan and Grandy with you right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Willard and Dibs are both out. So it's Grandy and Evan with you today here on 95.7 The Game. We're talking a lot of Giants, the craziness around Rafy Devers right now, led by Will Clark, plus just Devers' struggles in general, hitting 222 in 22 games with the Giants so far.
They did just take a series from the Phillies, right?
They did, 2 out of 3.
Just want to make sure
although they lost 13-0 yesterday.
Yeah, so they lost the series in run differential.
Yeah, pretty easily, I would imagine.
All you got to do is win the game.
They won 2 out of 3, although the second game that they won...
Philly's a bunch of stat patters. It is really what it comes down to.
Helping their plus-minus, the run differential.
You're going to pick on Alexander. You're going to pick on the back end of the bullpen guys.
And Yaz. You're going to pick on Yaz when he gets out there to throw an inning.
Oh, that's right. He's made an appearance, each of the last couple of years now?
Has he?
I thought didn't he pitch last year?
I'll find that out for you.
Well,
I remember Brandon Crawford finally getting a chance to pitch in a game. He did that 2 years ago. Let's see.
17-7, the run differential in favor of the Phillies. They lost the series 2-1.
You're right. Yaz pitched an inning last year as well. Had nearly identical stat lines as yesterday. 1 inning, 2 hits, 2 runs, both earned. The only difference was he also walked 3 last year. He only walked 1 yesterday.
Well, he's worked on his command. So Melvin trusts him a lot more in these situations.
Let me ask you this. The question we threw out last segment, and you can weigh in at 888-957-9570. Whose bat are you more concerned about, Willie Adames or Rafael Devers? And our fearless producer, or as Philmo Mike called him, the vice president of hate, Lucas Alexander.
That's a little strong.
I'm going to keep calling him that.
Lucas, the vice president of hate.
There we go. He put that poll out on Twitter. Again, whose bat are you more concerned about, Willie Adames or Rafael Devers? Are you surprised, Evan, to learn that the early returns have a 73%? 73% of voters are more concerned about Devers than Willie Adames.
I'm not. And I think it's partially because of what you said earlier, which was like the fall off between the hitter that he was in Boston and then he literally dons a Giants jersey and has now become is pretty drastic. Yeah. I think the OPS is like a 200-point drop. It's been wild.
Yeah, in Boston this year, his OPS was 905, and now it's 706 with the Giants. So,
yeah, I think it comes down to expectations. And that poll actually, I think, is enlightening because I was under the impression that people had very high expectations for Willie Adames, like what he did last year level of expectation, which to me was that's far too difficult to replicate. Like 30 homers, 100 RBI, playing a decent shortstop. That's not the guy you're going to get. But I think fans, I got to give him credit. They knew that he was going to be good and is starting to come around, but that player that we saw in Milwaukee last year is probably not going to happen.
It's pretty crazy. In my opinion, I don't necessarily blame anybody for voting Devers, but it's pretty crazy just how, and you can head on to our Twitter page at 957 The Game to vote in this poll yourself. It's pretty crazy how quick the public opinion has shifted, though, because you asked the same question, say, a week into Devers' time, and even a week into Devers' time, he was still, quote-unquote, struggling, like it wasn't great a week in either, and the poll would have been like 90% of people voting were more concerned about Adames. It has changed so quickly, and part of that is Adames has played a lot better of late, and Devers has continued to struggle, of course, but the fact that we're at a situation where 3/4 of the population, at least that are voting in our poll, is more concerned about Devers, that just goes to show how bad it's been, because Devers has been one of the best, most consistent hitters in baseball for like a 5-year stretch. He was over 500 slugging percentage each of the last 4 years. I think the only hitters to do that are Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, and Rafy Devers over the course of the last 4 full seasons of baseball. Like, he is not on the level of Ohtani and Judge, but in terms of like the best hitters for power, extra base power, he's up there with the best of them. So the fact that it has dropped off as much as it has and the public opinion has swayed as much as it has, this has been a gigantic disappointment. There's no other way around it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, but I don't think that the sample size is insignificant. It's an eighth of the season. Like, he's been a 220 hitter for an eighth of the season. In NBA terms, that would be 10 games. Like, if a guy on the Warriors, and it unfortunately happened this year, was shooting 20% from three for 10 games, we would be wondering what the hell's going on.
It happened multiple times.
Especially if you just acquired that player. They're not the same level of caliber, but like when Dennis Schroeder got here and was not very good for the first 10 games of his tenure, people were like, what is going on? Why did you trade for this guy? The difference is the Warriors didn't acquire Dennis Schroeder, who had a great resume, and they also didn't get him for 8 years. And so it's a bad first impression for Devers, but the beauty is you got a lot of time to correct. And again, I do think that this series is a big one for him, the biggest out of any player on the Giants, because if you have a big series against your rival, I think Giants fans, you'll be able to win them back. Like if Devers goes out and over 3 games goes 5 for 12 with a couple of home runs, a double, and 3 walks, and helps them take 2 of 3, or even maybe just win a game against the Dodgers because they're a damn good club. Like, I think that will calm a lot of concerns.
Let me ask you this. So just to officially get your answer to the question, more concerned about Devers or Adames? You're more concerned about Devers.
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm there with you. Let me ask you this question on top of it. Adames this year as a Giant is hitting 222. Devers this year as a Giant is hitting 225. Who finishes the year with a better batting average?
Devers.
I'm with you. So the reason why we're more concerned about Devers has more to do with the expectation and what we were hoping to get from him, and now he should be the torchbearer for the lineup, not necessarily Adames. Adames is a big part of it, but Devers, in our mind, was the piece that was going to make it all go.
If you're telling me that Adames and Devers are hitting the exact same, we have a massive problem. And I don't even mean like at 220, just in general.
If they're both hitting 240.
If Willie was hitting 250 right now with a 800 OPS, and Adames was hitting 250 with an 800 OPS, which are both fine, I would say Devers isn't really carrying his weight.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of weight. But that's a guy that should be your best hitter. And he has not come close to being their best hitter during the stretch, and I think it's a reason why they've been, again, just circling around this 500 mark since he's gotten here.
But I do also have belief that Devers is going to turn it around. Now, maybe he doesn't hit up to the level that he has almost every single other year of his career. Like, we're talking about career 856 OPS. Anything above 800 is really, really good. 900 is like amazing. He's a career 278 hitter. He's a career 507 slugging percentage. Maybe the end of season numbers with the Giants don't quite meet that mark. But I think we're going to look back at it at the end of the year and say, well, all right, that's still probably the best hitter in the Giants lineup. The problem is through 22 games, it has been pretty bad. And the Giants are looking at a race that might come down to the final couple of days of the season. And there's a chance you look back at this 22-game stretch for Devers and say, if only he could have put it together a little bit sooner, might be the difference in winning a couple of games, and maybe that's the difference in a playoff spot.
It could be. And that's, I think, part of it, too, the disappointment with the early returns, right? I think we knew that the Giants were a team that could acquire a wild card spot before Devers got here.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be the guy that put them in the category of challenging for the division or being a surefire wildcard team, which they haven't really been. They've kind of been the same team. And so it's like, all right, we got this guy who we owe $280 million to, and he hasn't immediately changed this franchise. Like, look back at you and I, well, I don't know if we agreed on this, but before the Devers deal, the biggest trade acquisition for the Giants by position player was like Beltran, right?
Yeah, Beltran, 2011.
And people look back on it it wasn't a good trade because he gave up Wheeler. You go look at Beltran's numbers. Like, Beltran hit pretty well.
He was great. Got hurt, missed a couple weeks, I think, but he was great when he played.
Exactly.
And then he left.
But that trade was a loss because of what you gave up, not because of the return you've got from the player.
And because you missed the playoffs.
Yeah.
It wasn't his fault that you missed the playoffs.
But with Devers, you obviously got him for a lot longer. So my point is, like, the numbers and why he isn't hitting is the biggest question that people are trying to figure out. And up until this recent, 5 out of 7 or 6 out of 8 stretch that they're going through, I think the question that nobody has the answer to is, like, how do you get a better player in here and your team gets worse?
Oh, I got a problem with the text that just came in on the Boxer and Gersten Work Injury Attorneys text line, the 925. A couple of things. I got to read both of these from the same number at the 925, and appreciate you tuning in and weighing in. And you can always do so at 888-957-9570. Again, on the Boxer and Gersten Work Injury Attorneys text line, the 925 writes, weight and fitness issues, and they didn't vet that? Come on now. They had this experience with Panda and made the same mistake. Entirely different situations. And the 925 also says, the bigger problem is Buster Posey said the trade was in the process for weeks, so he did a poor job watching his film. 925, I'd ask you, did you watch his film? You know what he was hitting in Boston this year before the trade went down? His OPS is over 900 in Boston this year. That would have been a career high since 2019 when he led the league with 54 doubles and drove in 115 runs. He was amazing in Boston this year, and everything he did in Boston this year suggested he was worth everything the Giants gave up to get him.
Yeah, and by the way, the numbers that you're looking at that he hit in Boston was after starting 0 for 19 with 16 strikeouts.
Yes.
So he kind of had to dig himself out of a hole. No, I'm with you. But this is where I guess I'll meet the 925 not halfway, maybe like a quarter of the way.
Okay.
If we learn, and this is down the line, that Devers doesn't want to play first, or some of the things that have been rumored about him come to light, that is on Buster Posey. That's on him. Because you should have known. And if you did know, you shouldn't have been selling us this bill of goods that he's a completely changed man and is willing to do things ahead of time. Like, you should have said, hey, we're going to get this bat in here. We want him to DH, and that's all we need from him. But everything that's been sold so far is that, well, Rafy's still he's a really good teammate. He's willing to do whatever he needs for the team, and he's eventually going to play first base. But if that doesn't happen, that absolutely is on Buster Posey.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. So you mentioned Rafy's start when he went hitless in his first 15, I think it's actually his first, you're right, 19 at-bats, and he had 7, 10, 15 strikeouts. That's absolutely incredible in his first 5 games. The rest of his time in Boston this year, so after the first 5 games, but before he got traded, that's a 68-game sample. When he hit .292 with 15 home runs and 57 RBIs, and his OPS was .960. So, yeah, you watch the film of Devers before the trade went down, you're seeing one of the best hitters in all of baseball.
I mean, his last hit as a Red Sox was a home run.
It's the Yankees.
Yeah, that's what made it all the more perplexing. But obviously there's some stuff that was kind of irreparable with their relationship.
No doubt. Now, there are some concerns as you advance this beyond this year, beyond next year, maybe even beyond 2027. You're going to get to a point on the Giants where, one, you expect Bryce Eldridge to come up and own first base for the foreseeable future, and if that doesn't work, then you have that problem in and of itself. But let's just assume that it does work and he is your first baseman for a decade whenever he comes up. You're going to have Devers playing DH. You're going to have an aging Willy Adames, who maybe at a certain point would become better as a DH. you're going to have a lot of guys that you're going to want to play DH, and there's only one DH. Like that is a concern a few years down the road.
Well, again, that's why, like, when they made this deal, I know it was a slam dunk, but like there are consequences to every move that you make. And I'm not just talking about shipping off arms and like the guys in the deal, that's fine. Tibbs might become something, whatever. But what you do to your team is when you acquire any DH, you create a logjam at that position. The Giants basically have to construct their lineup like an NL team before DHs, because that spot's already taken.
Yep.
Everybody has to play a position. And I know that, obviously you're not hitting a pitcher there, but this is also a team that has some guys that are going to age very soon, that are under contract for a long time. You know who else in a couple of years might need a day off? Matt Chapman. You look around the infield, Adames, sure. If Flores is here in the future, I don't think he will be because he's a free agent. But, like, you can't just... when Eldridge comes up, he's going to play first, but what if he's not a very good first baseman? He hasn't played it a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Devers is a good move. He should help you, but he adds constraints to the rest of your offense that when he's hitting, you don't care about.
You can live with.
But when he's going through cold stretches, you just have to live with.
And you hope that he ends that cold stretch soon. Maybe he does it right before the All-Star break and he has a good series versus the Dodgers.
He's going to hit a home run this series.
Lock it up?
Yeah, you can book
his
that.
first home run since June 26th.
Since the Marlins.
You heard it here first.
He only hits home runs at home, people.
Yeah, he had. That's kind of crazy. He's hit 2 home runs in 22 games. None have been on the road.
He's also only hit 2. But yeah.
But, I mean, that was a trip to Arizona. He was in Sacramento. Chicago White Sox, not necessarily an amazing hitter's park, but, I mean, Arizona and Sacramento, those are 2 of the better hitter's parks in the game.
You would hope.
One.
You would hope.
Hit
well,
one.
Everyone else hit, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, they won that series
against the A's.
Sacramento. 7-2, 6-2, the final 2 scores of that series. But from one concern, Rafy Devers, however concerned you are, to another, the Giants lost again in a Justin Verlander game yesterday. He didn't pitch particularly bad. In fact, I thought he was really good, but he still gets the loss. He's now 0-7, Evan, with a 4.70 ERA. The Giants are 4-11 in his 15 starts so far this year. Giants have a Verlander problem. You concerned about Verlander the rest of the year?
What are you expecting from him the rest of the season?
To be your 4th starter?
Well, I thought they paid him to be their 3rd.
Yeah, Landon Roop's been better than I was expecting. I'm comfortable putting Landon Roop in the 3 spot now.
And Landon Roop is coming up on his innings.
He is. But until he shows me reason to not believe, I'll keep believing.
I think the Giants have problems with the 3 starters not named Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, all for different reasons. Verlander, yeah, when he's on the mound, I think he's fine, but he's 42, and he's already been on the IL once this year. Roop is young. He has 1 good pitch. That concerns me a little bit. And then Birdsong doesn't throw strikes, even though he has better stuff than Roop. But you have 2 guys who are young. You have 1 guy who's as old as God. And
as old as God.
By baseball standards, yes. He might be one of the oldest players in baseball, if not the oldest. But Justin Verlander, yeah, I get that people aren't concerned.
I think people are concerned.
Really?
I think so.
Well, maybe just people at this station aren't too worried about him. I am. And it's because he's been fine, but he's not even close to the Verlander of a couple of years ago in 2022.
He was amazing.
Yeah, but he was 39 then. Like, he's still old. And I also think he's injury prone.
So your concern is less necessarily about like how he actually pitches when he's out there, and more so you are fearful he might not be out there all the time, and maybe he's asked at a certain point to be your 3rd best starter when Landon Roop eventually falls back to earth?
Yeah, my concern is that the Giants are too reliant on Justin Verlander or 2 guys who have never pitched a full season before.
I hear you. If he's your 4th, and you tell me that Landon maybe doesn't pitch as good as he has for the rest of the year, but there's not a major fall off, and Verlander is just what he has been so far this year, the rest of the year as your fourth starter, I can live with that, honestly. I think I can. But the concerning point comes if Landon Root falls off the table, then what happens? Because Verlander going out there every fifth day as your number 3 and you're 4-11 in his 15 starts, that puts all the more pressure on Webb and Ray to win every single game.
Yeah, and I actually am not too worried about either of them. Webb's had done awesome in moments since he's gotten the majors, and Ray, I think he's looked really good. And I don't have a concern that he's going to fall off like just dramatically. The Verlander thing, though, is interesting because yesterday he threw well. What a quality start.
Yeah, gave up 4 runs, but only 2 were earned.
So quality
in 6
start.
innings.
Yeah, quality start. If he indeed, after the game, is correct that he found a mechanical flaw that he corrected, and that's why he threw as well as he did, there might be something there. But Verlander, and I know a lot of people always look at like the fastball, but I would encourage you when you watch him to watch what he does with his off-speed stuff. Like the difference between Verlander being a Cy Young Award winner and a guy with a 5 ERA, to me, is not about his velocity. It's about his slider and his curveball. And yesterday, both of them were really good. Where he locates them, if he's able to get in on the hands of lefties, like he made Schwarber look pretty paltry yesterday. And Schwarber's a damn good hitter, especially against righties. He feasts on right-handed pitchers, particularly guys that throw four-seam fastballs and are high velocity. Verlander burned him a couple times because he was able to pitch inside with his off-speed stuff. So when Verlander is commanding his slider and his curveball like he did yesterday, he's really good. That's why I think he hasn't been good this season, is because he hasn't had either of those two pitches. People are hitting, I think, 260 against his slider. This year overall, people are hitting 385 against his curveball. His fastball's been fine, but it's not just about the velocity. So if he indeed found a mechanical flaw and corrected it, then we might have something there, and then it's just about him staying on the mound. But I guess I'm going to need to see him do that a couple more times and really watch how he throws his off-speed stuff before I say that I'm not worried about him anymore.
Well, we can hear Verlander talk about his mechanical flaw that he thinks he might have found an answer to post-game yesterday. We can hear that when we come back. Plus, we do got to shift gears and get into some basketball. There's some Warriors-specific stuff that you got to hear and we got to let you know about. Plus, you're going to want to hear, I think, what Evan and I have to say about some of the gigantic contracts being handed out around the NBA. Devin Booker, if you missed it, just set a record for the highest annual average value for an NBA player, making over $72 million per year on average. We can talk about that. Plus, the OKC Thunder have signed their core three to gigantic extensions, all three of them. We got to talk about that. And next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away. Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4 day passes to Aftershock, and gift cards to the Valkyries merch store and Laughing Monk Brewing. Listen at 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the afternoon, and 4:30 in the afternoon for your chance to win every single day next week. Again, every show, every day next week. It all starts on Monday. It's Willard and Dibs, Grandy and Evan with you. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
I will take it away, Steph. Although it's not Mark Willard. It's Mark Grandy, along with Evan Giddings, in for Willard and Dibs today here on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, did you hear what Steph Curry said today?
Oh, yeah.
He said a couple of things today.
Yeah, he basically said, don't worry about Al.
Yeah?
Right?
Yeah. Our Warriors insider Anthony Slater, who is currently up there in Tahoe, said a couple of things from Steph.
He's not very good at keeping a secret.
First, again, this is courtesy of Anthony Slater. He wrote on Twitter, Steph Curry out in Tahoe asked how long he plans to keep playing in the NBA. Steph says, I don't know. I'm just taking it 2 years at a time. That's what I have left on my contract right now. And then Slater also added this. Steph Curry asked about the idea of Al Horford joining the Warriors, and Steph said, quote, he's a champion, great player. When all that stuff happens, I'll talk about it. So maybe a little slip of the tongue there. Do the Warriors have a handshake agreement in place with Al Horford, and the only thing that's awaiting is a Kaminga resolution, and then Al Horford will put pen to paper and officially become a Warrior?
Well, I'm going to be honest. They better have a handshake agreement. I mean, seriously, if they don't sign Al Horford, or this thing with Valanciunas goes off the deep end and Denver somehow gets Horford, like, what are you left with? That's where free agency is. Okay. Yeah. Chris Boucher, Warriors legend. No, the Warriors, this is what they've been resigned to. Like, they need Al Horford. And so I, for one, was relieved to hear Steph say or slip, it sounds like that Horford's going to be a Warrior at some point. It's just a matter of time. And it's because they don't have another option at this point.
Yeah, so again, essentially, Steph, when talking about Al Horford, began to say when that stuff happens, as in Horford signing, and then he corrected himself and said when all that happens. But perhaps he slipped up, and maybe he gave us all a little look into the Warriors' offseason plans. But that's, I mean, I'm of the belief, Evan, and this might also go for De'Anthony Melton, and maybe the Melton one is more reliant on the Warriors not having Kaminga's services anymore. But I'm of the belief that, assuming that they can make the money work under the first apron or whatever the number is, those two deals are just kind of awaiting of resolution from Kaminga. That's my read. I don't have inside information, but that's my read on the situation. I would venture to guess that a Horford and Melton transaction quickly follows the Kaminga resolution. Whenever that happens, I think they'll follow pretty quickly right after.
I hope so. I mean, I hope so, because I think at this point, that might be the best case scenario. Now, I know that, and we might get into it, that Monty Poole said something a little interesting on the, Warriors Talk podcast for NBC Sports Bay Area?
He was on with Willard and Dibs and kind of talked about it, and then he wrote a piece on NBC Sports Bay Area about the lack of interest the Warriors showed in DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, okay, so I know he also talked about it on a podcast, and he essentially said if they don't get something done in free agency, let's say with like Horford or Melton, that he feels or has heard from people that a trade is something that he would consider to be on the table.
Oh, I didn't see this. A trade for what?
He didn't say. Which is why I don't know if I buy it necessarily, but I do think that the Warriors are, like, the whole reason why Horford and Melton are potentially sitting there, it's because it's like, I think they're still exhausting their options, and they're trying to figure out if there's a market, which right now doesn't appear to be one for Kaminga, but sometimes teams change their mind. And so one of the benefits of not getting this deal done quickly is you allow other teams to maybe renege on their previous positions. And as you get closer to the year and you see teams that aren't quote-unquote interested in JK suddenly find interest in him as we move closer to the time where you got to get him in. And I think that might be what he's referring to, but I thought it was interesting. Like, he was on with him and Bonte host a podcast.
Yeah.
And he basically was saying, which I was surprised to hear from Monty, considering his conversation with you guys a couple days ago, was, wouldn't count the Warriors out of a running for a potential trade.
And that was, again, if Horford and or Melton fall through.
Yep.
Huh. But I feel like him saying that is something beyond a Kaminga trade, because the Kaminga trade, while maybe not necessarily the most likely outcome, is the most discussed topic of the NBA offseason.
Could be. Yeah. I think that Moody's a potential trade candidate, and they have other players they might be able to stack. I don't know. It's, I think the Warriors are kind of stuck right now, but it's like you're looking around and seeing all these big contracts being given out and these players that are being rewarded for deals, and the Warriors are still, I think, the only team that have not made a move this summer.
They have not. The only team in the entire NBA. 29 other teams, they've all made at least one move.
Yeah, the Pacers were the other team that hadn't made a move until a couple days ago. They traded for Jay Huff.
Oh, from the Grizzlies.
Yes.
Big man. The Miles Turner replacement.
Best center on the Grizzlies.
Better than Jaren Jackson Jr.?
He's not their center. That's Zach Edey.
Jay Huff's not better than Zach Edey.
I don't like Zach Edey. I do not like him at all.
The other interesting thing that Monty Poole wrote about, and I think he also discussed this on the Warriors Talk podcast, all this, of course, on NBC Sports Bay Area, where Monty does a great job covering the Warriors. He discussed the Warriors' lack of interest in Deandre Ayton, and he, in trying to find a reason for the Warriors' refusal to even kick the tires on Ayton, not necessarily like actually go out and sign him, because monetarily it would have been difficult for them to offer as much money as the Lakers did, but just not even kicking the tires on Deandre Ayton. Monty was left confused. And again, I'm going to read a portion of this story to you. Monty wrote, the Warriors, according to multiple league sources, were not among the teams that lined up to gauge Ayton's interest, despite some reports stating otherwise. So Monty goes through this whole article trying to figure out why. Why are you not even kicking the tires? And this is how Monty begins his story. Quote, there was a time when the Warriors so trusted their culture, they would bet on it. Confident in feel-good vibes, largely arranged by Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry, they were willing to gamble on a player whose, quote, red flags might deter others. And then he runs through JaVale McGee and Nick Young and DeMarcus Cousins. I would even throw in someone like Kelly Oubre in there. He also mentions Andrew Wiggins, although those were not necessarily like off-court red flags. And then Monty writes, quote, which brings us to DeAndre Ayton and whether Golden State still believes in its culture. You think the Warriors believe less in their culture, and that might be a reason why they were not interested in going after DeAndre Ayton, or at least gauging his interest in joining the Warriors?
No, because Jimmy Butler's on the team. I think clearly they believe that their culture was good enough to handle Jimmy Butler, who, unlike Rafael Devers, a lot of people have said bad things about. It's not a front office versus the player type of deal. Like, when he went back to Miami, his teammates were not happy to see him. So I don't think the Warriors distrust their culture. The Ayton thing to me is very specific. And all those guys you mentioned and Monty talked about, I hear him, and Monty's awesome. But none of those players quit on their team. And that's something DeAndre Ayton has done. So the moment that you refuse to go into a playoff game, an elimination playoff game, because you're unhappy with the head coach, what I'm referring to is the 2022 Western Conference semifinals against the Mavericks. The Suns and DeAndre Ayton coming off a run to the championship, get to Game 7, COVID gate happens, right? But they lose on their home floor and get waxed. During that game, DeAndre Ayton was asked to go in, and he refused. Monty Williams and he famously have not seen eye to eye. That's when they get rid of Ayton. My point is, he quit. He quit on his team in a game where they needed him. And that's not something that to me is like repairable by culture. I do look at DeAndre Ayton completely differently after that matter.
I mean, Jimmy Butler also quit on his team.
Not in a playoff game. Not when winning was on the line. He quit on his team when money was on the line in the regular season, but he did not say, I'm not going to play because I'm unhappy in a playoff game.
The DeAndre Ayton refused to go in on what? They were down by like 40 points?
Whatever the score was at halftime, yeah.
Down gigantic, whatever that number was.
And this isn't like a Scottie Pippen situation where the play wasn't drawn up for him, and then I think it was like the 94 playoffs or something.
Year. Yeah.
And then Kukoc hits the half-court shot and they win. It wasn't like one of those situations where he was mad about one play. Like, he refused to go in the entire half.
And the book on Ayton has been like concerns about motor and drive and effort, and you go and you watch a Portland Trailblazers game this past year, or even as you're talking about past when he was with the Phoenix Suns, it's, not boxing out his guy and kind of just hanging out under the basket and letting your opponent get an offensive rebound and an easy putback, and he's just kind of hanging out. So those have always been concerns. There is no doubt, though, Evan, that DeAndre Ayton, and I'm not saying the Warriors are going to regret not having DeAndre Ayton on their team. It does seem a little curious, though, to at least not gauge interest and to kick the tires and just see, is there a chance that this guy wants to come here, and would he maybe take less to be here than elsewhere? And the answer is very likely no. But the fact that it wasn't even a topic of conversation, or they weren't even interested in seeing any potential interest, does seem a little strange to me, because he does check boxes for the Warriors. He's not your prototypical big man. He's not a great rim defender, but you need a 7-footer, and he's not a three-point shooter, but he's got a mid-range on him. Like, he does fill a need the Warriors desperately need. Like, he would play major minutes and help this team, in my opinion.
Ayton?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, outside of the culture stuff, I hear it, but I just don't think he's the kind of player that, I don't know. I mean, by the end of the season in Portland, he was like Klingon was clearly a better option for them. I also there's something about a player who is told that the team who they're contractually obligated to play for does not want you.
It's a big deal.
It is. And that's why I think by midseason next year, when the Lakers are probably sputtering or, an up and down team, because that's what they were last year, that DeAndre Ayton's going to be the scapegoat.
I found what Monty wrote about more interesting in the sense of just talking about the Warriors' culture as opposed to DeAndre Ayton specifically. Because, again, I could see how DeAndre Ayton would fit here. But Monty Poole, who's with the Warriors every game and is in that clubhouse and knows the team as well as almost anybody else out there, the fact that he's even bringing up, again, the quote was, whether Golden State still believes in its culture. And I know you throw out Jimmy Butler as an example to show, yes, they do. That to me just feels like you give Jimmy money and he's going to be okay with the situation. Like, that just seems to be the kind of player that Jimmy is. I don't know if that's a major test of your team's culture as long as he has the money that he wants. You threw out before we were on the air, well, what happens when Jimmy Butler wants another contract? And how does that play out there? That might be the real test of the Warriors' culture. But, I mean, Kevon Looney's gone, and Steve Kerr said multiple times he's this team's moral compass. And that's a big part of the team's culture. Now, obviously, Steph is a gigantic part of this team's culture as well. I don't know how outsiders view Draymond Green's role in terms of a culture builder in the Warriors' locker room, but there's clearly some doubts in terms of his leadership style or technique. And you get to a point where the Warriors just are not the dominant team that they once were. You got to ask yourself, are they even good enough anymore to put up with a potential culture clash? Because in the times when they were bringing in, JaVale McGee and Nick Young and DeMarcus Cousins, they were the best team in basketball. And you could deal with some of those problems, if you want to call it that, because ain't no big deal. We got Kevin Durant, we got Steph, we got Clay, we got Dre, and we got Iguodala. We'll figure this thing out, and you can't possibly be upset because guess what? We're winning 60 games every single year. No matter what, you're going to have to fall in line. But now you're in a situation this year or now the last couple of years where you're not as dominant, and you need potentially to take those chances on some of the others in order to help you get the number of wins that you need. I don't know. The Warriors' culture might not be quite as robust as it once was, and they might not have the ability to put up with some of those other things, considering they're not as dominant as they once were.
Yeah, I mean, I think your culture is as good as your best player, and that's still Steph Curry. But, I mean, they literally told us that they were willing to trade culture for talent last year when they traded Wiggins. Wiggins is a product of that culture. He's someone who's completely reformed his career in Golden State. And they traded him because they weren't very good. Like, it didn't matter how good the culture was. And, I think it was interesting that last year it didn't matter how bad things got on the court. That was a team that was together. They really liked each other. I think the glue of the team is probably Buddy Hield. But the problem was not in the locker room. Nobody had seeds of distrust, and nobody didn't like each other. They just weren't very good. So I don't know if that's the Warriors don't trust their culture, but in my opinion, I don't think that Ayton is a player that's good enough to potentially damage it. And maybe that's why they decided not to kick the tires. Like, I realize, and people say, oh, we'd be lucky to have Ayton. Would you? Like, did the Portland Trailblazers just feel lucky to get DeAndre Ayton? I don't think the Suns felt unlucky to let him go. I don't think the Lakers feel lucky to have him.
Apparently
they just needed a big.
Apparently LeBron hasn't even said hi to him yet.
Yeah,
he shot him a text.
It's more of a LeBron thing. I think Luka Doncic did reach out to him. But, yeah, like, to me, DeAndre Ayton is not a good enough player, especially if you think that you're going to get Al Horford in here to potentially mess with your locker room. Like, I don't know. Like, Jimmy Butler's someone that you can risk your locker room for because he's a really good player and has won at every single stop in his career. Now, he leaves that place in a pile of ash, but that's the risk the Warriors are willing to take. You willing to take that for DeAndre Ayton? I'm not. Maybe that's kind of the way that I feel about the situation. But the question about the culture is fair from Monty. Like, do they trust it anymore? I think they do because Steph Curry is still the leader of that team.
Apparently we have some sound. Oh, no. This is this on Cowherd? This is on the Herd. Jason McIntyre, Collins number 2. On DeAndre. Oh no, this is not good. Here it is. Jason McIntyre on DeAndre Ayton.
The Lakers made a big splash here in the last week, picking up DeAndre Ayton. And I know a lot of people instantly poo-pooed this deal as, this is no big deal. Ayton's a malcontent. He would come out of games and slam chairs down. He'd be late to rehab. This is how much DeAndre Ayton hated it in Portland. He forfeited $10 million to get out of town. Let's just say DeAndre Ayton through his first 7 seasons is kind of sort of a top 8 center in the league. I mean, listen, look at these stats right here. 15 and 10 and 50% shooting in the last 7 seasons. Jokic is an MVP. Giannis is an MVP. AD's all NBA. Joel Embiid has an MVP. These are all great players. DeAndre Ayton's in that class with them. He just obviously was in Portland, so nobody paid attention.
Oh, God.
All right.
Look.
Thanks, Luke.
I am
vice president of hate.
I am the first one to openly admit that I think DeAndre Ayton would play a lot of minutes on the Warriors and could help them, but saying that he's on the same level as Jokic and Giannis and Anthony Davis and a healthy Joel Embiid, that might be the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
DeAndre Ayton DeAndre Ayton couldn't carry Nikola Jokic's jock. That guy stinks. They do not belong in the same conversation.
Oh.
And I really don't care about these so-called numbers. Chet Holmgren just got rewarded with a $250 million contract for averaging 15 and 8 or 14 and 9. But he's a winning player. That's the difference. I don't care if you grab 10 rebounds a game if your team is awful. It's the same conversation we're having with all of these guys, and I'll say it, Jonathan Kaminga, about numbers that do not contribute to winning basketball. DeAndre Ayton was on a team with Chris Paul, Mikal Bridges, Devin Booker, Cam Johnson. He was drafted to a situation that eventually got them to a point where they're challenging for a championship. DeAndre Ayton has not, since he's left, done anything in my mind to change what I believe him to be, which is a solid double-double center that's going to help a 500 basketball team stay 500. And you know what? Yeah, he forfeited $10 million because Portland probably told him to take a hike. Why would Portland want him there? They would rather bring in a 35-year-old Drew Holiday and pay him a bunch of money that's going to age horribly than pay DeAndre Ayton $36 million for one more season. One more year of his deal. They told him to kick rocks. That is irrelevant to me, and that might be one of the worst takes that I've ever heard.
And all those Suns that you mentioned, Chris Paul, Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, all those guys, and DeAndre Ayton was like fifth fiddle to all of them. Like those other guys all had bigger impacts on that team that went to the finals than DeAndre Ayton.
DeAndre Ayton is a really good player if you like watching 7-footers take 17-footers. He posts up at the elbow, jab step, jump shot, jog back on defense, let his man go by him, and pray to God that it falls off the rim so that he can grab a meaningless rebound. That's DeAndre Ayton.
Empty stats in Portland for sure. There's no doubt.
Again, a rookie was better than him right out of college.
Well, Portland also has like different. They're not necessarily terribly interested in being like as good of a basketball team as quick as humanly
Neither
possible.
Neither is he.
This is true. But like the goal of, say, the Lakers or the Warriors versus the goal of the Blazers are different things. Like they probably more interested in developing Donovan Clingan. They're entering his second year big man as opposed to playing DeAndre Ayton, even if they felt that Ayton might be a slightly better player. Like it's not as if they think Ayton is totally worthless, but where they are as a franchise, they were like, all right, it's better if you just leave and we will pay you to leave.
Yeah, and he's going to go to Los Angeles, and I can see it now. You get around the deadline, and the Lakers are, maybe a little bit above 500 because they still have, I think, two good talents in Doncic and James at his age. And people are going to be saying, what's the problem with the Lakers? And everyone's going to point to DeAndre Ayton. Jackson Hayes, if he's worth half a salt, is going to play more than he does with Doncic because Doncic is going to hate a center that demands the ball. Because that means that there has to be more than one basketball in the court. And that ball is reserved for Luka Doncic or LeBron James.
You think Jackson Hayes is going to play more than Ayton, huh? We'll find out.
If Ayton plays the way he played in Portland, yeah.
We got to take a break. When we come back, there's also some other Steph Curry comments that I want to make sure we get to you. Plus, I don't know if you guys saw today and yesterday, more absolutely gigantic contracts being handed out by NBA teams. And considering all the hand-wringing about the new CBA and what the Warriors are going through with Jonathan Kaminga right now, who the hell has money for this? And are these smart decisions by these teams handing out these gigantic deals? We can talk about that and a whole lot more. Always time for your calls and your texts. 888-957-9570. It's Mark, Randy, and Evan Giddings with you. We're on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard or Dibs today. Willard will be back tomorrow. Until then, it's Mark Randy, Evan Giddings holding it down for you until 6 o'clock here on this Thursday. We just got a little bit of NBA news during that commercial break, Evan. I don't know exactly what to make of it. This comes courtesy of Shams Sharani of ESPN. New Orleans Pelicans forward Herb Jones has agreed to a 3-year, $68 million contract extension with the franchise. He was previously under contract for $14 and then $14.9 million for the next 2 years. You add on 3 more years beyond that at about, $22, $23 million per year. So he gets a nice raise there. And the bad news for Warrior fans is there was a number of Warrior fans, and I was one of them, hopeful that maybe the Pelicans would do something stupid and would be willing to part with one of their young wings in part of a Jonathan Kaminga sign and trade. It seems less likely now that the Pelicans, they just tied up one of them, Herb Jones, for a number more years.
Yeah, I kind of think what's stupid is them thinking that they're just going to win.
Like, they have talent, but it's a really weird team.
Well, but that's the thing is their entire offseason is, it looks like they think that they're going to be a playoff team and just win, which is all dependent on Zion Williamson's health. If he's not on the floor, they're not going to win much. I don't know who they think that Herb Jones combined with Trey Murphy, combined with Jordan Poole, and everyone else they have is.
DeJounte Murray coming off of an Achilles.
Yeah, at some point this season he'll return. Yeah. And their center, was it Messi?
Yves Messi.
Messi is a nice piece, but I think it's I think Joe Dumars is rushing things a little bit in New Orleans, and that was evident by trading next year's first-round pick. It's just, I think it's kind of a gamble, and if they did want to trade Herb Jones, by the way, it doesn't really change what his value is because he's still under contract, I think, for $14 and then $15 million the next couple seasons. He just gets a little more financial commitment from them and some more cushion.
You probably can't trade him, though, once you sign an extension for another 6 months. So it would have to be
it would have to be the deadline.
There's no sign and trade with Kaminga happening this offseason for Herb Jones. But I suppose you're right. It could happen in the future. Not that I ever felt like that was going to happen. Like, if you were to ask Warrior fans, like, you can dream. Obviously, like, take Giannis off the table. But you can dream, like, what would you think or what would you really hope that you could get back in a Jonathan Kaminga sign and trade? Herb Jones was, like, the name that I would circle. Not that I ever thought that it was possible. But in terms of a guy that's on a pretty fair contract and is young and talented and would really help the Warriors, that's Herb Jones. But now that's not happening, at least not this offseason. So we can cross that off the list.
Yeah, him or Kobe White, I think, would be another player. Because there's not a ton of guys that right now make, what was it, Herb's 14.
Yeah.
Kobe is still around 18 in that, mid-teens level of money and are really good players. Price of the bricks going up. And I think we saw that from Devin Booker, and that means all those middle-sized contracts are also rising. Contracts that are like $20, $30 million are not really that much.
Let's talk about the Devin Booker contract, because this happened last night or yesterday, and it absolutely, I don't know if it didn't shock me. This is just the way of the world in the NBA, and I guess in sports in general too. It's the same thing with the quarterback market in the NFL, and I guess even the same in like the wide receiver market in the NFL, although it feels like the wide receiver market has kind of burst. That bubble might have burst. But Devin Booker signed a 2-year, $145 million contract extension. That is $72.5 million AAV, average annual value per year, $72.5 million per year, surpassing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's $71.25 million AAV when he signed his $285 million contract over 4 years. And my first thought, Evan, when seeing this Devin Booker contract was congratulations to the Suns and to Devin Booker. I don't think they're ever going to win. Because I don't know in today's CBA when you see what's happening to Jonathan Kaminga and to Josh Giddey and to these other players who are quality players who should be making a decent chunk of money, they can't find a single suitor. And now you're going to pay Devin Booker, no doubt a very, very, very good player. But he's not a player who I necessarily think is going to win a championship anywhere near by himself. He's not a LeBron or a Steph. He's not a guy who elevates a team the way those guys do. You sign a guy like that to this kind of money in today's CBA landscape, this feels like a losing strategy to me.
I don't think it's even a CBA thing. Like, Devin Booker's a great number 2. If he's your number 1, I think your team has a ceiling. And, let me ask you this.
Okay.
Of the top 15 players, top 15 paid players last year.
AAV last year,
2024-25 season.
Okay.
How many players do you think made the conference finals?
So we're talking about...
How many of those 15?
We're talking about Minnesota, OKC, the Knicks, and the Pacers.
How many top 15 players do you think were on those 4 teams?
Okay, no one on OKC because no one had signed their gigantic deals. Minnesota, Ant doesn't have his gigantic one yet, so not Ant. I don't think Julius Randle is making enough to be top 15. So I would say Rudy Gobert. I don't think Rudy Gobert is top 15 either. That contract was signed too long ago. I would say nobody in Minnesota. Indiana, nobody. The Knicks, Brunson just got one, but if memory serves, he took a major discount to help New York. Cat? Is it just Cat?
Cat's the only player.
Only top 15 highest paid player to make the conference finals.
Yes.
Wow.
Players that are max salary guys, their teams are not competing. They just aren't. And I didn't have time to go back through the last couple of years, but I don't necessarily think it's just a new CBA thing. It's just when your players make so much, it's really hard to compete. Like when you have guys that eat up 25 to 30% of the salary cap, even pre-new CBA, your team's got to be really damn good. And I think the new CBA to me shortens the lifespan of those kinds of groups because you have to pivot like the Celtics did maybe earlier than you'd like to. But going into next year, Curry, AD, Giannis, Jokic, Embiid, Durant, Butler, Tatum, Brown, Cat are the top 10 highest paid players. I would say only one of them is on a consensus top 4 team, maybe 2, Jokic and Durant.
Those stood out to me.
It's because Durant changed locales. Like, that's it. It's just it. So I'm with you. The original point was the moment Devin Booker signs that contract, they are done. And I'm with you. Devin Booker is not going to win a championship with the Suns. And I think it says much because it's impossible to win when you have these kinds of max salary players.
Like the way that you can do it, like OKC is trying to do it. Like they just won their championship and they have an opportunity to win a couple more. And this next year, all the extensions that they just signed will not have kicked in yet. But, of course, they signed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to that gigantic deal, 4 years, $285 million. And then recently, including signing Jalen Williams to his max rookie extension today, they give both Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams $240 million over 5 years, the most they could have possibly offered those guys. So you're talking about over the lifetime of those contracts, AAV, and it's not always split up evenly. Like these are backloaded to match with the ever, increasing salary cap. But AAV for those 3 contracts, you have $48 million per year for both Chet and Jalen Williams, and then you have $71.25 million per year for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. OKC is going to be in a spot where you have those 3 guys for the life of those deals, unless they trade one of them, which is possible, and then you are just going to have to fill out the rest of your roster with cheap, cost-efficient, and draft picks. Now, OKC is in a situation where they can actually make this work for an extended period because they have all those draft picks. They have 14 first-round picks in the next 2 years. But you talk about any other team who was in a similar situation to OKC. You got 3 potential max contracts to give out. Boston was in a similar spot. They don't have the draft picks to make the rest of the roster work. They need high-priced guys to fill out the rest of the roster. OKC can do it maybe with their draft picks. I don't think there's any other situation in the NBA where a team can say, we're going to do what OKC did. OKC is so unique that they're going to pay max money to those 3 guys and then just keep churning young draft picks, but don't use OKC as your path because no one can replicate what they've done.
Well, I mean, I would also say that Chet and J-Dub, though that's the rookie scale max.
Yes.
So it's not like you have, they're still not going to be, by the time that extension kicks in, I don't think they're going to be top 10 paid players. It's a lot of money, but what it does cost you is Lou Dort, who's a free agent in 2 years. Hartenstein is a free agent in 2 years. I think Cason Wallace is a restricted free agent in 2 years.
Yep.
At that point, Caruso is going to be 33 or 34, still on a contract. I don't know if he's going to be a great defender at that stage in his career.
Isaiah Joe in a couple of years.
Well, Joe and Wiggins, they managed to lock up relatively early, but I think Joe comes up in a couple of years, and then Wiggins is under contract. So you have some guys, but it means that you have to hit on those draft picks. It's just why putting together a dynasty is so damn hard, because the few draft picks you do have, you have to hit on, because you have to replenish your pool of talent. And the Thunder have a very tight window, I think, to do it. And the clock is now ticking the moment they pay these guys.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The way my mind works is you have a drastic change to a sport. And I think that's what this new CBA is. And you're probably right that gigantic, record-breaking money to a guy that isn't maybe one of the 5 best players to ever play the game is a losing proposition. And oh, by the way, we can be real. Paying LeBron $70 million a year, which is what Shea is going to be making at the end of the deal. Paying Steph $70 million a year at their age, that's also a losing proposition. Those 2 guys are 2 of the 10 best, maybe 5 best of all time. You're not winning when those guys are late 30s, maybe even early 40s, making that much money either. But the way my mind works, Evan, when I see something like that, the Devin Booker contract, for example, and my first thought is, bad deal. I don't see how Phoenix is ever going to be able to compete with that. Devin, enjoy your money, but you're not going to get a ring there in Phoenix or wherever else you go maybe with that contract. My mind then goes to, okay, well, what's the right strategy? What should Phoenix have done? Should Phoenix have traded Devin Booker? Should they refuse to extend him? Should they move off of an asset at an all-time high? Because what we're seeing in sports today, and this NBA conversation is more of a macro view as opposed to in baseball, 3 true outcomes, right? That's been the big development of the last 10 years. It's no adjustments on a two-strike count. You're swinging for the fences. You either draw a walk, you strike out, or you hit a homer. That's what the math and the analytics have determined is the best avenue for success. That's the strategy. 3 true outcomes. In the NBA, it's been the three-point revolution, the death of the mid-range shot. Mathematically, the best path to winning basketball games is only shooting in the paint and at the three-point line. I think we're currently witnessing the same thing in the NFL. I think in the NFL, it's aggressiveness on 4th downs. I think teams are realizing there is an unseen or previously untapped place for extra offensive possessions and points there. In the NBA, I wonder how the league will adapt to the new CBA and what will be the new peak strategy. Is it avoiding $70, $80, $90 million contracts for guys? And is it trying to spread the wealth on a deeper roster? I'm just spitballing here. I don't know what the best strategy is, but if this new CBA stays, I think we will see a shift in how teams build their rosters.
Yeah, I mean, well, building rosters is one thing, but I think rewarding players that you drafted is another. Like Booker's a Sun for life.
Yeah.
I think there is value in having a guy wearing one jersey.
There's an emotional tie there, no doubt.
Yeah, but if you're the Suns, like wrecking, well, they're in a unique spot because they don't really have a lot to work with. But
No.
I think they decided that it's better to keep Devin Booker happy, pay him basically. I mean, these contracts are kind of getting like the quarterback market. It's not necessarily the best player. It's just the guy who's next up and next in line to get his bag. Devin Booker's, I don't know, maybe a top 15 player, but certainly not a top 5 guy. So the Suns decided it's worth it to pay him, see what you have in Jalen Green, lean into the few young guys that you do have. Maybe Dylan Brooks can help you be semi-competitive next season, and try and do the best with what you can. And that's the sacrifice that they made when they gave up basically everything to try and bring Durant and Beal and Booker together. So what were they supposed to do? I actually think that this is probably the right choice considering their position. Meanwhile, the Warriors have to figure out what they're going to do. Like Curry to me is not necessarily the topic, but Butler's contract, I think next season is going to come under a lot of scrutiny because he's going to be a top 12, 10 paid player. And I think it's going to be really hard for him to justify that contract unless the Warriors go at least as far as they did this season, which is tough to do in the Western Conference.
And we got a text that comes in from the 408 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Booker was a backup in college. He earned this. Yeah, I'm not upset at Booker for accepting the contract. I told him enjoy your money. I hope you enjoy the money because I don't think you're going to win a championship. That's well within his rights to do that. I just don't see it as a winning strategy. And I get there's a lot of emotions involved in it. And this is the same thing that a lot of conversations that we had on these airwaves as recently as last year as it relates to Steph Curry. And what do? Is it best for you to trade Steph, right? Like those conversations happened on this station a year ago. I don't think anyone here really thought that was ever going to happen, and it never is. But I guess my question comes from, all right, it's one thing if you're interested in doing maybe what's best for your bottom line financially, and if you think having a player like Devin Booker retire a Sun is the best thing for you financially, then you're motivated to do that. But if you're trying to do the best for your team in terms of winning basketball games, I can't possibly look at that Devin Booker contract and say that's going to help you win a ton of basketball games, because what we're looking at is the majority of your cap space tied up on one player, and I can't see a way that you're going to be able to put together a complementary roster alongside him to actually win basketball games once he's making $64 and $70 million per year.
Well, let's just look at the Phoenix Suns, for example. Last season with KD, Booker, Beal, and a bunch of other people, they were 10 games below 500.
Yep.
Do you think they're going to win more, same amount, or less games next season?
Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, and they're probably going to cut Bradley Beal and buy him out at some point, so they might not have Beal anymore. Booker, Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and a couple of others. Probably around the same.
Yeah, I think they might even be better next season. And they're probably going to be spending less. So keeping Booker on that team, he gets you to around the same result. You'd have him anyways, but getting off of him in the near future doesn't accomplish anything to me. That's a situation where it's a albatross deal, and it is way too much money for a player who's not a top 5 guy. But on that team, that contract makes sense. Same for Steph Curry and his current contract. The issue is that the Suns had too many of those contracts. They had to get off of one of them.
They had 3 of them.
And in fact, they're actually going to get off 2. So
Beal as well.
Yeah. I actually don't think that what the Suns did this offseason is that stupid. I think they're moving in the right direction. But you can't wholesale pull the plug on something and just rewrite what you got. I think that Devin Booker is somebody that the Suns probably think is obviously a cornerstone piece, but also probably a good culture guy. I mean, I don't think there's been that many big issues about Devin Booker in his career. The most notable thing is probably who he dates. But like, Devin Booker's a good dude. I would want him on my team. And the Suns they wouldn't be better without him. So you pay him what the going rate is. And in the process, you also escalate that future value for every other player in the future. So I think it's kind of a win-win, but I mean, you're right. Like, Phoenix isn't going to win anything next year, but I also completely understand why they paid him.
Well, I mean, I guess it's just a question of what your priorities are. Are your priorities trying to set your team up for future success and winning basketball games, or are your priorities keeping your bottom line going and maybe doing a little bit of fan service?
But if in those years I told you that the Suns don't have a first-round pick,
how do you get those back? By trading Devin Booker.
But you only got one first for KD.
You get more for Devin Booker.
I mean, that much more?
We'd have to see. I mean, Desmond Bane got, what, 4 firsts?
Yeah, and if you could,
I mean, a younger player who's still an amazing player and does the most important skill in the league at a very high level, shooting the 3 ball, hey, he'd get you a lot.
But if let's say you're sending Booker, let's say they traded him to the Rockets instead of Durant.
Okay.
The Rockets are going to be pretty good. So those first-round picks are going to be not as good as you think they are.
True.
And then you're reliant on hitting on players in the teens and maybe even the 20s for those first-rounders, and you just gave up a fabric of your franchise. Maybe the best player that's ever been a Phoenix Sun when you consider his career accomplishments. Yeah. So to me, that's what you're weighing, and I don't think that moving Devin Booker would help them move any closer towards winning. It helps you move closer towards ground zero, but you don't know if that's going to be anything. You're just you're banking on these picks that are coming from Houston or even the Magic, who, by the way,
they're going to be good
now. 325 and unders, or maybe Bay might be 26. But the point is, those picks aren't going to be great.
No, you're right. But having picks doesn't mean you're making all of those picks. You use that as fuel to go and get somebody else, or to go and move up in a singular draft and then pick somebody good. Just having your war chest full does not mean you're using all of those individual assets to pick players yourself. This really, to me, has less to do with the Suns specifically. I don't blame the Suns for extending Devin Booker, and that money doesn't kick in for a few years from now anyway. And by the time that comes around, the salary cap will continue to increase and all of this. But considering what we're watching right now, the Boston Celtics are a great example. The Boston Celtics won a championship, and then they went to the playoffs. They were going to get eliminated, and then while they were in the process of being eliminated, Jason Tatum tore his Achilles. And they suddenly say, oh my God, we just won a championship. We still might have the best roster in basketball, but our star, who's making a ton of money, is out for an entire season, and we have one of, if not the most expensive rosters in the league. We have to do a hard reset. Not a hard. We have to do a partial reset. We got to just ship off money as best as we possibly can to get ourselves out of the second apron, out of the first apron, and just into the tax to give ourselves a break until we reset and go for it again next year. That's the reality that teams with multiple gigantic contracts are looking at. If one thing goes wrong, even 1 year after winning a championship, the owners will say, and also the decision makers in the front office, because of the penalties of being in the second apron multiple years, they will say, we have to trade or dump all of these players that we still all believe are quality and can help us win, because we don't think we can win it this year. Even if we kept everybody intact, we could win it again 2 years from now. That's the reality that these teams are looking at. And the more that you have these gigantic deals on your ledger, the more likely you will get to a point where if one thing goes wrong, you have to scrap almost the whole plan and sell somebody for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'd push back, is that if you're looking at the Celtics, is Drew Holiday at age 36 still going to be a championship player? I think that's
not if he's like a 1, 2, or 3 on your team, but I think he absolutely could still help you win a championship. Yeah.
Yeah, but he had to be the 4th best player on their team. I think the Celtics got off of Drew Holiday because they saw an opportunity to, and they were willing to bite the bullet for this season, obviously to compete for a championship, and maybe even next season. But he's got 2 years after that on his deal also. And if they decided that Drew's not going to be a championship point guard at age 36, then this is a perfect opportunity to jump ship. Meanwhile, Porzingis, you can make an argument they won a championship without him, considering how much he played. But he's been injury prone, and they also probably decided they didn't want to extend him. So this is a chance to trade and get off of him. So I think you're right. Like the Celtics did retool or reshuffle the books, but I think they also saw a chance to, all right, if we are going to compete in another year, like these are the guys that are going to help us the least and that we're probably going to have to replace somehow. So next season, let's see if Peyton Pritchard is good enough to be our starting point guard of the future, who we rewarded with a long-term deal. The center position, they really got to figure out because they didn't just lose Porzingis. They are going to lose Horford, and then Cornette signed with the Spurs. Yep. But that's a position they got to figure out. I just feel like Boston looked ahead and was like, well, shoot, next season we can't get it done. But our 3 guys, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, and Derek White, are still going to be in their primes. And if we can figure out the other 2 spots, we got action. I don't know if it's necessarily an indictment on like the lay of the land, but part of it is also, hey, if they're a second apron team, their first round pick gets frozen in the future. And that's not a way that they can't retool down the line. They also can't aggregate contracts in a deal, which is something they'll probably have to do if they want to acquire a center or maybe a future point guard. So you're right. Like the CBA is restrictive. I guess I don't think it's been that big of a deal to have big contract players now compared to like 5 years ago. Like having max slot salary players has always made it really difficult to win. And that's why I think what the Warriors did was so special and coincided with them getting Durant and all the rest. But like they won their 2015 championship team, if you look at their salaries, kind of similar to how the Thunder's was set up.
Absolutely.
Curry was on a great contract. Shea was on a bigger deal, but was on a nice contract. J-Dub and Chet were on rookie deals. Like, they were able to thread this financial needle that doesn't happen often. And sometimes it's like you're planning to do it. Other times, I think you just kind of get lucky.
Well, that's like the difference between the Celtics and the Thunder. The Celtics were the latest example before the Thunder of the Warriors in 2015, where you have young player drafted, really smart acquisition of a guy who wasn't wanted in one place. And I'm talking about Derek White, and you plop him in your roster, and he performs amazingly. Like the Celtics were very much like the 2015 Warriors in that sense. And just like OKC was this year, the difference with the Celtics was they didn't win their championship early enough. The Warriors won in 2015 when, as you laid out, they had Curry on a great deal, and you have a rookie scale Draymond and Clay before major extension. And you were able to ride that to Kevin Durant and then all the greatness that we have seen since then. The Celtics, they just kept knocking on the door. They were knocking for like 4 straight years. They go to the finals in 2022, and they lose to the Warriors, who were hanging on for dear life at that stage in their dynasty. They did not win the championship early enough to give them the long window that OKC is now looking at. Like, if they had won, what year did they go to the Eastern Finals for the first time? I'll have to go and look and find out. But they had multiple runs deep into the Eastern playoffs and didn't make it. The difference between OKC is the first time they had a major run in the playoffs, they ultimately won it all. And now they're looking at going for number 2 before those gigantic deals even kicked in. Meanwhile, Boston, they won their number 1, their first championship, when all those deals had already kicked in. And then you have one hiccup of a year, and suddenly not a major reset, but at least a partial reset, and then it's looking even more difficult for you to get back there in the first place. So it's just limiting the amount of time you have to see a run out. And it's what you said. I don't know if it was on the air or before we got on the air. It sets your clock when you sign these major deals. And when Boston signed their deals and failed to win it all until a few years into those deals, they didn't have a lot of window left. OKC still has a bunch left. But that's the reality, I think, in the new era of the NBA, where you got a $70 million dude on your deal, you don't have a lot of time to get it done because you will ultimately be a repeat offender, and your team will have to get out of that in order to kind of reset things.
Maybe I'm not hearing everything you're saying. Like Boston paid to keep it together. A lot of people disagree that was the right thing to do. You got to choose Tatum or you got to choose Brown. And they paid to keep them together, and eventually it worked in getting a championship. But what I'm saying is what they did this offseason is identified which players they don't think are worth the contract that they're going to be paid in 2 years. The Thunder, by all accounts, caught a break because the Eastern Conference was decimated. I think they would have ran into trouble with Boston if they were going to stay healthy. But I do agree that the clock has now begun to tick on OKC, but I don't know so much if it's begun to tick on the players that they paid. To me, it's the players around them. Like, again, it's the Lou Dorts, it's the Isaiah Joes, it's the Hartensteins. Like, I think that OKC will be able to keep SGA, J-Dub, and Holmgren together, assuming nobody gets hurt. I think that those three players could finish out their contracts, assuming that the Thunder want to pay a tax and dip into the aprons. But like Boston, to me, I actually just saw. I think that was a smart move of what they made this summer. Like, and I hear people saying that Drew Holiday is a good player, but if you don't think he's going to be that at age 36, then the time to get off of him is right now. And same for Porzingis. So I think they also have a little more leeway because they play in the East. The East is going to be more open in a couple of years. I mean, to me, it's like those are questions that these potential young or in their prime teams have because they can think about 5 years from now, as opposed to a team like the Warriors who literally can just think about 2 seasons.
Yeah, I think this, for me, is... Like, I don't disagree with what the Celtics did. Like, they're staring the realities of the CBA in the face, and they're looking at, all right, what's the best way about this? And in their mind, it was, all right, Tatum's going to be out for the entire year. We're staring at repeat offender status. We want to duck out of that, and we're going to try our best to win this year, but we don't feel like this is the year to push all of our chips in the middle of the table. And why would you feel that way? I think what they did this offseason, what they have done this offseason, was frankly the prudent and the smart thing. But the reason why it is that way is partially because of the new CBA and because of the contracts they signed to get to this point in the first place. Now, it was also, I'm with you, a smart thing to do, in my opinion, because when you have the roster that the Celtics had going into their championship year, which everybody thought was far and away the best roster in basketball, you push your chips in and you go for it. But you've got like one real shot at this right now. Like, you might have shots down the road if you reset and you make smart moves and you draft well and you get another Derek White from the Spurs before he becomes Derek White, and you have him on a cheap deal, and you get a major, huge pendulum swinging transaction, and you can make things work. Like, you still have an opportunity to win, but you will never have a better opportunity than just that 1 year. And the reason why is because teams are staring the reality of that CBA in the eyes and saying, all right, like we no longer can just give this 4 straight tries. Unless you are a team like OKC that can continue to swap out all your young guys year after year after year.
But how many teams really get to say that we can stare at this 4 straight times? Teams that are dynastic. And again, the Warriors...
Well, the Celtics did that before even winning one, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's because they had the benefit of guys... like Jason Tatum, yes, when they first made the conference finals, it was, I think, 2018. Like, Jason Tatum was in the Eastern Conference Finals his rookie season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can say, oh, well, I think we're going to be set up to be competitive. Like, you have him on 4 years, and then you pay him for the next 4 years, and now he's on the back end of the Supermax. Like, it does depend on how good your players are immediately. And so the Celtics are at the point where they have to pay the piper like any team. Like, Jason Tatum's been in this league for damn near 10 years, it feels like. And same for Jaylen Brown. So this is typically the point where you have to make a choice about your big salary players. Like, it doesn't matter so much to me about the era as it is guys are going to reveal how good they are and how well they can play moving into an advanced portion of their career.
What happens if, say, Steph Curry gets to the end of this contract? And by the way, if you missed it, Anthony Slater earlier today essentially I don't know if he's been following Steph around on the golf course up at Edgewood, but Steph was asked how long he plans to play in the NBA, and he essentially said, I don't know, I'm taking it 2 years at a time. That's all I have left on my contract. What happens if at the end of this Steph Curry contract, he comes off the books after, not this year, but the following year where he's making $62.5 million, and he says, all right, Joe, all right, Mike, all right, Steve, if Steve's still there, I want a 1 year or 2 year maximum contract. The Warriors have to do it, right? I mean, you absolutely have to, but you stare at that contract and you say, it's going to be hard for us to field anything competitive with that kind of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially because you're 37, 38, 39 years old.
Well, it's as much, I mean, like Curry you pay. That's a foregone conclusion. But it's not just about him. Like, if you have a contract and you're paying a player and you're not getting the production, like this is a league-wide thing. If that player who is a max salary dude is not a top 10 player or top 5 player, then yeah, you're probably not going to be competing for championships. And if you think that Steph Curry at age 39 is, God forbid, not going to be a 5 or top 10 player, which is like a fair assumption.
Yes.
I know he's defying all age, but like, I wouldn't assume that he's still going to be at this level in 2 years. Then that conversation is very much like Steph. We will give you the max. You have earned it. You've given everything to this franchise. However, that's going to make it extremely difficult for you to compete. What do you want to do? And if he says, give me the max, then
you give it to him.
You give it to him.
You have to.
You have to.
No other choice.
Well, there is a choice, but it's not an easy one.
Well, you're not making that choice. If he asks for it, you're giving it to him.
Yeah, and I think it's well within his right to ask for it. But
absolutely,
that's the rock and hard place. You know, I think the bigger issue that the Warriors have, though, is the conversation they have about the second biggest contract. Like, again, you know, you're looking at the Warriors, and I think that this has to be the last season. And I know that these guys are under contract for 2 more years, but I'm serious. Like, this has to be the last year that you have 2 guys that are making the most that they possibly can. Like, you can't have 2 aging, in some cases overpriced, and could prove to be overpriced, max salary slots on your roster. We've seen what happened this free agency. It's just way too hard to construct a good team around 2 guys that are not playing at the level you're paying them. And really, Jimmy Butler's the guy that I'm looking at. You know, Steph, if you look at his numbers for the season, fell off a bit. When they got Jimmy, he played a lot better. Still second team All-NBA. That's fine. So he's still a top 10 player. Jimmy Butler, I don't believe is going to make an All-NBA team again in his career. That means he's not a top 15 player anymore. And that player cannot be making $55 to $60 million, and you expect to put together the best roster possible. That to me is like CBA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever CBA you're talking about. The reality is, if you got 2 $50+ million players on your roster, and one of them ain't that guy, it's going to be damn tough for you to do anything.
So what are you saying? You're saying after this year, the Warriors got to trade Jimmy Butler?
They got to try to get... Well, unless he proves me wrong, which that's fine, do it. But that's what I'm saying, is that I think this is the last year they can have 2 top 10 paid players on their team.
$54 million for Jimmy Butler this year, along with $59.6 for Steph, and then $26.27 a year from now, $62.6 for Steph, and $56.8 for Jimmy. Those are the numbers over the next 2 years for those guys.
It's a lot of freaking money.
And then they become unrestricted free agents, and we will see how it plays out at that point, of course. In terms of this year for the Warriors, we don't have anything new on the Jonathan Kaminga front. Although Steph Curry maybe let one slip earlier today, Anthony Slater, following him around up in Tahoe, wrote this. When Steph was asked about the idea of Al Horford joining the Warriors, Steph, quote, "He's a champion, a great player. When or if when all that stuff happens, I'll talk about it." So maybe Steph, a Freudian slip, maybe admitting potentially that there was a handshake agreement in place for Al Horford. But we don't really need that, I think, from Steph to know what the Warriors' plan is this offseason. I don't know if you read what Ron Kroichik of the Chronicle wrote, who's also up there in Tahoe following Steph Curry around. He got a chance to chat with Steph yesterday. Ron wrote, and this comes, again, from Ron, but from Steph specifically. Steph, quote, "I look at our last 30 games, and after Jimmy got here, I think we were top 3 in net rating. Obviously, for us, it's about being healthy and getting through a season. I think with the core we have, if we're healthy, we can compete with anybody." He continued, "Look at the body of work. That's a big enough sample size to know we have something to work with. Now we're just trying to get better around the margins." That's all the Warriors' goal is, get better around the margins. They think they're good enough, led by Steph and Jimmy elsewhere, to win a championship. All they need to do is get better around the margins, Evan.
I think they're good enough to play meaningful basketball, but I don't think this team is a championship team as currently constructed, even if you include Horford and Melton. Maybe some things fall their way, but I'm looking at a Western Conference that, like right now, just on paper, and you can assume they have Horford and Melton if you'd like, but where do you think that they would power rank in the West right now?
Let me just bring them up so I have the teams in front of me here.
So OKC, Houston, I think the Lakers came in third last year.
Denver was fourth.
And then the Clippers were fifth.
And Minnesota 6th, the Warriors 7th.
Did they tie or did Minnesota clear them by a whole game?
A whole game. They cleared them. OKC's clearly a better basketball team than the Warriors. I think you could safely assume the Rockets are also a better basketball team than the Warriors. They were better last year in the regular season. The Warriors beat them in the playoffs, but they had KD. They definitely got better. The Nuggets got better and were already better than the Warriors. They're a better team than the Warriors. Minnesota was weird last year. I think you would expect them to have a more straightforward year this year, although they lost Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but they got back their other important guys, and you expect Anthony Edwards to continue to improve. I think the very, very, very highest you could potentially put the Warriors is 4th at best. At best. But they're probably more like somewhere around 5 or 6, probably is where I would suggest the Warriors are.
Yeah, and at that point, you're looking to catch some breaks. Again, it's not like you go in a season and say, we can't do it. Like they're trying the best that they can, and that's why I think that Curry's talking about on the margins, because he recognizes that they can't really do anything wholesale. They are strapped. They are going to have to rely on their young players getting better and their older players staying at about the same. Or really just remaining healthy. I don't know if you can expect Curry and Jimmy and Draymond to be better players, but I think you can attribute some of their, I don't know, Draymond, for example, maybe Jimmy once Curry went down. It's like you can attribute some of their fall off to just not being 100% 7 months into a season in which they've already played 90 games of basketball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, maybe not those two guys, but you know what I'm saying? I think that the Warriors right now, it's not just that they haven't done anything, Grandy, it's that they really can't. Again, I'm assuming that Horford signs with them and that Melton also signs with them. And I think both those players do help them. But are they going to make them markedly better than last year? That's a doubt that is certainly in my mind.
Okay, well, this is interesting because
they made the semifinals.
And they didn't have a full year of Jimmy. And now I know that you could also say that the Warriors this past year were a team that got relatively lucky in terms of health, right? Like Steph was largely healthy, Draymond was largely healthy, and he stayed available. He didn't get suspended like he did the year prior for 2 separate stints. Now you had the Kaminga injury, and that was well documented. And when the injury happened, it was a big deal because he was playing really meaningful minutes and was really good before he got hurt. But once Jimmy got in here, that absence was less impactful. So there's a world where, you have Jimmy for a whole year, but each of your big three missed 20 games of the season, and that kind of like washes each other out. But there's also a reality where you have similar health overall, luck, and you have a full season of Jimmy, and instead of having to chase down a playoff spot in the final 2 months of the year, you're just like able to kind of casually play out the year, not like give up the final month of the year, but you feel pretty comfortable, locked into a top 6 seed in the West, and therefore you feel better and more prepared going into the postseason. Like losing Looney and losing GP2 and say adding Horford and Melton, it doesn't make them 10 times better, but I think they're a better basketball team with those additions, even if Kaminga is still here, or even if Kaminga is not, and all you get is the Kings offer of Devin Carter and Dario Saric. Like, I think that's a better Warriors basketball team than this past year.
Wait, what? Wait, so if they traded Kaminga for Saric and Carter,
and you get Melton and Horford, I think that's better than last year. When you lose Looney and GP2. I think that's a better basketball team than last year. And you have a full year.
Than the one they finished with.
I'm not
talking about the one early in the season.
And the one they finished with, yes.
Oof.
When they finished with, you weren't even playing Kaminga. So what is the absence there? And you were hardly playing Looney. And GP2 is unreliable.
Well, I mean, the absence to me is, you tell me I got to play Horford and Saric at the 5.
I think
a combination of Looney, TJD, and post, like, that's a wash.
I just threw out Saric as just the name.
And I know I can get something from
Kaminga.
I know I can get something from him.
But there's a chance where if you have Kaminga on the roster, you might not be able to get both Horford and Melton, depending on what the contracts turn out to be. I'm just saying, I think largely, if you gain Horford and you gain Melton, that is a better combo than Looney and GP2. And those are like the like-for-like absences.
But again, I think you're assuming health for everyone, and that is something that is obviously an unknown. But like Jimmy Butler has averaged 55 games a year for the last 6 regular seasons, or at least when he was in Miami. Al Horford is not going to play back-to-backs. He hasn't for a couple seasons now. D'Anthony Melton just tore his ACL and is not probably going to be helped along. Yeah, I agree. By the end of the season, you could get to a point where maybe you feel better about your 5 going in, but that's a long season. And Draymond has also, I think the last time he played this many games was in his contract year. Like, to me, they're just a very fragile, like, Jenga tower right now. And you're just going to be like, this season is really going to be about load management, and that's what might frustrate people the most watching him night to night. It's like, all right, who's in, who's out, who's Kerr keeping it 25 minutes? Why is he not chasing this game? Why is Curry only playing 4 minutes of the fourth quarter because he needed to play the full? It's like it's going to be a lot of mix and match, and I just think that's kind of the future that they're staring at, which to me, I'm hoping could be 48 wins again. But it means there's even more pressure to win the games that you're whole, which aren't always a given. So, like, I don't... If Jimmy Butler plays 70 games next year, tip my cap. Like, thank you. I do not think Jimmy Butler is going to play 70 games next season. I don't think that Draymond Green's going to play 70 games next season. And if they do, maybe the Warriors can still get to, a top 6 seed. But to me, that's kind of the goal. And that's why they're going to be chasing games, is because they're still going to want to get out of the play-in. And we just did the exercise. I think they're a 5 or a 6, which in the West is probably going to be a 2 or 3 game difference between being in the play-in where they were last year and got out of, and staring at a first-round series.
Yeah, maybe. Possibly. The West is a bear. There's like no doubt. I'm not saying that I think the Warriors, and we're assuming quite a bit here about the Horford and Melton deals, although I do feel pretty confident that at least with Horford, there is like a handshake agreement in place, and once Kaminga figures it out, the Warriors figure out the Kaminga situation, Horford will be a Golden State Warrior, and that's not me reporting anything. That's just my read on the situation.
I'm with you there. Yeah, I think that's going to happen.
I think so too. I don't think that takes the Warriors from a 48-win team to a 55-win team, those changes, but you get a relatively straightforward year of health. I know that's a big if, but that's the case for literally everybody. I don't think it's wild that you add Horford and you add Melton, and you can't assume that team is going to be better than the one from this past year. There's a lot of ifs. Like, of course there's ifs, and the Warriors have the biggest ifs of them all because they are old as hell and older than anybody else, but that was also the case this past year, and they were pretty damn healthy.
The other thing that I think we can assume at this point is, well, maybe not assume, I'm assuming that Kaminga is going to be back. Do you agree with that?
I think that's the most likely scenario.
Okay, so the biggest decision that the Warriors are going to have to make next season, I think, is what they trade him for and how much better that makes them after December 15th.
I trade him at the deadline, you mean?
Or whenever he's eligible.
Yeah, which would be before the deadline.
Luke says we got to go.
We got to go? Oh, okay. Before we go, I do have to let you know that next week is our All-Star Week prize blowout, and we have some incredible things to give away, like Warriors prize packs, Giants prize packs, a day pass to Outside Lands, 4 day passes to Aftershock, gift cards to the Valkyries merch store, and also gift cards to Laughing Monk Brewing. Listen at 7:30 in the morning, 12:30 in the afternoon, and 4:30 in the afternoon for your chance to win every single day next week. Again, every show, every day, and it all starts on Monday. Looking forward to that all week next week. Okay, one final segment with you. Did Giannis confirm he's going back to the Bucks? We'll let you hear why we're saying that when we come back. It's Willard and Dibs, but Grandy and Evan in. We'll wrap things up next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard, no Dibs today. It's Grandy and Evan with you. Willard will be back tomorrow. Dibs off for the rest of the week. He'll be back on Monday. And on Monday, Dibs will be live from Vegas for Las Vegas Summer League, which kicks off. It's underway right now. I think we got Cooper Flagg and Bronny James battling.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you're going to get him on. It's like, wow.
You'd like to talk to Cooper Flagg. That'd be cool. What is the score of that game?
He's actually a pretty good quote.
Let's see.
Well, I'd encourage people to stay here instead. But wait, you're going to be in Vegas, right?
I will be in Vegas as well. Yeah.
You looking forward to that?
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun.
What's your poison?
I mean, I'm going to lay some bets down.
Penny slots?
I'll play some blackjack.
$5 hands, 20, 50.
50 is a little too steep for my blood. We'll go to the $20 hands.
Oh, I thought things have been going well for you lately.
I mean, I'm doing okay, but I don't want to throw it all away.
Or win more.
I believe in my ability to win, but I'm not that much.
Just go full Galifianakis. I mean, you just study up this
Count
weekend.
Cards?
Yeah, hit the tables. Come back with enough to...
get kicked out of the casino.
No, pay for everybody's drinks next week.
Okay, that will be my goal.
If you get kicked out of the casino, you're doing real well.
That will be my goal, but I don't necessarily believe it's going to happen. I can't find a score of this game. Where is it?
Because the game doesn't exist. It's an exhibition. Thank you, Lucas.
I've been looking this whole time on ESPN.com. Dallas up 5?
It's Summer League.
How's Cooper Flagg looking? Good. Okay.
White.
Cool.
He's looking white. Cool. The thing is, and I do agree with the people that Guru was, I don't know if that was on air. I'll say it anyways. During the commercial break,
it was not on air.
He was pointing at there's a television channel on VSiN and Vegas sports information, betting, whatever. So
a betting network.
Yes. And the headline was essentially, if you're betting on Summer League basketball,
you got a problem.
You need help. I agree completely. And the fact that you even had to try and scrounge for the score and couldn't find it, it wasn't easily accessible at your fingertips, illustrates just how much people who are betting on Summer League need to get help. Goo, I'm hosting with him tomorrow, and I'll tell him that to his face. But we need to talk. We got 4 hours tomorrow to get this done. You need to get off of Summer League. Everybody stop betting on these guys you've never seen before. Some of them you may never see again. And even like Cooper Flagg, it's his Mavericks debut. Is that what they're marketing it as?
Goo told me it was his preseason debut. I'm like, Goo, I got news for you.
He said it was his NBA debut.
This ain't the preseason, bro.
What's up, man? Yeah, dude, it is all bad if you're throwing on Bronny James in Summer League. What, he's got to have over 2.5 threes?
Oh, God. I asked him after we all read that headline on the TV, I asked him, Goo, have you ever bet on the Summer League? He was like, yeah, as if it was in the past. And I said, Goo, did you bet on the game tonight? He's like, no comment. I was like, Goo.
Yeah, his neighbor bets on a lot of things.
His neighbor?
Look, I bet on stuff too. I just, would prefer to be able to know something about what I'm betting on.
Like Dibs bets on the Little League World Series. What's worse?
That's a crime. You should not be gambling on children.
There's an edge to be had there.
Okay, let me ask you this. If you, and I realize you can bet on anything, so I can't really kill him for it, but it should be a sin. If you walked up to, does Windsor have a Little League?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're from Windsor Little League, the WLL. You walk up to the local ballpark and you see a couple of 11 under teams going at it in the middle of the fourth inning. If you walked up to a parent and said, "Hey, they're down 5-4. Yeah, can I get money line on the Windsor Lemurs?"
Lemurs.
And the parent would look at you and say, "You need help. Get out of here."
Well, yeah, I don't go up to a parent. I go find the bookie.
Who's probably a parent. My point is, you can't gamble on children. You got to leave them alone. They already got enough problems.
There's an edge. They're playing on TV.
There's an edge.
They're playing on TV.
As long as there's an edge. They're not horses, for God's sakes.
There's more of an edge in the Little League World Series than on horses.
Yeah, because I'm sure everyone here has watched El Cajon's California team the entire way and seen Robert Zapata be able to throw 76 miles an hour.
I don't know how I got to be defending Dibs in this situation, but I don't like it, so I'm going to move on.
That's a good piece of advice.
Giannis. You remember when Warrior fans were
dreaming? Yeah, he can have it too.
Remember when Warrior fans were dreaming for Giannis?
Well,
is that still happening?
Play this sound.
This is Giannis on a live stream with iShow Speed, commonly known as just Speed. Giannis staying in Milwaukee, maybe? Here's Giannis.
LA, the tax is bad. New York, tax is bad.
Yeah.
Hell nah.
A lot of people have tried to convince me to go and play there and stuff.
Oh, no. So you staying in Milwaukee?
Probably. We'll see. See. Probably. I love Milwaukee. And that's a church right there.
That wasn't too convincing. And just for the context, they're in Greece. Giannis, I imagine, is showing Speed around a little bit. So that's why he pointed out a church. But his answer, you staying in Milwaukee, was not very convincing to me.
Yeah, so for people who, shout out Patrick Starr, live under a rock, Speed is a worldwide streamer, like on Twitch, and he has his own stream.
One of the most popular streamers in the world.
Yes, so he gets big name guests, and I guess he was in Greece. He also had some other video of him doing like backflips into shark-infested waters. But he was talking with Giannis somehow, and he just asked him if he was going back to Milwaukee. When I read the quote, because it's all over like ESPN and Yahoo.
Yeah.
Probably, I love Milwaukee. I'm like, God damn it.
He's staying.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
A buck for life.
But then, can you please play that one more time?
Yeah, here it is.
LA, the tax is bad. New York, tax is bad.
Yeah.
Hell nah.
A lot of people have tried to convince me to go and play there and stuff.
Oh, no. So you staying in Milwaukee?
Probably. We'll see. See. Probably. I love Milwaukee. And that's a church right there.
He says, probably, we'll see, and then a long pause, and probably, I love Milwaukee.
That was Speed, by the way. He sounded so uncomfortable answering that question. I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. Like, he might, and probably, in his own words, will be back with Milwaukee next year. I'm not buying that it's a foregone conclusion.
I'm with you.
That did not sound convincing at all. And in fact, I don't think, number one, he knew that Speed was going to ask him that. And number two, the moment you start trying to draw someone's attention away to a probably beautiful, likely 14th century church, it means you're deflecting. You don't want to talk about what the next follow-up question is going to be. And so instead of waiting for Speed to break the awkward silence by saying, you go, oh, look at that. That's a church.
I'm with you. It was a classic Steve Kerr. Hey, Giannis, you think you're going to stay in Milwaukee?
I do, but
classic. Like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think so. We'll see, but I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he does know. And I think that Giannis is still waiting to see if there's something out there that potentially entices him. I do agree, though, like the first part when Speed's like, you don't want to go to New York, you don't want to go to LA, the city taxes and all that stuff sucks. Like, I actually believe that Giannis wouldn't want to play in Lakerland. I don't think he'd want to play in LA.
No, I don't think
the Nets, maybe.
The Nets? Definitely not the Knicks.
They got a lot of cap space. Or they did. They just don't want to come in.
They still have more than anybody else. That's because nobody else has any. But
and it would be in the East. Yeah, I mean,
he should want to stay in the East wherever he goes.
Should petition to move the Warriors to the East.
That would make things better. That's all the time we got for today. Coming up next on 95.7 The Game, it's Best of the Game.
What's
brought
up,
to you by
Luke?
Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. What do we got coming up, Luke?
I don't know what you guys talked about on Crossover. There were like 50 different things, but that's where we're going to start.
Oh, we just kept asking Steiny what they had talked about, and he didn't have an answer. So that's all that was, basically.
It was about would you accept a gift from a celebrity?
Oh, yeah.
And Steiny evidently would not, when we all know that in real life he would. And so we batted that around for a bit. And then I think Goo... Oh, yeah, from there it kind of went off
Towards
the rails.
the end, I asked if they were worried about Will Clark and Rafy Devers.
Oh, that's right.
That's how we began our show. But, yeah. All right, anyways, that's coming up next. Hosted by Lucas Alexander. It's on the way next. Been a lot of fun. Shout out to my partner for the day, Evan. You can hear him tomorrow on Steiny and Goo, in for Steiny from 10 to 2. Of course, the morning show from 6 to 10. And then it'll be Willard and myself, Willard and Grandy, tomorrow from 2 to 6 on a Friday. For Evan, for Luke, for Ken, I'm Mark. Thanks for listening. We'll talk tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.